Chapter 25 of The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 25, An Arrant Knave. In the street below, not far from the house which he had just quitted, Stoutenburg came on Nicholas and Jan ensconced in the dark against a wall. Beresteyn quickly explained to his friend the reason of his presence here. "I came with Jan," he said, "because I wish to speak with you without delay." "Come as far as the cathedral then," said Stoutenburg curtly. "I feel that in this vervloekte street the walls and windows are full of ears and prying eyes. Jan," he added, turning to the other man, "you must remain here and on no account lose sight of that rascal when he leaves this house. Follow him in and out of Haarlem, and if you do not see me again tonight, join me at the Ryswyk as soon as you can, and come there prepared with full knowledge of his plans." Leaving Jan in observation, the two men made their way now in the direction of the Grote Markt. It was still very cold, even though there was a slight suspicion in the air of a coming change in the weather, a scent as of the south wind blowing from over the estuaries, while the snow beneath the feet had lost something of its crispness and purity. The thaw had not yet set in, but it was coquetting with the frost, challenging it to a passage of arms, wherein either combatant might completely succumb. As Stoutenburg had surmised, the porch of the cathedral was lonely and deserted. Even the beggars had all gone home for the night. A tiny lamp fixed into the panelling of the wall flickered dimly in the draught. Stoutenburg sat down on the wooden bench, dark and polished with age, which ran alongside one of the walls, and with a brusque and febrile gesture drew his friend down beside him. "Well," he asked in that nervous, jerky way of his, "what is it?" "Something that will horrify you, just as it did me," replied Beresteyn, who spoke breathlessly as if under the stress of grave excitement. "When I parted from you a while ago, I did what you asked me to do. I posted Jan outside the door of the tapperij, after I had pointed out our rogue to him through the glass door. Imagine my astonishment when I saw that at that moment our rascal was in close conversation with my father." "With your father?" "With my father," reiterated Beresteyn. "That fool Hals was with him, and there were another half dozen busybodies sitting round the table. Our man was evidently the centre of interest. I could not then hear what was said, but at one moment I saw that my father shook him cordially by the hand." "Vervloekte kerel!" exclaimed Stoutenburg. "I didn't know at first what to do. I didn't want to go into the tapperij and to show myself just then, but at all costs I wished to know what my father and that arrant rascal had to say to one another. So, bidding Jan on no account to lose sight of the man, I made my way around to the service door behind the bar, and there bribed one of the wenches to let me stand under the lintel and to remain on the watch. It was quite dark where I stood, and I had a good view of the tapperij, without fear of being seen, and as my father and that cursed adventurer were speaking loudly enough, I could hear all they said." "Well?" queried Stoutenburg impatiently. "Well, my friend," quoth Beresteyn with slow emphasis, "that vervloekte scoundrel was making a promise to my father to bring Gilda safely back to Haarlem, and my father was promising him a fortune as his reward." "I'm not surprised," remarked Stoutenburg calmly, "but that man, my friend, is the most astute blackguard I have ever come across in the whole course of my life. His English blood, I imagine, hath made him into a thorough-going rogue. He has played you false, always did mean to play you false if that suited his purpose. My God, Nicholas, what fools we were to trust one of these foreign adventurers. They'll do anything for money, and this man, instead of being, as we thought, an exception to the rule, is a worse scoundrel than any of his compeers. He has simply taken Gilda a little way out of Haarlem, and then came back here to see what bargain he could strike with your father for her return. Gilda is some way out of Haarlem, rejoined Beresteyn thoughtfully. Jan and I heard that knave talking to his friend Hals later on. Hals was asking him to sup and sleep at his house, but he declined the proffered bed, though he accepted the supper. I have a journey before me this night, he said, and I must leave the city at moonrise. It seemed to me that he meant to travel far. She may still be at Bennebrock, or mayhap Layden. He could not have taken her further than that in the time. Anyhow, it would be quite easy for him to go back to her during the night and bring her into Haarlem tomorrow. Friend, he added earnestly, the situation is intolerable, unthinkable. After all that we have done, the risk which we have taken, Gilda's return now, a certain denunciation from her, and failure and death once more stare us in the face, and this time more insistently. It is unthinkable, as you say, cried Beresteyn vehemently, but the situation is not so hopeless as you seem to think. I can go at once to my father and denounce the rogue to him. I can tell him that I have reason to believe that the man to whom he has just promised a fortune for the return of Gilda is the very man who hath abducted her. Impossible, said Stoutenburg calmly. Why? Your father would have the man arrested. He would be searched, and papers and letters writ by you to Ben Isaac of Rotterdam will be found in his possession. These papers would proclaim you the prime mover in the outrage against your sister. True, I had not thought of that. But instead of going to my father, I could denounce the rascal to the city magistrate on suspicion of having abducted my sister. Vandermeer would give me the command of the town guard sent out to arrest him. I could search him myself and take possession of all his papers ere I bring him before the magistrate. Bah, the magistracy of Haarlem moves with ponderous slowness. While that oaf Vandermeer makes preparations for sending out the town guard, our rogue will slip through our fingers and mayhap be back in Haarlem with Gilda ere we find him again. Let me have Jan and one or two of Heemskerk's mercenaries, urged Beresteyn. We could seize him and his papers tonight as soon as he leaves the city gates. Then, out of revenge, said Stoutenburg, he will refuse to tell us what he hath done with Gilda. Bah, retorted Beresteyn cynically, here in Haarlem we can always apply torture. Then, if he speaks, Gilda can be back here in time to denounce us all. No, no, my friend, continued Stoutenburg firmly. Let us own at once that by trusting that scoundrel we have run our heads into a noose out of which only our wits can extricate us. We must meet cunning with cunning, treachery if need be with treachery. Gilda, of course, must not remain at the mercy of brigands, but she must not be given her freedom to do us the harm which she hath already threatened. Remember this, Nicholas, he added, placing his hand upon his friend's shoulder and forcing him to look straight into his own feverishly glowing eyes. Remember that when all these troubles are over, Gilda will become my wife. The devotion of my entire life shall then compensate her for the slight wrong which fate compels us to do her at this moment. Will you remember that, my friend? I do remember it, replied the other, but... And will you try and trust me as you would yourself? I do trust you, Willem, as I would trust myself. Only tell me what you want to do. I want to bring that knave to the gallows without compromising you and the success of our cause, said Stoutenburg firmly. But how can you do it? That I do not know yet. I have only vague thoughts in my mind. But hate, remember, is a hard and very efficient taskmaster. And I hate that man, Nicholas, almost as much as I hate the Prince of Orange. But 'tis the Prince's death which I want first. Because of this my hatred of the rascal must lie dormant just a few days. But it shall lose nothing by waiting, and already I see before me visions of an exemplary revenge which shall satisfy you and gratify my hate. Can I help you in any way? Not at present. I have no definite plans just now. All I know is that we must possess ourselves of the rascal's person as well as of Gilda without the risk of compromising ourselves. In this, of course, we have now Jan's valuable help. He is a splendid leader and entirely trustworthy where the cause of his own hatred against the prince is served. And of course you have the 30 or 40 men, mercenaries and louts, whom Houdekerk, Van Does and the others have been recruiting for you." "Exactly. I can easily detail half a dozen of them to follow Jan. That is our first move, my good Beresteyn," he added emphatically, "to gain possession of Gilda and to capture the rascal. Only tell me this, what are the papers now in that knave's possession which might compromise you if they were found?" "I had to write a letter to Ben Isaje telling him to convince himself that Gilda was safe and in good health ere he paid the rascal a sum of 3,000 guilders. This letter is writ in my own hand and signed with my own name. Then there is a formal order to Ben Isaje to pay over the money, but that was writ in the usual way by the public scrivener, and is signed with the cipher which I always use in all monetary transactions with the Jew. He keeps these formal documents in his archives, and all his clients use a cipher in the same way." "How is that formal order worded?" "As far as I remember it runs thus: in consideration of valuable services rendered to me by the bearer of this note, I desire you to pay him the sum of 3,000 guilders out of my moneys which lie with you at interest." The cipher signature consists of the words "Schwarzkado," surmounted by a triangle. "And is that cipher known to anyone save to Ben Isaje?" "Alas! it is known to my father. We both use it for private business transactions." "But to Gilda?" insisted Stoutenburg. "Would Gilda know it if she saw it?" "She could not be certain of it, though of course she might guess. Schwarzkado is the name of a tulip raised by my father, and the triangle is a sign used sometimes by our house in business. But it would be more conjecture on her part." "Then everything will still be for the best, never fear, my good Beresteyn," exclaimed Stoutenburg, whose hard cruel face was glowing with excitement. "Chance indeed has been on our side throughout this business, and you will trust me to finish it now. You will have no cause for anxiety or regrets. Come, let us find Jan at once. I have a few orders to give him, and then mean to be on my way to Ryswyk tonight." He rose to his feet, and now the glitter in his hollow eyes appeared almost inhuman. He was a man whose whole soul fed upon hatred, upon vengeance planned and accomplished, upon desires for supreme power, and at this moment his scheme for murdering the Stadtholder was backed by one of obtaining possession of the woman he loved, and being revenged on the man who had insulted and jeered at him. Beresteyn, always ready to accept the leadership of his friend, followed him in silence down the street. After a while they once more came upon Jan, who apparently had never moved all this while from his post of observation. "Well?" asked Stoutenburg in a scarce audible whisper, "has he not gone yet?" "Not yet," replied Jan. Stoutenburg cast a quick, almost furtive glance in the direction of the house where he had experienced such dire humiliation a brief half hour ago. A curious whistling sound escaped through his clenched teeth, a sound such as many a wild beast makes when expectant of a prey. Then he drew Jan further away from the house, fearful lest his words were wafted toward it on the wind. "Keep him in sight, Jan," he commanded, "until he goes to the house of Mynheer Hals in the Pleurisstraat, whither he means to go for supper. There you may safely leave him for an hour and go directly to the house of my lord of Houdekerk, whom you know. Ask him for half a dozen of his foreign mercenaries. Tell him they are for my immediate service. These men will then help you keep our knave in sight. He will leave Haarlem at moonrise, and you must never lose his track for a moment. Presently he should be escorting a lady in the direction of Rotterdam. If he does this, if he travels south toward that city, do not molest him, only keep him in sight, and the moment he arrives at Rotterdam, come and report to me at Ryswyk. But," he added more emphatically, "if at any time it appears to you that he is turning back with the lady toward Haarlem, Come upon him at once with your men and seize him together with any companions he may have with him. You understand?" "Perfectly, my lord. While he travels southward with the lady, we are only to keep him in sight. When he and the lady arrive at Rotterdam, we must report to you at Ryswyk. But the moment he turns back toward Haarlem, we are to fall on him and seize him and his companions. The lady you will treat with the utmost respect," resumed Stoutenburg with an approving nod. "The rascal and his companions you may mishandle as much as you like, without, however, doing them mortal injury. But having taken the whole party prisoner, you will forthwith convey them to the Molens at Ryswyk, where you will find me. Now, is all that clear?" "Nothing could be clearer, my lord," repeated Jan firmly. "We follow him while he travels south, but seize him with his company and the lady if he turn back toward Haarlem. Nothing could be easier." "You will not let him slip through your fingers, Jan," said Stoutenburg earnestly. Jan laughed and shrugged his shoulders. "You said that this work would help to forward our cause," he said simply. "I ask no questions. I believe you and obey." "That's brave. And you will take care of the lady when she falls into your hands." "I understand that she is my lord's future lady," rejoined Jan with the same calm simplicity which makes the perfect soldier and the perfect servant, and which promised obedience without murmur and without question. "Yes, Jan, the lady is my future wife," said Stoutenburg. "Treat her as such. As for the man, I want him alive. Do not kill him, Jan, even if he provoke you, and he will do that by his insolence, I know." "My lord shall have his enemy alive," said Jan, "a helpless prisoner, but alive." "Then good luck to you, Jan," concluded Stoutenburg with a sigh of satisfaction. "I am well pleased with you. In the near future I shall be happy to remember that the high offices of state and those around my person must be filled by those who have well deserved of them." He put out his thin, nervy hand, and Jan fell on one knee in order to kiss it with fervour and respect. The son of Jan of Barneveld could still count on the loyalty of a few who believed in him and who looked on his crimes as a necessary means to a glorious end. A few moments later Beresteyn and Stoutenburg had disappeared in the darkness of the narrow street, and Jan remained alone at his post of observation. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy, Chapter 26, Back to Houdekerk. And now, back once more in the kingdom of the night, and of the frost, of the darkness, and of silence, back along the ice ways on a swift and uninterrupted flight. The moon is less kind now, fitful and coy. She will not peep out from behind the banks of the clouds, save at rare intervals, and the clouds are heavy, great billows, clumsy in shape as if weighted with lead. The moon plays a restless game of hide and seek amongst them, for the bewilderment of the skater, to whom last night she was so kind. They come tumbling in more and more quickly from the south, those clouds, driven more furiously by the gusty wind. Brother Northeaster is gone to rest. It is the turn of the south wind now, not the soft south wind of summer, but a turbulent and arrogant fellow who bellows as loudly as he can, and who means to have a frolic in this world of ice and snow, from which his colder brethren have exiled him until now. Straight at the head of the skater it expended the brunt of its fury, sending his hat flying in one direction, and in wanton delight in leading him into a mad chase after it. Then, when once more he was on his way, hat in hand this time, it tore with impish glee at his hair, impeded his movements, blew doublet and sash awry.
What a chase! What a fight! What a run! But Dondersteen, we do defy thee, O frolicsome south wind, aye, and the darkness too, back to Houdekerk for the first stage on the road to fortune. It is not nearly so cold now that brother Northeaster has yielded to his madcap brother from the south. Gusty and rough, and a hand-to-hand fight for progress all the time, with tears running down the cheeks and breath coming in gasps from the chest. It is not so cold, and the ice is less crisp. Its smooth skin is furrowed and wrinkled, soft and woolly beneath the touch of the steel blades, but the snow still lies thickly upon the low-lying ground, and holds in its luminous embrace all the reflections which the capricious moon will lend it. For the first half hour, while the moon was still very brilliant and in the night air very still, it seemed to Diogenes as if the loneliness around him was only fictitious, as if somewhere, far away mayhap, men moved in the same way as he did, swiftly and silently over the surface of the ice. It seemed to him, in fact, that he was being followed. He tried to make sure of this, straining his ears to listen, and now and then he caught very distinctly the sound of the metallic click of several pairs of skates. His senses, trained to over-acuteness through the years of hard fighting and of campaigning, could not easily be deceived, and presently there was no doubt in his mind that Nicholas Beresteyn or the Lord of Stoutenburg had set spies upon his track. This knowledge caused him only to set his teeth and to strike out more vigorously and more rapidly than before. Those who followed him were fairly numerous, over half a dozen he reckoned. The only chance of evading them was therefore in flight. He took to noting the rolling banks of clouds with a more satisfied eye, and when, after the first hour or so, the light of the waning moon became more dim, and even at times disappeared completely, he took the first opportunity that presented itself of making a detour over a backwater of the mere, which he knew must bewilder his pursuers. Whether the pursuit was continued after that he could not say. His eyes, trying to pierce the gloom, could tell him nothing, but there were many intricate little byways just south of the mere, over backwaters and natural canals, which he knew well, and over these he started on an eccentric and puzzling career which was bound to baffle the spies on his track. Whenever he spoke subsequently of the many adventures which befell him during the first days of this memorable new year, he never was very explicit on the subject of this night's run back to Houdekerk. As soon as he had rid himself, as he thought, of his pursuers, he allowed his mind to become more and more absorbed in the great problem which confronted him, since he had pledged his word to Mynheer Beresteyn to bring the jongejuffrouw safely back to him. He now moved more mechanically over the iceways, taking no account of time or space or distance, only noting with the mere eye of instinct the various landmarks which loomed up from time to time out of the fast gathering darkness. This coming darkness he welcomed, for he knew his way well, and it would prove his staunch ally against pursuit. For the rest he was conscious neither of cold or of hunger, nor of fatigue. Pleasant thoughts helped to cheer his spirits and to give strength to his limbs. His brief visit to Haarlem had indeed been fruitful of experiences. A problem confronted him which he had made up his mind to solve during his progress across the ice in the night. How to keep his word to Nicholas Beresteyn and yet bring the jongejuffrouw safely back to her father. And she would not, of course, willingly follow him, and his would once more again be the uncongenial task of carrying her off by force if he was to succeed in his new venture. A fortune if he brought her back. That sounded simple enough, and the thought of it caused the philosopher's blood to tingle with delight. A fortune if he brought her back. It would have to be done after he had handed her over to the care of Mynheer Ben Isaac at Rotterdam. He was pledged to do that, but once this was accomplished, his word to Nicholas Beresteyn would be redeemed. A fortune if he brought her back, and when he had brought her back she would tell of his share in her abduction, and instead of the fortune mayhap the gallows would be meted out to him. 'Twas a puzzle, a hard nut for a philosopher to crack. It would be the work of the adventurer, of a man accustomed to take every risk on the mere chance of success. But Gilda's image never left him for one moment while his thoughts were busy with that difficult problem. For the first time now he realized the utter pathos of her helplessness. The proud little vixen, as he had dubbed her a while ago, was, after all, but a poor defenceless girl, tossed hither and thither just to suit the ambitions of men. Did she really love that unscrupulous and cruel Stoutenburg, he wondered. Surely she must love him, for she did not look the kind of woman who would plight her troth against her will. She loved him and would marry him. Her small white hand, which had the subtle fragrance of tulips, would be placed in one which was deeply stained with blood. Poor young vixen, with the sharp tongue that knew how to hurt, and the blue eyes that could probe a wound like steel. It was strange to think that their soft glances were reserved for a man whose heart was more filled with hate for men than with love for one woman. "If I loved you, little vixen," he once murmured, apostrophizing the exclusive vision which lightened the darkness around him, "if I loved you, I would break my word to that dastard who is your brother. I would not take you to Rotterdam to further his ambition, but I would carry you off to please myself. I would take you to some distant land, mayhap to my unknown father's home in England, where the sounds of strife and hatred amongst men would only come as a faint and intangible echo. I would take you to where roses bloom in profusion, and where in the spring the petals of apple blossoms would cover you like a mantle of fragrant snow. There I would teach that sharp tongue of yours to murmur words of tenderness, and those perfect blue eyes to close in the ecstasy of a kiss. But," he added with his habitual light-hearted laugh, "I do not love you, little vixen, for hi-ho, if I did, 'twere hard for my peace of mind." When Diogenes neared the town of Layden, he heard its church clocks ring out the hour of 3. Close by the city walls he took off his skates, preferring to walk the short league which lay between him and Houdekerk. He was more tired than he cared to own even to himself, and the last tramp along the road was inexpressibly wearisome. But he had seen or heard nothing more of his pursuers. He was quite convinced that they had lost track of him some hours ago. The south wind blew in heavy gusts from over the marshlands far away, and the half-melted snow clung sticky and dank against the soles and heels of his boots. A smell of dampness in the air proclaimed the coming triumph of the thaw. The roads, thought Diogenes, would be heavy on the morrow, impassable mayhap to a sled, and the Jungfrau would have to travel in great discomfort in a jolting vehicle. At last, in the near distance, a number of tiny lights proclaimed the presence of a group of windmills. It was in one of these that Pythagoras and Socrates had been ordered to ask for shelter, and in the fifth one down the road, which stood somewhat isolated from the others, even now its long weird arms showed it like heavy lines of ink upon the black background of the sky. Diogenes almost fell up against the door. He could hardly stand, but the miller was on the lookout for him, having slept only with half an eye, waiting for the stranger whose emissaries had already paid him well. He carried a lanthorn and a bunch of keys. His thin, sharp head was surmounted with a cotton nightcap, and his feet were ensconced in thick woolen hose. It took him some time to undo the many heavy bolts which protected the Molens against the unwelcome visits of the night marauders, and before he pushed back the final one, he peered through a tiny judas in the door, and in a quarrelsome voice asked the belated traveller's name. "Never mind my name," quoth Diogenes impatiently, "and open thy door, miller, ere I break it in. I am as tired as a nag, as thirsty as a dog, and as hungry as a cat. The Jungfrau is, I trust, safe. I am her major domo and faithful servant, so open quickly, or thy shoulder will have to smart for the delay." I have Diogenes' own assurance that the miller was thereupon both obedient and prompt. He, like all his compeers in the neighbourhood, found but scanty living in the grinding of corn, for the neighbouring peasantry there was too much competition nowadays, and work had not multiplied in proportion. Optimists said that in a few years' time the paralyzing effects of the constant struggle against Spain would begin to wear off, that the tilling of the soil would once more become a profitable occupation, and that the molens, which now stood idle through many days of the year, would once more become a vast storehouse of revenue for those who had continued to work them. But in the meanwhile the millers and their families were oft on the verge of starvation, and some of them eked out a precarious livelihood by taking in wayfarers who were on their way to and from the cities, and had sundry reasons into which it was best not to inquire, for preferring to sleep and eat at one of these out-of-the-way places rather than in one of the city hostelries. Diogenes had made previous acquaintance with his present landlord. He knew him to be a man of discretion and of boundless cupidity, two very useful qualities when there was a secret to be kept and plenty of money wherewith to guard it. Therefore did Diogenes order his companions to convey the Jungfrau to the molens of Mynheer Potts, and there to keep guard over her until his own return. Potts looked well after his belated guest's material comfort. There was some bread and cheese and a large mug of ale waiting for him in the wheelhouse, and a clean straw paillasse in the corner. The place smelt sweetly of freshly ground corn, and of flour, and of dry barley, and maize, and a thin white coating of flour, soft to the touch as velvet, lay over everything. Diogenes ate and drank and asked news of the Jungfrau. She was well, but seemed over sad, the miller explained, but his wife had prepared a comfortable bed for her in the room next to the tiny kitchen. It was quite warm there, and Mevrouw Potts had spread her one pair of linen sheets over the bed. The Jungfrau's serving woman was asleep on the kitchen floor. She declared herself greatly ill-used, and had gone to sleep vowing that she was so uncomfortable she would never be able to close an eye. As for the two varlets who had accompanied the noble lady, they were stretched out on a freshly made bed of straw in the weighing room. Potts and his wife seemed to have felt great sympathy for the Jungfrau, and Diogenes had reason to congratulate himself that she was moneyless, else she would have found it easy enough to bribe the overwilling pair into helping her to regain her home. He dreamt of her all night. Her voice rang in his right ear through the soughing of the wind, which beat against the ill-fitting windows of the wheelhouse. Alternately in his dream she reviled him, pleaded with him, heaped insults upon him, but he was securely bound and gagged and could not reply to her insults or repulse her pleadings. He made frantic efforts to tear the gag from his mouth, for he wished to tell her that he had not lost his heart to her and cared nothing for the misery she had felt. End of chapter 26.
Chapter 27 of The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 27. Thence to Rotterdam. He only caught sight of the jongejuffrouw later on in the morning, when she came out of the molens and stepped into the sledge which stood waiting for her at the door. The thaw had not been sufficiently heavy, nor had it lasted a sufficient number of hours to make a deep impression on the thick covering of snow which still lay over the roads. The best and quickest mode of travelling, at any rate for the next few hours, would still be by sledge. The intervening half-dozen leagues that lay between Houdekerk and Rotterdam could be easily covered in the day, provided an early start was made and no long halts allowed for meals. Diogenes had made arrangements for the start to be made by 7 o'clock. A dull light of pale rosy grey hung over the snow-covered landscape, and far away on the horizon line that same rose-grey light was just assuming a more brilliant hue. He sent Mevrouw Patz up to the jongejuffrouw to acquaint her with the plans for the day, and to beg her to give these her approval. Mevrouw Patz returned with the message that the jongejuffrouw was ready to start at any hour which Mynheer would command, and was otherwise prepared to obey him in all things. So Diogenes, standing well out of sight, watched Gilda as she came out of the door of the molens, and remained for one moment quite still, waiting for the sledge to draw up. She looked fragile this morning, he thought, and her face looked tiny and very pale within the soft frame of the fur hood which covered her head. For a second or two it seemed to him as if she was looking round somewhat anxiously, with a frown upon her smooth forehead, puzzled and almost frightened, as if she expected, and at the same time feared, to see someone or something. The next second the cloud appeared to lift from her face, and Diogenes even thought, but in this he may have been mistaken, that a sigh of relief escaped her lips. After that she stepped into the sledge, closely followed by Maria. Pythagoras and Socrates had been well drilled in their duties toward the jongejuffrouw, and Diogenes noted with satisfaction that his brother philosophers did their best to make the lady as comfortable as possible, with a pillow or two bought at Layden the day previously, and the warm rugs from Haarlem, which they wrapped carefully round her feet. Maria, dignified and unbending, did her best to prevent those rascals from doing their duty in this manner, but soon her own wants got the better of her pride, and shivering with cold she was glad enough to allow Pythagoras to roll a thick horse cloth about her knees. A few moments later a start was made to the accompaniment of lusty cheering from the miller and his wife, both of whom were pleasant, even obsequious to the last. The stolid peasant who held the reins urged his horses on to a brisk trot as soon as they had reached the flat open road. The three philosophers rode at some little distance behind the sledge, ready only to push forward if some marauder or footpad showed signs of molesting the sledge. Diogenes caught only a few brief glimpses of the jongejuffrouw during the day, once at Zegwaard, where there was a halt for dinner, then at Zevenhuizen, Hilgersberg, where horses and men were ready for a rest. But she never seemed to see him, passing quickly in and out of the small huts or cottages to which Pythagoras or Socrates escorted her from a respectful distance. She never spoke to either of these worthies on those occasions, nor did she question any orders for halting or restarting. To those who attended on her, however, at the halting places, to the cottagers or millers who brought her milk and bread to eat, she was graciousness itself, and whenever it was time to go, Diogenes, before leaving, had invariably to listen to the loud praises of the beautiful jongejuffrouw with the sweet, sad face. As to his own existence, she seemed hardly aware of it. At Zevenhuizen, when she went back to the sledge, Diogenes was not very far from where she passed. Moreover, he was quite sure that she had seen him, for her head was turned straight in the direction where he stood, hat in hand, waiting to see her comfortably settled in the sledge, before remounting. It was the early part of the afternoon, and once more bitterly cold. No doubt she felt the return of the frost, for she seemed to give a little shiver, and pulled the hood more closely over her face. The roads had been very heavy earlier in the day with their carpet of partially melted snow, but now this surface had frozen once more, and the track was slippery like glass under the sledge, but terribly trying for the horses. Progress was necessarily slow and wearisome both to man and beast, and the shades of evening were beginning to gather in very fast when at last the wooden spire of Rotterdam's Houdekerk emerged out of the frozen mist. Diogenes, as he had done before at Layden and at Zegwaard, pushed on ahead now. He wanted to reach the house of Ben Isaje in advance of the jongejuffrouw, and prepare the Hebraic gentleman against her coming. The little town, with its intricate network of narrow streets intersected by canals, did not seem imposing to the eye. Diogenes marvelled with what thoughts the jongejuffrouw would survey it, wondering, no doubt, if it would prove the end of her journey, or merely a halt on the way to some other place more distant still from her home. Ben Isaje appeared to be a person of some consequence in Rotterdam, for the moment he questioned a passer-by as to where the Jewish mynheer resided, there were plenty of willing tongues ready to give him information. Having followed accurately the instructions which were given to him, Diogenes found himself presently at the top of a street, which was so narrow that he reckoned if he stretched out his legs, his feet would be knocking against opposite walls. Anyhow, it looked almost impossible for a rider. He peered down it somewhat dubiously. It was very badly lighted. 2 feeble lamps alone glimmered at either end of it, and not a soul was in sight. Close to where his horse was standing at the corner of that same street, the word Tapperij, writ in bold letters, and well lit by a lamp placed conveniently above it, invited the tired wayfarer to enter. This philosopher was not the man to refuse so insinuating an invitation. He dismounted, and leaving his horse in charge of an ostler, he entered the tap room of the tiny hostel, and, being both tired and thirsty, he refreshed himself with a draught of good Rhine wine. After which he collected more information about the house of Mynheer Ben Isaje. It was situate about midway down that narrow street round the corner, and was easily distinguishable through its crooked and woe-begone appearance, and the closely shuttered projecting window on the ground floor. A very few minutes later Diogenes had identified the house from the several descriptions which had been given him. Ben Isaje's abode proved to be a tiny shop, with a tall pointed gable sitting above it like a sugar-loaf hat. Its low casement window was securely barred with stout wooden shutters, held in place by thick iron bars. The upper part of the house looked to be at perpetual enmity with the lower, for it did not sit straight, or even securely, above the humble ground floor below. The upper floor, moreover, projected a good 3 feet over the front door and the shop window, whilst the single gable sat askew over the lot. From the house itself, as Diogenes stood somewhat doubtfully before it, there came the pungent odour of fried onions, and from the one next door an equally insistent one of damp leather. The philosopher thought that it was high time to swear, and this he did lustily, anathematizing in one comprehensive oath every dirty Hebrew and every insalubrious Dutch city that he had ever come across. After which he examined the abode of Mynheer Ben Isaje more closely. In the pointed gable, just under the roof, a tiny window with a light behind it seemed to be blinking out of the darkness like the single eye of some inebriate loafer. Seeing that the small casement was partially open, and concluding that some one at any rate must be making use of that light up there, Diogenes at last made up his mind to knock at the door, and as there was no knocker and he never carried a riding whip, he gave the substantial oak panel a vigorous kick with his boot, whereupon the light up above immediately went out, just as if the one-eyed inebriate had dropped off to sleep. This sudden extinguishing of the light, however, only served to prove to Diogenes that some one was up and astir inside the house, so without more ado he proceeded to pound more forcibly against the door with his foot, to shout at the top of his voice, and generally to make a rousing noise, an art of which he was past master. Soon he heard a soft grating behind the judas, and he felt, more than he saw, that a pair of eyes were peering at him from within. "Open, Mynheer Ben Isaje," he cried loudly and peremptorily, "ere I rouse this entire evil-smelling neighbourhood with my calls. Open, I tell you, ere I break in your door first, and your nose, which I suspect to be over long and over ruddy, afterwards. 'Tis too late to transact business now," came in a feeble, high-pitched voice from behind the narrow judas. "Too late and too dark. The shop is closed." "'Tis not with your shop that I have to do, master," quoth Diogenes impatiently, "but with yourself, if indeed you are Mynheer Ben Isaje, as I gravely suspect that you are." "What do you want with Ben Isaje?" queried the timorous voice. "He hath gone home for the night. His house is situate. His house shall be verdommt if you parley any longer behind that grating, man. Ay, and this shop too, for if you do not open that door immediately, I will break the windows, for my business brooks no delay, and I must needs get into this house as best I can." But despite his threat no attempt was made to draw the bolts from within. Whereupon Diogenes, whose stock of patience was never inexhaustible, and who moreover wished to give value to his threats, took a step backwards, and then with a sudden spring threw his whole weight against the oak door, a proceeding which caused the tumble-down house to shake upon its foundations. The next moment the timorous voice was once more raised behind the judas. "Kindly have patience, gentle sir, I was even now about to open." Diogenes heard the drawing of more than one heavy bolt, then the grinding of a key in the lock, after which the door was partially opened, and a thin face with hooked nose and sunken cheeks appeared in the aperture. To imagine that any man could hold a door against Diogenes when he desired to pass through, it was to be totally unacquainted with that philosopher. He certainly would have smashed in the door of Ben Isaje's abode with his powerful shoulders, had it been kept persistently closed against him. But as it was, he only gave it a push with his knee, flinging it wide open thereby, and then stepping coolly into the narrow, ill-lighted passage. There was a blank wall each side of him, and a door lower down on the left. Straight ahead a narrow ladder-like staircase was half lost in the gloom. The anxious janitor had hastily retreated down the dark passage at sight of the towering figure which now confronted him, and in his fright he must have dropped the lanthorn which apparently he had been carrying. There it lay on the floor, fortunately still alight, so Diogenes picked it up, and holding it high above his head, he took a closer survey of the man. "You are Ben Isaje," he said calmly, as he held the light close to the man's face, and then let it travel over his spare and shrinking form. "Your dress and nose do proclaim your race. Then pray tell me what was the use of making such a to-do, seeing that I had business with you, and therefore meant to come in? Now take this lanthorn and lock your front door again, after which you had best conduct me to a room where I can talk privately with you." No doubt there was something in the stranger's face and attitude which reassured the Jew, for after a few more seconds of anxious hesitancy he did take the lanthorn from Diogenes' hand, and then shuffled back to the street door, which he once more carefully barred and bolted. After which, with the aid of one of the many large keys which hung by a steel chain in a bunch from his waist, he unlocked the door in the passage, and standing a little to one side, he bade his belated guest walk in. End of chapter 27. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 28 of the Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 28. Check. The room into which Diogenes now stepped looked at first sight to be almost devoid of furniture. It was only when the Jew had entered and placed the lanthorn down upon a wooden table at one end of the room that the philosopher realized where he was. The dark low walls showed themselves lined with solid oak chests and presses, each with massive hinges and locks, rusty and covered with dust, but firm enough to withstand for many an hour the depredations of thieves. Ben Isaje was obviously a jeweller by trade, and this was the shop where he kept his precious goods. No wonder then that he looked with obvious fear on his belated visitor with the powerful shoulders and vigorous limbs, seeing that to all appearances he was at the moment alone in the house. Like all jewelers settled in the Dutch cities at this time, Ben Isaje carried on a number of other trades, some of which were perhaps not altogether avowable. He acted as banker and money-lender, and general go-between in financial transactions, some of which had political aims. Discretion was of necessity his chief stock in trade, and his small cargo of scruples he had thrown overboard long ago. He was as ready now to finance a conspiracy against the stadtholder as against the Archduchess or Don John, provided he saw huge monetary profits in the deal, and received bribes with a calm conscience, both from Maurice of Nassau and the Lord of Stoutenburg. But once he was liberally paid, he would hold to his bond. It was only by keeping the good graces of all political parties that he remained free from molestation. Diogenes had known exactly what to expect when Nicholas Beresteyn gave him the letter and bond to present to Ben Isaje. He was therefore not surprised in the least when he saw before him the true type of financial agent whom already he had met more than once in his life before. Ben Isaje, who was the depositary of vast sums of money placed in his house by clients of substance and of note, wore a long greasy caftan of black cloth, which was worn threadbare at the elbows and the knees, and the shop wherein he transacted business, both for governments and private individuals, which oft-times involved several million guilders, had only a few very rickety chairs, one or two tables blackened with dirt and age, and a piece of tattered carpet in one corner as sole expressions of comfort. But all these facts were of course none of Diogenes' business. At his host's invitation he had sat down on one of the rickety chairs, and then proceeded to extract some papers from out the inner lining of his doublet. It would save time, he began dryly, and seeing that the man still eyed him with suspicion, if you would cease to deny that you are Ben Isaje, jeweller of Rotterdam. I have here some papers which I must deliver into the said Ben Isaje's own hands. They are writ by Mynheer Nicholas Beresteyn of Haarlem, and do explain the purport of my visit here. From Nicholas Beresteyn, quoth the other with an obvious sigh of relief. Why did you not name him before, sir? I am always at Mynheer Nicholas Beresteyn's commands. Indeed, my name is Ben Isaje, and you have cause to doubt it, sir. Dondersteen! But I never did doubt it, man, from the moment I saw the end of your hooked nose through the aperture of your door. So no more talk now, I pray you. Time is getting on. Here is the letter which Mynheer Beresteyn bade me present to you. He handed over the letter to Ben Isaje, which was writ in Beresteyn's own hand, and duly signed with his own name. The Jew took it from him, and drawing a chair close to the light on the table, he unfolded the paper and began to read. Diogenes the while examined him attentively. He was the man who after this night would have charge of Gilda at the bidding of her own brother. He, Diogenes, would after this night become a free agent. His pledge to Beresteyn would be redeemed and he would be free, in an hour's time mayhap, to work for his own ends, to restore the jongejuffrouw to her sorrowing father, by taking her by force from this old Jew's keeping, and returning with utmost speed and in utmost secrecy the very way he had just come. A fortune of 500,000 guilders awaited him in Haarlem, provided he could cajole or threaten Gilda in keeping his share of her original abduction a secret for all times. How this could be done he had not yet thought on, but that it could be done he had no manner of doubt. An interview with the lady either this night or on the morrow, a promise to take her back to her father at once if she swore a solemn oath never to betray him, and he might be back in Layden with her to-morrow eve, and in possession of a fortune the following day. No wonder then that with these happy thoughts whirling in his head he could scarcely restrain his temper, while Ben Isaje read the long letter through, and then re-read it again a second time. "Have you not finished, sir?" he exclaimed at last with marked impatience. "Meseems the letter is explicit enough." "Quite explicit, sir, I thank you," replied Ben Isaje, as he slowly folded up the letter and slipped it into the pocket of his caftan. "I am to assure myself that the jongejuffrouw Gilda Beresteyn, who is in your charge, is safe and well, and hath no grave complaints to make against you. Beyond that, you did seize her by force in the streets of Haarlem. After which I am to see that she is conveyed with respect and safety to my own private house, which is situate outside the city, or to any other place which I might think fitting, and there to keep her in comfort until such time as Mynheer Beresteyn desires. All that is quite clearly set forth in the letter, sir, and also that in payment for your services you are to receive the sum of 3,000 guilders, which I am to give you in exchange for the formal bond which you will duly present." The Jew spoke very deliberately, too deliberately, in fact, for Diogenes' endurance. Now he broke in impatiently. "Is that all that is set forth in the letter?" The Jew smiled somewhat sardonically. "Not quite all," he said. "There is of course the question in it of payment to myself, and certain conditions too, I imagine, attached to such payment. I know that Mynheer Nicolaes Beresteyn is prudent beyond his years. There is but one condition, sir, which enjoins me to keep a watchful eye on the jongejuffrouw once she is under my roof, to set a watch over her and her movements, and never, if possible, to let her out of my sight. He suggests that she might at any time make an attempt at escape, which he strictly commands me to frustrate. And in point of fact, he desires me to look upon his sister as a prisoner of war, not even to be let out on parole." Diogenes' low, prolonged whistle was his only comment on what he had just heard. "Mynheer Beresteyn also suggests to me, sir," continued the Jew with marked affability, "the advisability of keeping a watchful eye over you until such time as the jongejuffrouw is safely housed under my roof." "You will find that injunction somewhat more difficult to follow, my friend, than you imagine," retorted Diogenes with a ringing laugh, "and you'll take my advice. You will have extra watchmen posted outside your door." "I have valuable things as well as moneys stored in this house, sir," rejoined the Jew simply. "I have a picked guard of 10 men sleeping here every night, and 2 watchmen outside my door till dawn." Once more a long, low whistle escaped from the philosopher's lips. "You are careful, my friend," he said lightly. "One has to be careful, sir, against thieves and housebreakers. And will your picked guard of 10 men escort the jongejuffrouw to your private house this night?" But the other slowly shook his head in response. "The lady and her escort," he said, "must, I fear, accept the hospitality of this hovel for to-night. But my wife is away, sir, visiting her father in Dordrecht. She will only be home to-morrow. In the meantime my house is empty, and I am spending my nights here as well as my days." "But it will not be a great hardship for the jongejuffrouw, sir," broke in the Jew again. "She will be made as comfortable for the night as may be, and her attendant too. I have a serving woman here who will see to the beds and the supper. Then to-morrow I can send a messenger to my private house to prepare my wife the moment she arrives against the coming of the jongejuffrouw. 'Tis situate but half a league from here, and she would then be sure of a welcome equal to her worth." Then as Diogenes was silent, since he felt perplexed and anxious at this unlooked-for turn of events and this first check to his plans, Ben Isaje continued with even greater affability than heretofore. "Indeed, sir, and is it not better for the lady's own comfort? She will be over-fatigued when she arrives, and delighted, I know, at finding a nice bed and supper ready for her. Is it not all for the best?" he reiterated pleasantly. But Diogenes was not satisfied. He did not like the idea of losing sight of Gilda altogether, quite so soon. "I do not care to leave the jongejuffrouw," he said, "until I see her safely on her way to your house." "Nor need you leave her, sir. There is a small room at the back of the shop, to which you are heartily welcome for the night. It is usually occupied by some of my guard, but they can dispose themselves in other rooms in the house. They are sturdy fellows, sir, and well armed," continued the Jew, not without significance, "and I trust that they will not disturb you with their noise. Otherwise, sir, you are most welcome to sleep and sup under this roof." Diogenes murmured vague thanks. Indeed, he was not a little troubled in his mind. The plans which he had formed for the second abduction of Gilda would prove more difficult of execution than he had supposed. The Jew had more than the customary prudence of his race, and Beresteyn had made that prudence and the measures which it suggested a condition of payment. Between the prudence of Beresteyn and that of Ben Isaje, it was difficult to see how an adventurous plan could succeed. 3 philosophers against a picked guard of 10 men, with 2 more to keep watch outside the door, did not seem a promising venture. But Diogenes would not have been the happy-go-lucky soldier of fortune that he was, had he paused for long at this juncture in order to brood over likely failure, or had he not been willing to allow chance a goodly share in the working out of his destiny. It certainly was useless to argue any of these matters further with Ben Isaje. Fate had willed it that the philosopher should spend this night under the same roof as the jongejuffrouw, with a watch of 12 picked men, not counting the Jew himself, set over him, and to rebel against that fate now were puerile and useless. So he murmured more audible thanks for the proffered hospitality, and put on as good-humoured an air over the matter as he could. From the distance now there came the sound of jingling bells and the clatter of horses' hoofs upon the cobblestones of the streets. "'Tis the jongejuffrouw," exclaimed Diogenes, springing to his feet. "The sledge cannot turn into this narrow way," rejoined Ben Isaje. "Will you go meet the lady, sir, at the top of the street, where she must needs dismount, and escort her hither, while I go give orders to the serving woman. Your men," he added, as Diogenes at once rose and went to the door, "and the horses can put up at the hostelry, close by where, no doubt, they have halted even now." But already Diogenes was halfway down the passage. Soon he was at the front door, fumbling in the dark for the heavy bolts. Ben Isaje followed him more deliberately, lanthorn in hand. He unlocked the door, and the next moment Diogenes was once more out in the street, walking rapidly in the direction whence came the occasional pleasing sound of the tinkling of sleigh bells. End of chapter 28. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah.
Chapter 29 of The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 29, Check Again. Though the jongejuffrouw seemed inexpressibly tired and weak, her attitude toward Diogenes lost nothing of its cold aloofness. She was peeping out under the hood of the sled when he approached it, and at sight of him she immediately drew in her head. "Will you deign to descend, mejuffrouw?" he said, with that slight tone of good-humoured mockery in his voice which had the power to irritate her. "Mynheer Ben Isaje, whose hospitality you will enjoy this night, lives some way up this narrow, insalubrious street, and he has bidden me to escort you to his house." Silently and with a great show of passive obedience, Gilda made ready to step out of the sled. "Come, Maria," she said curtly. "The road is very slippery, mejuffrouw," he added warningly. "Will you not permit me, for your own convenience' sake, to carry you as far as Ben Isaje's door?" "It would not be for my convenience, sir," she retorted haughtily, "and you are so chivalrously inclined, perhaps you would kindly convey my waiting woman thither in your arms." "At your service, mejuffrouw," he said with imperturbable good temper. And without more to do, despite her screams and struggles, he seized Maria around her ample waist and round her struggling knees at the moment that she was stepping out of the sled in the wake of her mistress. The lamp outside the hostel at the corner illumined for a moment Gilda's pale, wearied face, and Diogenes saw that she was trying her best to suppress an insistent outburst of laughter. "Hey there!" he shouted. "Pythagoras, Socrates, follow the jongejuffrouw at a respectful distance and see that no harm come to her while I lead the way with this featherweight in my arms." Nor did he deposit Maria to the ground until he reached the door of Ben Isaje's house. Here, when the mejuffrouw began to belabour him with her tongue and with her fists, he turned appealingly to Gilda. "Mejuffrouw," he said merrily, "is this abuse not unmerited? I did but obey your behests, and see how I must suffer for my own obedience." But Gilda vouchsafed to him no reply, and in the darkness he could not see if her face looked angered or smiling. Ben Isaje, hearing the noise that went on outside his house, had already hastened to open the door. He welcomed the jongejuffrouw with obsequious bows. Behind him in the dark passage stood a lean and tousled-looking serving woman of uncertain years, who was as obsequious as her master. When Gilda, confused and wearied, and mayhap not a little tired, advanced timorously into the narrow passage, the woman rushed up to her, and almost kneeling on the floor in the lowliness of her attitude, she kissed the jongejuffrouw's hand. Diogenes saw nothing more of Gilda and Maria after that. They vanished into the gloom up the ladder-like staircase, preceded by the tousled but amiable woman, who, by her talk and clumsy attempts at service, had already earned Maria's fulsome contempt. "You too must be hungry, sir," murmured a smooth, affable voice close to Diogenes' elbow. "There is a bite and a drink ready for you. Will you sup, sir, ere you go to bed?" Before, however, following Ben Isaje into the shop, Diogenes exchanged a few words with his brother philosophers, who, impassive and unquestioning, had escorted the jongejuffrouw to the door, and now stood there awaiting further orders. Diogenes suggested their getting supper and a bed in the hostelry at the top of the street, in company with their driver. The horses too should all be stabled there. "I am going to spend the night under this tumble-down roof," he said, "but remember to sleep with one eye open, and be prepared for a summons from me at any hour of the night or morning. Until that comes, however, do not leave the hostel. Care well for the horses, we may have need of them tomorrow. Good night, pleasant dreams. Do not forget that tomorrow 500 guilders will fill each of your pockets. In the meanwhile, here is the wherewithal to pay for bed and supper." He gave them some money, and then watched the two quaint figures, the long one and the round one, until they were merged in the blackness of the narrow street. Then he went within. Ben Isaje once more closed and bolted the front door, and the two men then went together into the shop. Here an appetizing supper had been laid ready upon the table, and a couple of tallow candles burned in the pewter sconces. Ben Isaje at once invited his guest to eat and drink. "Not before we have settled our business together, master," said the latter as he dragged a chair towards him, and sitting astride upon it, with his shapely legs thrust well out before him, he once more drew a paper from out the lining of his doublet. "You are satisfied," he resumed after a slight pause, "that the lady whom I have had the honour of bringing into your house is indeed the jongejuffrouw Gilda Beresteyn, sister of your client, Mynheer Nicolaes Beresteyn of Haarlem." "I am quite satisfied on that point," replied the Jew, whose thin, bent form under the rigid folds of the black caftan looked curiously wearied in the feeble yellow light. His face was narrow and also wax-like in hue, and the flickering candlelight threw quaint distorted shadows around his long hooked nose. "Then," said Diogenes blandly, while he held out the folded paper to Ben Isaje, "here is the bond signed by Mynheer Beresteyn, wherein he orders you to pay me the sum of 3,000 guilders in consideration of the services which I have rendered him." But Ben Isaje did not take the paper thus held out to him. "It is too late," he said quietly, "to transact business tonight." "Too late!" exclaimed Diogenes with a blunt oath. "What in thunder do you mean?" "I mean, sir, that you must try and curb your natural impatience until tomorrow." "But I will not curb my impatience another moment, Plepshark," cried the philosopher in a rage. "I have fulfilled my share of a bargain. 'Tis only a verdement Carol who would shirk paying his own share on the nail. Nor would Mynheer Beresteyn desire me to shirk his responsibilities, I assure you," rejoined the Jew suavely. "And believe me, sir, that you will not lose one groat by waiting until the morrow. Let a good supper and a comfortable bed freely offered you atone for this unimportant delay. You still hold Mynheer Beresteyn's bond. Tomorrow at the first business hour you shall be paid." "But why any delay at all?" thundered Diogenes, who indeed misliked this way of doing business. "Why not pay me the money now, at once? I will gladly forego the supper and sit all night upon your doorstep, but have my money in my pocket." "Unfortunately, sir," said Ben Isaje with imperturbable amiability, "I am quite helpless in the matter. I am not the sole master of this business. My wife's brother shares my profits and my obligations. Neither of us is at liberty to pay out a large sum of money save in the presence of the other." "You and your partner know how to trust one another," said Diogenes with a laugh. The Jew made no comment on this, only shrugged his shoulders in that calm manner peculiar to his race, which suggests the Oriental resignation to compelling fate. Diogenes, inwardly fuming, thought over the matter very quietly for a few moments. It was obviously as useless to argue this matter out with Ben Isaje as it had been to combat his dictum anent the jongejuffrouw spending the night under his roof, and as usual the wholesome lesson of life which the philosopher had learnt so thoroughly during his adventurous career stood him in good stead now. The lesson was the one which taught him never to waste time, temper, or words over a purposeless argument. That one shrug of Isaje's shoulders had told him with dumb eloquence that no amount of persuasion on his part would cause the banker to swerve from his determination. The money would be forthcoming on the morrow, but not before, and there were 10 picked men somewhere in the house at the present moment to prevent Diogenes from settling this matter in a primitive and efficient way by using his fists. So in this instance too, disappointed though he was, he quickly regained his good humour. After all, the Jew was right. A night's delay would not spell a loss, and was well compensated for by a good supper and cosy bed. With his habitual light-hearted laugh and careless shrug of the shoulders, he folded the paper up again and once more slipped it carefully into the inner lining of his doublet. "You were right, sir," he said. "'Twere foolish to allow choler to spoil the appetite. I am as hungry as the dog of a Spaniard. By your leave, I'll test the strength of your ale, and tomorrow ere I leave your house, you shall pay me over the money in the presence of your trusting brother-in-law. Until then, the bond remains with me, and I hold myself responsible for the safety of the jongejuffrouw. So I pray you, be not surprised if I forbid her removal from this house until I have exchanged this bond for the sum of 3,000 guilders." After which he drew his chair close to the table and fell to all its good cheer with a hearty will. Ben Isaje, hospitable and affable to the last, waited on him with his own hands. End of chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of the Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 30, a Nocturn. It was only natural that, though tired as he was, and enjoying an unusually contented mind, Diogenes was nevertheless unable to get to sleep. He had had a very good supper, and had parted at an early hour from his host. Ben Isaje had been amiable, even deferential to the last, and indeed there had been nothing in the Jew's demeanour to arouse misgivings in the most suspicious mind. The lean and tousled serving woman had prepared a clean and comfortable bed in the narrow alcove within the wall panelling of the small room which adjoined the shop. But though the weary philosopher wooed sleep with utmost persistence, it resolutely refused to be lured to his pillow. At first the arrival of the night watchmen had kept him awake, for they made their entrance with much jangling of swords and loud and lusty talk. There was apparently a good solid partition between his room and the shop, because as soon as the watchmen were settled at their post, their voices only reached Diogenes' ear like a muffled murmur. A door gave from his room on the passage, and this he had carefully locked, but it hung loosely on its hinges, and the slightest noise in the house, a heavy footfall overhead or in the shop, would cause it to rattle with a weird intermittent sound which sent sleep flying baffled away. There were thoughts too which crowded in upon him, pleasant thoughts as well as others that were a trifle sad. The immediate future, with its promise of a possible fortune, loomed brightly enough, but the means to that happy end was vaguely disturbing the light-hearted equanimity of this soldier of fortune, accustomed hitherto to grip chance by the hair whenever she rushed past him in her mad whirling career, and without heeding those who stood in his way. But suddenly the whole thing seemed different, and Diogenes himself could not have told you why it was so. Thoughts of the future and of the promises which it held disturbed when they should have elated him. There was a feeling in him which he could not analyse, a feeling wherein a strange sweet compassion seemed to form the main ingredient. The philosopher who had hitherto viewed life through the rosy glasses of unalterable good humour, who had smiled at luck and ill luck, laughed at misfortune and at hope, suddenly felt that there was something in life which could not be dismissed light-heartedly, something which really counted, though it was so intangible and so elusive that even now he could not give it a name. The adventurer who had slept soundly and dreamlessly in camp and on the field, in the streets of a sacked town, or the still smouldering battlements of a fortress, could find no rest in the comfortable bed so carefully prepared for him in the house of Ben Isaje the Jew. The murmur of voices from the shop, low and monotonous, irritated his nerves. The rattling of the door upon its hinges drove him well nigh distracted. He heard every noise in the house as they died out one by one. The voice of the serving woman bidding the jongejuffrouw good night, the shuffling footsteps of the old Jew, the heavy tread of Maria overhead, and another, light and swift, which, strangely enough, disturbed him more completely than the louder sounds had done. At last he could stand his present state no longer. He felt an unpleasant tingling to the very tips of his fingers and the very roots of his hair. It seemed to him as if soft, noiseless steps wandered aimlessly outside his door. Furtive tiny animals with feet of velvet must have run down the stairs and then halted, breathless and terrified, on the other side of those rattling wooden panels. He sat up in bed, and groping for his tinder he struck a light. Then he listened again. Not a sound now stirred inside the house, only the wind soughed through the loose tiles of the roof and found out the chinks and cracks of the ill-fitting window, through which it blew with a sharp whistling sound. From the shop there came the faint murmur of some of the watchmen snoring at their post. Beyond that, nothing. And yet Diogenes, whose keen ear was trained to catch the flutter of every twig, the movement of every beast, could have sworn that someone was awake at this moment in this house besides himself, someone who breathed and trembled on the other side of the door. Without a moment's hesitation he slipped on his clothes as quickly as he could, then he pulled the curtains across in front of the alcove and paused for 1 second longer in order to listen. He had certainly not been mistaken. Through the stillness of the house he heard the soughing of the wind, the snoring of the watchmen, and that faint palpitating sound outside in the passage, that sound which was as the breathing of some living frightened thing. Then he walked as noiselessly as he could up to the door, and with a sudden simultaneous turn of the key and handle he opened it suddenly. It opened outwards, and the passage beyond was pitch dark, but there in front of him now, white as a ghost, white as the garment which she wore, white as the marble statue of the Madonna which he had seen in the cathedral at Prague, stood the jongejuffrouw. The candle which she carried flickered in the draught, and thus flickering it lit up her large blue eyes, which she kept fixed upon him with an expression half defiant, yet wholly terrified. Frankly he thought at first that this was an apparition, a vivid embodiment of the fevered fancies which had been haunting him. No wonder therefore that he made no movement toward her, or expressed the slightest astonishment at seeing her there, all alone, in the middle of the night, not 5 paces away from him. Thus they stood looking at one another for some time in absolute silence, she obviously very frightened, hesitating betwixt audacity and immediate flight, and he puzzled and with a vague sense of unreality upon him, a sense as of a dream which yet had in it the pulsating vividness of life. She was the first to break the silence, which was beginning to be oppressive. Gilda Beresteyn was not a timid woman, nor was hers a character which ever vacillated once her mind was made up. The step which she had taken this night, daring and unconventional as it was, had been well thought out. Deliberately and seriously she had weighed every danger, every risk which she ran, even those which in her pure-minded innocence she was not able fully to appreciate. Now, though she was scared momentarily, she had no thought of turning back. The old stiff-necked haughtiness of her race did not desert her for a moment, even though she was obviously at a disadvantage in this instance, and had come here as a suppliant. "I wish to speak with you, sir," she said, and her voice had scarce a tremor in it. "My woman was too timorous to come down and summon you to my presence, as I had ordered her to do, so I was forced to come myself." Though she looked very helpless, very childlike in her innocence, she had contrived to speak to him like a princess addressing a menial, holding her tiny head very high, and making visible efforts to still the quivering of her lips. There was something so quaint in this proud attitude of hers under the present circumstances, that despite its pathos, Diogenes' keen sense of humour was not proof against it, and that accustomed merry smile of his crept slowly over every line of his face. "I am ever at your service, mejuffrouw," he said as gravely as he could. "Your major domo, your valet. I always await your commands." "Then I pray you take this candle," she said coldly, "and stand aside that I may enter. What I have to say cannot be told in this passage." He took the candle from her, since she held it out to him, and then stepped aside just as she had commanded, keeping the door wide open for her to pass through into the room. She was holding herself very erect, and with perfect self-possession she now selected a chair whereon to sit. She wore the same white gown which she had on when first he laid hands on her in the streets of Haarlem, and the fur cloak wherein she had wrapped herself had partially slid from her shoulders. Having sat down, close to the table, with one white arm resting upon it, she beckoned peremptorily to him to close the door and to put the candle down, all of which he did quite mechanically, for the feeling had come back to him that the white figure before him was only a vision, or mayhap a dream, from which, however, he hoped not to waken too soon. "At your command, mejuffrouw," was all that he said, and he remained standing quite close to the door, with half the width of the room between himself and her. But to himself he murmured under his breath, "Saint Bavon and the Holy Virgin, do ye both stand by me now!" "I do not know, sir," she began after a while, "if my coming here at this hour doth greatly surprise you, but in truth the matter which brings me is so grave that I cannot give a thought to your feelings or to mine own." "And mine, mejuffrouw, are of such little consequence," he said good-humouredly, seeing that she appeared to wait for a reply, "that it were a pity you should waste precious time in considering them." "Nor have I come to talk of feelings, sir. My purpose is of deadly earnestness. I have come to propose a bargain for your acceptance." "A bargain?" "Yes, a bargain," she reiterated, "one I hope and think that you will find it worth while to accept." "Then may I crave the honour of hearing the nature of that bargain, mejuffrouw?" he asked pleasantly. She did not give him an immediate reply, but remained quite still and silent for a minute or even two, looking with wide opened inquiring eyes on the tall figure of the man who had, to her mind, done her such an infinite wrong. She noted and acknowledged quite dispassionately the air of splendour which became him so well, splendour of physique, of youth and of strength, and those laughing eyes that questioned and that mocked, the lips that always smiled, and the straight brow with its noble sweep which hid the true secret of his personality. And once again, as on that evening at Layden, she fell almost to hating him, angered that such a man should be nothing better than a knave, a mercenary rogue paid to lend a hand in unavowable deeds. He stood her scrutiny as best he could, answering her look of haughty condescension with one of humble deference, but the smile of gentle irony never left his lips, and tempered the humility of his attitude. "You have owned to me, sir," resumed Gilda Beresteyn at last, "that you have been paid for the infamous work which you are now doing, for laying hands on me in the streets of Haarlem, and for keeping me a prisoner at the good will of your employer. To own to such a trade, sir, is to admit oneself somewhat below the level of honest men, is that not so?" "Below the level of most men, mejuffrouw, I admit," he replied imperturbably. "Had it not been for that admission on your part, I would never have thought of coming to you with a proposal which you never would have put before an honest man," he broke in with perfect equanimity, seeing that she hesitated. "You anticipate my thoughts, sir, and I am glad to find that you will make my errand even easier than I had hoped. Briefly then let me tell you, as I told you at Leyden, that I know who your paymaster is. A man has thought fit to perpetrate a crime against me, for a reason which no doubt he deemed expedient, and which probably he has not imparted to you. Reasons and causes, I imagine, sir, are no concern of yours. You take payment for your deeds, and do not inquire into motives. Is that not so?" This time Diogenes only made a slight bow in acknowledgment of her question. He was smiling to himself more grimly than was his wont, for he had before him the recollection of the Lord of Stoutenburg, cruel, coarse, and evil, bullying and striking a woman, and of Nicholas Beresteyn, callous and cynical, bartering his sister's honour and safety to ensure his own. To the one she had plighted her troth, the other was her natural protector, dear to her through those sweet bonds of childhood which bind brother and sister in such close affection. Yet both are selfish, unscrupulous rogues, thought the philosopher, though both very dear to her, and both honest men in her sight. "That being so, sir," she resumed once more, "meseems that you should be equally ready to do me service, and to ask me no questions, provided that I pay you well." "That, mejuffrouw," he said quietly, "would depend on the nature of the service." "It is quite simple, sir. Let me explain. While my woman and I were having supper upstairs, the wench who served us fell to gossiping, telling us the various news of the day which have filtered through into Rotterdam. Among other less important matters, sir, she told us that the Prince of Orange had left his camp at Sprang in order to journey northwards to Amsterdam. Yesterday he and his escort of 100 men at arms passed close to this city. They were making for Delft, where the Prince means to spend a day or two before proceeding further on his journey. He sleeps at the Prinsenhof in Delft this night." "Yes, mejuffrouw," he said, for suddenly her manner had changed. Something of its coolness had gone from it, even if the pride was still there. While she spoke a warm tinge of pink flooded her cheeks. She was leaning forward, her eyes bright and glowing were fixed upon him with a look of eagerness and almost of appeal, and her lips were moist and trembling, whilst the words which she wished to speak seemed to be dying in her throat. "What hath the progress of the Prince of Orange to do with your most humble and most obedient servant?" he asked again. "I must speak with the Prince of Orange, sir," she said, while her voice, now soft and mellow, fell almost like a prayer on his ear. "I must go to him to Delft not later than to-morrow. Oh, you will not refuse me this. You cannot. She had clasped her hands together, her eyes were wet with tears, and as she pleaded she bent forward so low in her chair that it seemed for a moment as if her knees would touch the ground. In the flickering candlelight she looked divinely pretty thus, with all the cold air of pride gone from her childlike face. A gentle draught stirred the fair curls around her head. The fur cloak had completely slipped down from her shoulders, and her white dress gave her more than ever the air of that Madonna, carved in marble, which he had once seen in the cathedral at Prague. The philosopher passed a decidedly shaking hand across his forehead. The room was beginning to whirl round him, the floor to give way under his feet. He fell to thinking that the mild ale offered to him by Ben Isaje had been more heady than he had thought. "Saint Bavon," he murmured to himself, "where in heaven's name are ye now? I asked you to stand by me." It was one of those moments, perfect in themselves, when a man can forget everything that pertains to the outer world, when neither self-interest nor ordinary prudence will count, when he is ready to jeopardize his life, his career, his future, his very soul for the ecstasy which lies in the one heaven-born minute. Thus it was with this philosopher, this man of the moment, the adventurer, the soldier of fortune. The world which he had meant to conquer, the fortune which he had avowed to win, seemed to slip absolutely away from him. This dream, for it was after all only a dream, it was just too beautiful to be reality. The continuance of this dream seemed to him to be all that mattered. This girl, proud and pleading, a Madonna, a saint, a child of innocence, was the only perfect, desirable entity in this universe. "Saint Bavon, you rogue, you are playing me false," he murmured, as the last vestige of self-control and of prudence threatened to fall away from him. "Madonna," he said, as with a quick movement he came forward and bent the knee before her, "I entreat you to believe that whatever lies in my power to do in your service, that will I gladly do. How can I refuse?" he added, whilst that immutable smile, gentle, humorous, faintly ironical, once more lit up his face as he looked straight into hers. "How can I refuse to obey since you deign to plead to me with those lips? How can I withstand your appeal when it speaks to me through your eyes?" "You will let me do what I ask?" she exclaimed with a little cry of joy, for his attitude was very humble and his voice yielding and kind. He was kneeling at some little distance from her, which was quite becoming in a mercenary knave. "If it be in my power, Madonna," he said simply. "Then will I pay you well," she continued eagerly. "I have thought it all out. I am rich, you know, and my bond is as good as that of any man. Do you but bring me inkhorn and paper, I will give you a bond for 4,000 guilders on Mynheer Ben Isaje himself. He hath moneys of mine own in trust and at interest. But if 4,000 guilders are not enough, I pray you name your price. It shall be what you ask." "What do you desire me to do, Madonna?" "I desire you to escort me to Delft so that I may speak with the Prince of Orange." "The Prince of Orange is well guarded. No stranger is allowed to enter his presence." "I am not a stranger to him. My father is his friend. A word from me to him, a ring of mine sent with a request for an audience, and he will not refuse." "And having entered the presence of the Stadtholder, mejuffrouw, what do you propose to say to him?" "That, sir, is not to you," she retorted coldly. "I pray you forgive me," he said, still humbly kneeling, "but you have deigned to ask my help, and I'll not give it unless you will tell me what your purpose is." "You would not dare!" "To make conditions for my services," he said, speaking always with utmost deference. "This do I dare, mejuffrouw, and my condition is for your acceptance or refusal, as you command." "I did not ask you for your help, sir," she said curtly. "I offered to pay you for certain services which I desire you to render me." Already her look of pleading had gone. She had straightened herself up, prouder and more disdainful than before. He dared to make conditions! He, the mercenary creature whom anyone could buy body and soul for money, who took payment for doing such work as would soil an honest man's hands! It was monstrous, impossible, unthinkable. She thought that her ears had deceived her, or that mayhap he had misunderstood. In a moment at her words, at the scornful glance which accompanied them, he had risen to his feet. The subtle moment had gone by, the air was no longer oppressive, and the ground felt quite steady under him. Calm, smiling, good-tempered, he straightened out his massive figure as if to prepare himself for those shafts which her cruel little tongue knew so well how to deal. And inwardly he offered up a thanksgiving to St. Bavon for this cold douche upon his flaming temper. "I did not misunderstand you, mejuffrouw," he said lightly, "and I am ready to do you service under a certain condition." She bit her lip with vexation. The miserable wretch was obviously not satisfied with the amount which she had named as payment for his services, and he played some weak part of chivalry and of honour in order to make his work appear more difficult, and to extract a more substantial reward from her. She tried to put into the glance which she now threw on him all the contempt which she felt, and which truly nauseated her at this moment. Unfortunately she had need of him, and could not start for Delft alone. Marauders and footpads would stop her ever reaching that city. Could she have gone alone, she were not here now craving the help of a man whom she despised. "Meseems," she said coldly, after a slight pause, "that you do wilfully misunderstand our mutual positions. I am not asking you to do anything which could offend your strangely susceptible honour, whose vagaries, I own, I am unable to follow. Will 10,000 guilders satisfy your erratic conscience? Or did you receive more than that for laying hands on 2 helpless women, and dragging one, who has never done you any wrong, to a depth of shame and sorrow which you cannot possibly fathom?" "My conscience, mejuffrouw," he replied, seemingly quite unperturbed at her contemptuous glance and insulting speech, "is, as you say, somewhat erratic. For the moment it refuses to consider the possibility of escorting you to Delft, unless I know what it is that you desire to say to the Prince of Orange. If it is a question of price—" "It is not a question of price, mejuffrouw," he broke in firmly. "Let us, an you will allow it, call it a question of mine erratic conscience. I am rich, sir, my private fortune—" "Do not name it, mejuffrouw," he said jovially. "The sound of it would stagger a poor man who has to scrape up a living as best he can. 40,000 guilders, sir," she said, pleading once more eagerly, "and you will take me to Delft tomorrow." "Were it 100,000, mejuffrouw, I would not do it unless I knew what you wished to say to the Stadtholder." "Sir, can I not move you?" she implored. "This means more to me than I can hope to tell you." Once again her pride had given way before this new and awful fear that her errand would be in vain, that she had come here as a suppliant before this rogue, that she had humbled her dignity, entreated him, almost knelt to him, and that he, for some base reason which she could not understand, meant to give himself the satisfaction of refusing the fortune which she did promise him. "Can I not move you?" she reiterated, appealing yet more earnestly, for, womanlike, she could not forget that moment a while ago, when he had knelt instinctively before her, when the irony had gone from his smile, and the laughter in his mocking eyes had yielded to an inward glow. He shook his head, but remained unmoved. "I cannot tell you, sir," she urged plaintively, "what I would say to the Prince." "Is it so deadly a secret then?" he asked. "Call it that, an you will." "A secret that concerns his life?" "That I did not say." "No, it was a guess, a right one, methinks." "Then if you think so, sir, why not let me go to him?" "So that you may warn him?" "You are merely guessing, sir." "That you may tell him not to continue his journey?" he insisted, speaking less restrainedly now, as he leaned forward closer to her, her fair curls almost brushing against his cheek as they fluttered in the draught. "I did not say so," she murmured. "Because there is a trap laid for him, a trap of which you know." "No, no," she cried involuntarily. "A trap into which he may fall, unknowingly, on his way to the north." "You say so, sir," she moaned. "Not I. Assassins are on his track. An attempt will be made against his life. The murderers lie in wait for him, even now, and you, mejuffrouw, who know who those murderers are." A cry of anguish rose to her lips. "No, no, no," she cried. "It is false. You are only guessing. Remember that I have told you nothing." But already the tense expression on his face had gone. He drew himself up to his full height once more, and heaved a deep breath, which sounded like a sigh of satisfaction. "Yet in your candour, mejuffrouw, you have told me much," he said quietly, "confirmed much that I only vaguely guessed. The Stadtholder's life is in peril, and you hold in your feeble little hands the threads of the conspiracy which threatens him. Is that not why you are here, mejuffrouw, a prisoner as you say, at the goodwill of my employer? I am only guessing, remember, but on your face meseems that I can read all that I do guess aright." "Then you will do what I ask?" she exclaimed with a happy little gasp of renewed hope. "That, mejuffrouw, is, I fear me, impossible," he said quietly. "Impossible? But just now—" "Just now," he rejoined with affected carelessness, "I said, mejuffrouw, that I would on no account escort you to Delft without knowing what your purpose is with the Prince of Orange. Even now I do not know, I merely guessed." "But," she entreated, "if I do own that you have guessed aright, partly at any rate, if I do tell you that the Stadtholder's life might be imperilled if I did not give him a timely word of warning, if—" "Even if you told me all that, mejuffrouw," he broke in lightly, "if you did bring your pride down so far as to trust a miserable knave with a secret which he might sell for money on the morrow, even then I fear me I could not do what you ask." "But why not?" she insisted, her voice choking in her throat in the agony of terrible doubt and fear. "Because the man of whom you spoke just now, the man whom you love, mejuffrouw, has been more far-seeing, more prudent than you or I. He hath put it out of my power to render you this service." "How?" "By warning Mynheer Ben Isaje against any attempt at escape on your part, against any attempt at betrayal on mine. Mynheer Ben Isaje is prepared. He hath a guard of 10 picked men on the watch, and 2 more men outside his door. If you tried to leave this house with me without his consent, he would prevent you, and I am no match, alas, for 12 men." "Why should he guard me so?" "Because he will not be paid if he keep not watch over you." "But I'll swear to return straightway from Delft. I'll only speak with the Prince and then return immediately." "Money, always money!" she cried with sudden vehemence. "A great man's life, the honour of a house, the salvation of the land, are these all to be sacrificed because of the greed and cupidity of men?" "Shall I call Mynheer Ben Isaje?" asked Diogenes placidly. "Mayhap, mejuffrouw, that you could persuade him more easily than me?" But at this she rose to her feet as suddenly as if she had been stung. The colour in her cheeks deepened, the tears were dry in her eyes. "You!" she exclaimed, and there was a world of bitter contempt in the tone of her voice. "Persuade you who have tricked and fooled me, even while I began to believe in you? You who for the past half hour have tried to filch a secret from me bit by bit? With lying words you led me into telling you even more than I should, and I, poor fool, I thought that I had touched your heart, or that at least there was some spark of loyalty in you which may have prompted you to guess that the Prince was in danger. Fool that I was, miserable, wretched fool! To think for a moment that you would lend a hand in aught that was noble and chivalrous. I would I had the power to raise the blush of shame in your cheeks, but alas! the shame is only for me, who trusting in your false promises and your lies, have allowed my tongue to speak words which I would give my life now to unsay. For me, who thought that there was in you one feeble spark of pity or of honour. Fool, fool that I was! When I forgot for one brief moment that it was your greed and cupidity that were the props without which this whole edifice of infamy had tottered long ago. Persuade you to do a selfish deed, you, the abductor of women, the paid varlet and mercenary rogue, who will thieve and outrage and murder for money." She sank back in her chair, and, resting her arms upon the table, she buried her face in them, for she had given way at last to a passionate fit of weeping. The disappointment was greater than she could bear after the load of sorrow which had been laid on her these past few days. When she heard through the chatterings of a servant that the Stadtholder was in Delft this very night, the memory of every word which she had heard in the cathedral on New Year's Eve came back to her with renewed vividness. Delft! She remembered that name so well. And Ryswyk close by, the only possible way for a northward journey. Then the Molens which Stoutenburg had said were his headquarters, where he stored arms and ammunition and enough gunpowder to blow up the wooden bridge which spans the Schie, and over which the Stadtholder and his bodyguard must pass. Every word that Stoutenburg and her brother and the others had spoken that night rang now in her ears like a knell. Delft, Ryswyk, the Molens, the wooden bridge. Delft, Ryswyk, the Molens, the wooden bridge. Delft was quite near, less than 4 leagues away. The Stadtholder was there now. He could be warned before it was too late, and she could warn him without compromising her brother and his friends. Then it was that she remembered that in the room below there slept a knave who would do anything for gold. Thus she had run down to him full of eagerness and full of hope. And now he had refused to help her, and worse still had guessed at a secret which, if he bartered or sold it, meant death to her brother and his friends. Contempt and hate had broken down her spirit. Smothering both, she was even now ready to fall on her knees, to plead with him, to pray, to implore, if only that could have moved him, if only it meant safety for the Stadtholder, and not merely a useless loss of pride and of dignity. Anger and misery and utter hopelessness, they were causing her tears, and she hated this man who had her in his power and mocked her in her misery. And there was the awful thought that the Stadtholder was so near, less than 4 leagues away. Why, had she been free, she could have run all the way to him. That hideous crime, that appalling tragedy in which her brother would bear a hand, could be averted even now if she were free. Oh, the misery of it, the awful wretched helplessness. In a few days, hours mayhap, the Stadtholder would be walking straight into the trap which his murderers had set for him. The broken bridge, the explosion, the assassin at the carriage door. She saw it all as in a vision of the future, and her brother in the midst of it all, with hands deeply stained in blood, and she could avert it all, the crime, the sorrow, the awful hideous shame, if only she were free. She looked up at last, ashamed of her tears, ashamed that a rogue should have seen how keenly she suffered. She looked up and turned to him once more. The flickering light of the candles fell full upon his splendid figure and upon his face. It was the colour of ashes, and there was no trace of his wonted smile around his lips. The eyes too looked sunken, and their light was hid beneath the drooping lids. Her shafts, which she had aimed with such deadly precision, had gone home at last. In the bitterness of her heart she apparently had found words which had cut him like a lash. Satisfied at least in this, she rose to go. "There is nothing more to say," she said as calmly as she could, trying to still the quivering of her lips. "As you say, Mynheer Ben Isaje has carefully taken the measure of your valour, and it cannot come up to a dozen picked men, even though life and honour, country and faith might demand at least an effort on their behalf. I pray you open the door. I would, for mine own sake as well as your own, that I had not thought of breaking in on your rest." Without a word he went to the door, and had his hand on the latch ready to obey her, when something in his placid attitude irritated her beyond endurance. Womanlike, she was not yet satisfied. Perhaps a thought of remorse at her cruelty fretted her. Perhaps she pitied him in that he was so base. Be that as it may, she spoke to him again. "Have you nothing then to say?" she asked. "What can I say, mejuffrouw?" he queried in reply, as the ghost of his wonted smile crept swiftly back into his pale face. "Methought no man would care to be called a coward by a woman, and remain silent under the taunt." "You forget, mejuffrouw," he retorted, "that I am so much less a man, a menial, a rogue, a vagabond, so base that not even the slightest fear of me did creep into your heart. You came to me, here alone at dead of night, with an appeal upon your lips, yet you were not afraid. Then you struck me in the face like you would a dog with a whip, and you were no more afraid of me than of the dog whom you had thrashed. So base am I then that words of mine are not worthy of your ear. Whatever I said, I could not persuade you that for one man to measure his strength against 12 others were not an act of valour, but one of senseless foolishness. I might tell you that bravery lies oft in prudence, but seldom in foolhardiness. But this I know you are not in a mood now to believe. I might even tell you," he continued, with a slight return to his wonted light-hearted carelessness, "I might tell you that certain acts of bravery cannot be accomplished without the intervention of protecting saints, and that I have found St. Bavon an admirable saint to implore in such cases, but this I fear me you are not like to understand. So you see, mejuffrouw, that whatever I said, I could not prove to you that I am less of a blackguard than I seem." "You could at least prove it to this extent," she retorted, "by keeping silence over what you may have guessed." "You mean that I must not sell the secret which you so nearly betrayed. Have no fear, mejuffrouw, my knowledge of it is so scanty that the Stadtholder would not give me 5 guilders for it." "Will you swear?" "Such a miserable cur as I am, mejuffrouw," he said lightly, "is surely an oath-breaker, as well as a liar and a thief. What were the good of swearing? But I'll swear an you wish," he added gaily. "Surely you—" she began, but with a quick gesture he interrupted her. "Dondersteen, mejuffrouw," he said more firmly than he had yet spoken before, "if beauty in you is tempered with pity, I entreat you to spare me now. Even knaves, remember, become men sometimes, and my patron St. Bavon threatens to leave me in the lurch." He held open the door for her to pass through, and gravely held out one of the pewter candles to her. She could not help but take it, though indeed she felt that the last word between that rogue and herself had not by any means been spoken yet. But she hardly looked at him as she sailed past him out of the room, her heavy skirt trailing behind her with a soft hissing sound. As soon as she heard the door shut to behind her, she ran up the stairs back to her own room with all speed, like a frightened hare. Had she remained in the passage one instant longer, she would have heard a sound which would have terrified her. It was the sound of a prolonged and ringing laugh, which roused the echoes of this sleeping house, but which had neither mirth nor joy in its tone, and had she then peeped through a keyhole, she would have seen a strange sight. A man who in the flickering candle light looked tall and massive as a giant, took up one of the wooden chairs in the room, and after holding it out at arm's length for a few seconds, he proceeded to smash it viciously bit by bit, until it lay a mass of broken debris at his feet. End of chapter 30. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah.
Chapter 31 of The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 31, The Molens. Less than half a league to the southeast of Ryswyk, there where the Schie makes a sharp curve up toward the north, there is a solitary windmill, strange in this, that it has no companions near it, but stands quite alone with its adjoining miller's hut, nestling close up against it like a tiny chick beside the mother hen, and dominates the mud flats and lean pastures which lie for many leagues around. On this day, which was the 4th of the new year, these mud flats and the pasture land lay under a carpet of half-melted snow and ice, which seemed to render the landscape more weird and desolate. And the molens itself were more deserted and solitary. Yet, less than half a league away, the pointed gables and wooden spires of Ryswyk break the monotony of the horizon line, and suggest the life and movement pertaining to a city, however small. But life and movement never seem to penetrate as far as this molens. They spread their way out toward Schravenshaag and the sea. Nature herself hath decreed that the molens shall remain solitary and cut off from the busy world, for day after day and night after night throughout the year a mist rises from the mud flats around and envelops the molens as in a shroud. In winter the mist is frosty. In summer at times it is faintly tinged with gold, but it is always there, and through the rest of the living world, Ryswyk and Schravenshaag and Delft further away only appear as visions on the other side of a veil. Just opposite the molen, some 200 paces away to the east, the waters of the Schie rush with unwonted swiftness round the curve, so swiftly in fact that the ice hardly ever forms a thick crust over them. And this portion of an otherwise excellent waterway is, in the winter, impracticable for sleighs. Beyond this bend in the river, however, less than half a league away, there is a wooden bridge, wide and strongly built, across which it is quite easy for men and beasts to pass, who have come from the south and who desire to rejoin the great highway which leads from Delft to Layden. In the morning of that same 4th day of the new year, 2 men sat together in what was once the weighing room of the molens. Their fur coats were wrapped closely around their shoulders, for a keen northwesterly wind had found its way through the chinks and cracks of a tumble-down doors and ill-fitting window frames. Though a soft powdery veil, smooth as velvet to the touch, and made up of flour and fine dust, lay over everything, and the dry, sweet smell of corn still hung in the close atmosphere. There was little else in this room now that suggested the peaceful use for which it had been originally intended. The big weighing machines had been pushed into corners, and all round the sloping walls swords, cullivers and muskets were piled in orderly array. Also a row of iron boxes, standing a foot or so apart from one another and away from other objects in the room. The silence which reigned over the surrounding landscape did not find its kingdom inside this building, for a perpetual hum, a persistent buzzing noise as of bees in their hives, filtered through the floor and the low ceiling of this room. Men moved and talked and laughed inside the molens, but the movement and the laughter were subdued, as if muffled in that same mantle of mist which covered the outside world. 2 men in the weighing room were sitting at a table on which were scattered papers, inkhorns and pens, a sword, a couple of pistols, and 2 or 3 pairs of skates. One of them was leaning forward and talking eagerly. "I think you can rest satisfied, my good Stoutenburg," he said. "Our preparations leave nothing to be desired. I have just seen Jan, and together we have dispatched the man Lucas van Sparendam to Delft. He is the finest spy in the country, and can ferret out a plan or sift a rumour quicker than any man I know. He will remain at Delft and keep the Prinsenhof under observation,
and will only leave the city if anything untoward should happen, and then he will come straight here and report to us. He is a splendid runner and can easily cover the distance between Delft and this Molens in an hour. This is satisfactory, is it not?" "Quite," replied Stoutenburg curtly. "Our arrangements here, on the other hand, are equally perfect," resumed Beresteyn eagerly. "We have kept the whole thing in our own hands. Heemskerk and I will be at our post, ready to fire the gunpowder at the exact moment when the advance guard of the Prince's escort will have gone over the bridge. You, dagger in hand, will be prepared to make a dash for the carriage itself. Our men will attack the scattered and confused guard at a word from van Does. What could be more simple, more perfect than that? Yourself, Heemskerk, van Does and I, all of one mind, are equally true, silent and determined. You seem so restless and anxious. Frankly, I do not understand you." "It is not of our preparations or of our arrangements that I am thinking, Nicholas," said Stoutenburg sombrely. "These have been thought out well enough. Nothing but superhuman intervention or treachery can save the Stadtholder. All of that I am convinced. Neither God nor the devil care to interfere in men's affairs. We need not therefore fear superhuman intervention. But 'tis the thought of treachery that haunts me." "Bah!" quoth Beresteyn with a shrug of the shoulders. "You have made a nightmare of that thought. Treachery? There is no fear of treachery. Yourself, van Does, Heemskerk and I are the only ones who know anything at this moment of our plans for tomorrow. Do you suspect van Does of treachery, or Heemskerk, or me?" "I was not thinking of Heemskerk or of van Does," rejoined Stoutenburg, "and even our men will know nothing of the attack until the last moment. Danger, friend, doth not lie in or around the Molens. It lurks at Rotterdam and hath name Gilda." "Gilda? What can you fear from Gilda now?" "Everything. Have you ever thought on it, friend? Jan, remember, lost track of that knave soon after he left Haarlem. At first he struck across the waterways in a southerly direction, and for a while Jan and the others were able to keep him in their sight. But soon darkness settled in, and along many intricate waterways our rogue was able to give them the slip." "I know that," rejoined Beresteyn somewhat impatiently. "I was here in the early morning when Jan reported to you. He also told you that he and his men pushed on as far as Layden that night, and regained the road to Rotterdam the following day. At Zegwaard and again at Zoenhausen they ascertained that a party consisting of 2 women in a sledge and an escort of 3 cavaliers had halted for refreshment at those places and then continued their journey southwards. Since then Jan has found out definitely that Gilda and her escort arrived early last night at the house of Ben Isaje of Rotterdam, and he came straight on here to report to you. Frankly, I see nothing in this to cause you so much anxiety." "You think then that everything is for the best?" asked Stoutenburg grimly. "You did not begin to wonder how it was that as Jan ascertained at Zegwaard and at Zevenhausen, Gilda continued her journey without any protest. According to the people whom Jan questioned, she looked sad certainly, but she was always willing to restart on her way. What do you make of that, my friend?" Once more Beresteyn shrugged his shoulders. "Gilda is proud," he said. "She hath resigned herself to her fate." Stoutenburg laughed aloud. "How little you, her brother, know her," he retorted. "Gilda resigned? Gilda content to let events shape themselves, such events of those which she heard us planning in the Groot Kerk on New Year's Eve? Why, my friend, Gilda will never be resigned. She will never be content until she hath moved earth and heaven to save the Stadtholder from my avenging hand." "But what can she do now? Ben Isaje is honest in business matters. It would not pay him to play his customers false, and I have promised him 2,000 guilders if he keeps her safely as a prisoner of war. not even to be let out on parole. Ben Isaak would not betray me. He is too shrewd for that. That may be true of Ben Isaak himself, but what of his wife, his sons or his daughters, if he have any, his serving wenches, his apprentices, and his men? How do you know that they are not amenable to promises of heavy brides? But even then, do you not think that at Rotterdam every one by now knows the prince's movements? He passed within half a league of the town yesterday. There is not a serving wench in that city at this moment who does not know that the Maurice of Nassau slept at Delft last night and will start northwards tomorrow." "And what of that?" queried Beresteyn, trying to keep up a semblance of that carelessness which he was far from feeling now. "Do you believe that Gilda will stay quietly in the house of Ben Isaak, knowing that the prince is within 4 leagues of her door, knowing that he will start northwards tomorrow, knowing that my headquarters are here close to Ryswyk, knowing in fact all that she knows?" "I had not thought on all that," murmured Beresteyn under his breath. "And there is another danger too, friend, greater perhaps than any other," continued Stoutenburg vehemently. "Good God, Stoutenburg, what do you mean?" "That cursed adventurer. What about him? Have you then never thought of him as being amenable to a bribe from Gilda? In heaven's name, man, do not think of such awful eventualities." "But we must think of them, my good Beresteyn. Events are shaping themselves differently to what we expected. We must make preparations for our safety accordingly, and above all realize the fact that Gilda will move heaven and earth to thwart us in our plans." "But she can do nothing," persisted Beresteyn sullenly, "without betraying me. In Haarlem it was different. She might have spoken to my father of what she knew, but she would not do so to a stranger, knowing that with one word she can send me first and all of you afterwards to the scaffold." Stoutenburg, with exclamation of angry impatience, brought his clenched fist crashing down upon the table. "Are you a child, Beresteyn?" he cried hotly, "or are you wilfully blind to your danger and to mine? I tell you that Gilda will never allow me to kill the Prince of Orange without raising a finger to save him." "But what can I do?" "Send for Gilda at once tonight," urged Stoutenburg. "Convey her under escort hither. In all deference, in all honour, she would be here under her brother's care." "A woman in this place at such a moment?" cried Beresteyn. "You are mad, Stoutenburg." "I shall go mad if she is not here," rejoined the other more calmly. "The fear has entered into my soul, Nicholas, that Gilda will yet betray us at the 11th hour. That fear is an obsession, call it a premonition if you will, but it unmans me, friend." Beresteyn was silent now. He drew his cloak closer around his shoulders, for suddenly he felt a chill which seemed to have crept into his bones. "But it is unpractical, man," he persisted with kind of a sullen despair. "Gilda and another woman here tomorrow, when not half a league away." "Justice will be meted out to a tyrant and an assassin," broke in Stoutenburg quietly. "Gilda is not a woman as other women are, though in her soul now she may be shrinking at the thought of this summary justice. She will be strong and brave when the hour comes. In any case," he added roughly, "we can keep her closely guarded and in the miller's hut, and with the miller and his wife to look after her. She will be as safe and as comfortable as circumstances will allow. We should have her here then under our own eyes, and know that she cannot betray us." As usual, Beresteyn was already yielding to the stronger will, the more powerful personality of his friend. His association with Stoutenburg had gradually blunted his finer feelings. Like a fly that is entangled in the web of a spider, He tried to fight against the network of intrigue and of cowardice which hemmed him in more and more closely with every step that he took along the path of crime. He was filled with remorse at thought of the wrong which he had done to Gilda, but he was no longer his own master. He was being carried away by the tide of intrigue and by the fear of discovery, away from his better self. "You should have thought on all that sooner, Stoutenburg," he said in final, feeble protest. "We need never have sent Gilda to Rotterdam in the company of a foreign adventurer of whom we knew nothing." "At the time it seemed simple enough," quoth Stoutenburg impatiently. "You suggested the house of Ben Isaje the banker, and it seemed an excellent plan. I did not think of distance then, and it is only since we arrived at Ryswyk that I realized how near all these places are to one another, and how easy it would be for Gilda to betray us even now." Beresteyn was silent after that. It was easy to see that his friend's restless anxiety was eating to his own soul. Stoutenburg watched him with those hollow glowing eyes of his that seemed to send a magic current of strong will power into the weaker vessel. "Well, perhaps you are right," said Beresteyn at last. "Perhaps you are right. After all," he added half to himself, "perhaps I shall feel easier in my conscience when I have Gilda near me and feel that I can at least watch over her." Stoutenburg, having gained his point, jumped to his feet and drew a deep breath of satisfaction. "That's bravely said," he exclaimed. "Will you go yourself at once to Rotterdam with 2 or 3 of our most trusted men? You would bring Gilda here with absolute safety. You only need to make a slight detour when you near Delft so as to avoid the city. You could be here by 6 o'clock this evening at the latest, and Jan in the meanwhile, with a contingent of our own stalwarts, shall try and find that abominable plepshurk again and bring him here without delay." "No, no," said Beresteyn quickly. "I'll not go myself. I could not bear to meet Gilda just yet. I will not have her think that I had a hand in her abduction, and my presence might arouse her suspicions." Stoutenburg laughed unconcernedly. "You would rather that she thought I had instigated the deed. Well," he added with careless shrug, "my shoulders are broad enough to bear the brunt of her wrath if she does. And you will not go yourself. We will give full instructions to Jan. He shall bring Gilda and her woman hither with due respect and dispatch, and lay the knave by the heels at the same time. 10 or a dozen of our men, or even more, can easily be spared today. There is really nothing for them to do, and they are best out of mischief by being kept busy. Now, while I go to give Jan his instructions, do you write a letter to Ben Isaje, telling him that it is your wish that Gilda should accompany the bearer of your signed manual." "But tush, man," exclaimed Stoutenburg impatiently, while a tone of contempt rang through his harsh voice. "You can so word the letter that even if it were found it need not compromise you in any way. You might just have discovered that your sister was in the hands of brigands and be sending an escort to rescue her. Gilda will be grateful to you then and ready to believe in you. Write what you like, but for God's sake write it quickly. Every moment's delay drives me well nigh distraught." With jerky, feverish movements he pushed paper and inkhorn near to Beresteyn, who hesitated no longer and at once began to write. Stoutenburg went to the door and loudly called for Jan. 10 minutes later the letter was written, folded and delivered into Jan's keeping, who was standing at attention and recapitulating the orders which had been given him. "I take a dozen men with me," he said slowly, "and we follow the course of the Schie as far as Rotterdam. Fortunately it is passable practically the whole of the way." Stoutenburg nodded in approval. "I present this letter to Mynheer Ben Isaje the banker," continued Jan, "and ask him at once to apprise the jongejuffrouw that she deign to accompany us." "Yes, that's right," quoth Stoutenburg, "but remember that I want you above all things to find that foreigner again. You said that he was sleeping last night in Mynheer Ben Isaac's house. So I understood, my lord. Well, you must move heaven and earth to find him, Jan. I want him here, a prisoner, remember. Do not let him slip through your fingers this time. It might mean life or death to us all. By fair means or foul, you must lay him by the heels." "It should not be difficult, my lord," assented Jan quietly. "I will pick my men, and I have no doubt that we shall come across the foreigner somewhere in the neighbourhood. He cannot have gone far, and even if he left the city, we will easily come on his track." "That's brave, Jan. Then come straight back here. 2 or 3 of your men can in the meanwhile escort the jongejuffrouw, who will travel by sled. You must avoid Delft, of course, and make a detour there." "I had best get horses at Rotterdam, my lord. The sled can follow the left bank of the Schie all the way, which will be the best means of avoiding Delft. And remember," concluded Stoutenburg in his most peremptory manner, "that you must all be back here before 10 o'clock tonight. The jongejuffrouw first, and you with the foreigner later. It is not much more than 8 o'clock now. You have the whole day before you. Let the sled pull up outside the miller's hut. Everything will be ready there by then for the jongejuffrouw's reception. And let your watchwords be silence, discretion, speed. You understand?" "I understand, my lord," replied Jan simply, as he gave a military salute, then quietly turned on his heel and went out of the room. The two friends were once more alone, straining their ears to catch every word that came to them now from below. Muffled and enveloped in the mist, the voice of Jan giving brief words of command could be distinctly heard, also the metallic click of skates and the tramping of heavily booted feet upon the ground. But 10 minutes later all these sounds had died away. Jan and his men had gone to fetch Gilda. The poor little pawn moved hither and thither by the ruthless and ambitious hands of man. Beresteyn had buried his head in his hands in a sudden fit of overpowering remorse. Stoutenburg looked on him silently for a while. His haggard face appeared drawn and sunken in the pale grey light which found its way through the tiny window up above. Passion greater than that which broke down the spirit of his friend was tearing at his heartstrings. Ambition fought with love and remorse with determination, but through it all the image of Gilda flitted before his burning eyes across this dimly lighted room, reproachful and sweet and tantalizingly beautiful. The desire to have her near him in the greatest hour of his life on the morrow had been the true mainspring which had prompted him to urge Beresteyn to send for her. It seemed to him that Gilda's presence would bring him luck in this dark undertaking, so heavily fraught with crime, and with a careless shrug of the shoulders he was ready to dismiss all thoughts of wrong which he had done her, in favour of his hopes, his desire, his certainty that a glorious future in his arms would compensate her for all that he had caused her to endure. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of the Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 32, A Run Through the Night. That same morning of this 4th day of the new year found Gilda Beresteyn sitting silently and thoughtful in the tiny room which had been placed at her disposal in the house of Mynheer Ben Isaak the banker. A few hours ago she had come back to it, running like some frightened animal who had just escaped an awful but unknown danger, and had thrown herself down on the narrow bed in the alcove in an agony of the soul far more difficult to bear than any sorrow which had assailed her during the last few days. A vivid ray of hope had pierced the darkness of her misery. It had flickered low at first, then had glowed with wonderful intensity, flickered again and finally died down, as hope itself fell dying once more in the arms of despair. The disappointment which she had endured then amounted almost to physical pain. Her heart ached and beat intolerably, and with that disappointment was coupled a sense of hatred and of humiliation, different to any suffering she had ever had to bear before. A man could have helped her, and had refused. He could have helped her to avert a crime more hideous than any that had ever blackened the pages of this country's history. With that one man's help she could have stopped that crime from being committed, and he had refused. Nay, more, he had first dragged her secret from her, word by word, luring her into the thoughts of security, with the hope that he dangled before her. He knew everything now. She had practically admitted everything, save the identity of those whose crimes she wished to avert. But even that identity would be easy for a man to guess. Stoutenburg, of course, had paid him to lay hands on her. But her brother, Nicholas, was Stoutenburg's friend and ally, and his life and that of his friends were now in the hands of that rogue, who might betray them with that knowledge which he had filched from her. No wonder that hour after hour she lay prostrate on the bed, while those dark thoughts hammered away in her brain. The Prince of Orange walking unknowingly straight to his death, or Nicholas her brother and his friends betrayed to the vengeance of that prince. Ghosts of those who had already died, victims to that same merciless vengeance, flitted in the darkness before her feverish fancy. John of Barneveld, the Lord of Groeneveld, the sorrowing widows and fatherless children, and in their trail the ghost of the great Stadtholder, William the Silent, murdered, as his son would be at Delft, close to Ryswyck and the Molens, where even now Nicholas her brother was learning the final lessons of infamy. When in the late morning Maria came into the room to bring her mistress some warm milk and bread, and to minister to her comforts, she found her dearly loved jongejuffrouw wide-eyed and feverish. But not a word could she get out of Gilda while she dressed her hair, except an assurance that her troubles, as far as Maria could gauge them, would soon be over now, and that in 24 hours mayhap they would be escorted back to Haarlem. When, I trust, that I shall have the joy of seeing 3 impudent knaves swing on gibbets in the marketplace, quoth Maria decisively, and one of them, the most impudent of the lot, drawn and quartered or burnt at the stake, she added with savage insistence. When Gilda was ready dressed, she asked for leave to speak with Mynheer Ben Isaje. The Jew, obsequious and affable, received her with utmost deference, and in a few words put the situation before her. Mejuffrouw Isaje, he said, was from home. He had not been apprised of the jongejuffrouw's coming, or his wife would have been ready to receive her at his private house, which was situated but half a league out of Rotterdam. But Mejuffrouw Isaje would return from the visit which she had been paying to her father in the course of the afternoon. Until that hour Mynheer Ben Isaje begged that the jongejuffrouw would look upon this miserable hovel as her property, and would give what orders she desired for the furtherance of her comfort. In the afternoon, he concluded, an escort would once more be ready to convey the jongejuffrouw to that same private house of his, where there was a nice garden and a fine view over the Schie, instead of the confined outlook on the squalid houses opposite, which was quite unworthy of the jongejuffrouw's glance. Gilda did not attempt to stay the flow of Ben Isaje's eloquence. She thanked him graciously for everything that he had already done for her comfort. Maria, more loquacious and bubbling over with indignation, asked him when this outrageous confinement of her person and that of her exalted mistress at the hands of brigands would cease, and if Mynheer Ben Isaje was aware that such confinement against the jongejuffrouw's will would inevitably entail the punishment of hanging. But thereupon Mynheer Ben Isaje merely rubbed his thin hands together and became more evasive, first and then as mute as only those of his race can contrive to be. Then Gilda, making an effort to speak unconcernedly, asked him what had become of the men who had brought her hither from Haarlem. "They spent half the night eating and drinking at the tavern, mejuffrouw," said the Jew blandly. "Ah," rejoined Gilda quietly, "methought one of them had found hospitality under your roof." "So he had, mejuffrouw, but this morning when I called him, for I had some business to transact with him, I found his room already empty. No doubt he had gone to join his companions at the tavern. But the rascal's movements need not disturb the jongejuffrouw for one moment. After today she need never set eyes on him again." "Save when he is hanging on a gibbet in the Grote Markt," broke in Maria viciously. "I for one never go to see such sights. But when that rascal hangs it shall be a holiday for me to go and get a last look at him." Later on in the day, Ben Isaje, more affable and obsequious than he had ever been, came to announce to the jongejuffrouw that her sledge was awaiting her at the top of the street. Silently and resignedly, as had been her wont these past 2 days, Gilda Beresteyn wrapped her cloak and hood closely round her, followed Mynheer Ben Isaje out of the house. Maria walked immediately behind her, muttering imprecations against brigands and threatening dire punishments against every Jew. Though it was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it was already quite dark on this narrow street, where tall gables almost touched one another at the top. Only from the tiny latticed windows feeble patches of yellow light glimmered weirdly through the fog. The sledge was waiting at the top of the street, as Mynheer Ben Isaje had said. Gilda shuddered as soon as she caught sight of it again. It represented so much that was vivid and tangible of her present anxiety and sorrow. It stood upon an open market place, with the driver sitting up in his post and 3 horses harnessed thereto. The small tavern was at the corner on the left, and as Gilda walked rapidly up to the sledge, she saw 2 of the men who had been escorting her hitherto, the thin man with the abnormally long legs, and the fat one with the red nose and round eyes, but of the third tall splendid figure she did not catch one glimpse. The 2 men nudged one another as she passed, and whispered excitedly to one another, but she could not hear what they said, and the next moment she found herself being handed into the vehicle by Ben Isaje, who thereupon took humble leave of her. "You are not coming with us, mynheer?" she asked in astonishment. Not just yet, mejuffrouw," murmured the Jew somewhat incoherently. "It is too early yet in the afternoon for me to leave my business. I have the honour to bid the jongejuffrouw Godspeed." "But," said Gilda, who suddenly misliked Ben Isaje's manner, yet could not have told him why, "the mejuffrouw your wife, she is ready to receive me?" "Of a truth, certainly," replied the man. Gilda would have given much to question him further. She was quite sure that there was something strange in his manner, something that she mistrusted, but just as she was about to speak again, there was a sudden command of "Forward!" The driver cracked his whip, the harness jingled, the sledge gave a big lurch forward, and the next moment Gilda found herself once more being rushed at great speed through the cold night air. She could not see much round her, for the fog out in the open seemed even more dense than it was inside the city, and the darkness of the night crept swiftly through the fog. All that she knew for certain was that the city was very soon left behind, that the driver was urging his horses on to an unusual speed, and that she must be travelling along a river bank, because when the harness rattled and jingled less loudly than usual, she could hear distinctly the clink of metal skates upon the ice, as wayfarers no doubt were passing to and fro. Solitary as she was, for Maria and her eternal grumblings were poor company, she fell to thinking again over the future, as she had done not only last night but through the past few interminable days. It almost seemed as if she had never thought of anything else, as if those same few days stretched out far away behind her into dim and nebulous infinity. During those days she had alternately hoped and feared, and been disappointed only to hope again, but the disappointment of last night was undoubtedly the most bitter that she had yet experienced. So bitter had it been that for a time, after its intense poignancy had gone, her faculties and power of thinking had become numbed, and now very gradually, unknown at first even to herself, hope shook herself free from the grip of disappointment and peeped up at her out of the abyss of her despair. Did that unscrupulous knave really have the last word in this matter? Had his caprice the power to order the destiny of this land and the welfare of its faith? Bah, the very thought was monstrous and impossible. Was the life of the Prince of Orange to be sacrificed because a rascal would not help her to give him that word of warning which might save him even now at the 11th hour? No, Gilda Beresteyn refused to believe that God, who had helped the armies of the Netherlands throughout their struggle against the might of Spain, would allow a rogue to have so much power. After all, she was not going to be shut up in prison, she was going to the house of ordinary respectable burghers. True, they were alien and of despised faith, but they were well-to-do and a family, serving women and men. Surely among these there would be one who, amenable to cajoleries or to promises, would prove to be the instrument sent by God to save the Stadtholder from an assassin's dagger. Gilda Beresteyn, wrapped in this new train of thought, lost count of time, of distance and of cold. She lived during one whole hour in the happiness of this newly risen hope, making plans, conjecturing, rehearsing over in her mind what she would say, how she would probe the loyalty, the kindness of those who would be around her tonight. Delft was so near, and after all even Maria might be bribed to forget her fears and her grievances and to become that priceless instrument of salvation of which Gilda dreamed as the sledge flew swiftly along through the night. It was Maria who roused her suddenly out of these happy fancies, Maria who said plaintively, "Shall we never get to that Verdemonte house? The Jew said that was only situate half a league from Rotterdam." "We must be close to it," muttered Gilda. "Close to it," retorted Maria. "We seem to be burning the ground under the horses' hoofs. We have left Rotterdam behind us this hour past. It is the longest half league that I have ever known." "Peep out under the hood, Maria. Cannot you see where we are?" Maria peeped out as she was bid. "I can see the lights of a city far away on our right," she said, "from the direction in which we have been going and the ground which we have covered. I should guess that city to be Delft." "Delft!" exclaimed Gilda, smothering a louder scream. The driver had just pulled up his horses, allowing them to go at a walk so as to restore their wind and to ease them for a while. Gilda tried her best to peer through the darkness. All that she could see were those lights far away on the right which proclaimed the distant city. A chill struck suddenly to her heart. Ben Isaje had lied. Why? She was not being taken to his house, which was situate half a league outside Rotterdam. Then whither was she being taken? What new misery, what new outrage awaited her now? The lights of the distant city receded further and further away from her view. The driver once more put his horses at a trot. The sledge moved along more smoothly now. It seemed as if it were going over the surface of the river. Delft was being left behind, and the sledge was following the course of the Schie on toward Ryswyk. The minutes sped on, another quarter of an hour, another half hour, another hour in this dread suspense. The driver was urging his horses unmercifully. He gave them but little rest. It was only when for a few brief moments he put them at walking pace that Gilda heard all around her, as it seemed, that metallic click of skates which told her that the sledge was surrounded by men who were there to watch over her and see that she did not escape. End of chapter 32.
Chapter 33 of the Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 33 The Captive Lion. Beresteyn was sitting at the table in the weighing room of the Molens. His elbows rested on the table, and his right hand supported his head. In the feeble light of the lanthorn placed quite close to him, his face looked sullen and dark, and his eyes, overshadowed by his frowning brows, were fixed with restless eagerness upon the narrow door. Stoutenburg, with hands crossed over his chest, with head bare and collar impatiently torn away from round his neck, was pacing up and down the long, low room like a caged beast of prey. "Enter!" he shouted impatiently in response to a loud knock on the door. Then, as Jan entered, and having saluted, remained standing by the door, he paused in his feverish walk, and asked in a curiously hoarse voice, choked with anxiety, "Is everything all right, Jan?" "Everything, my lord." "The Jongejuffrouw?" "In the hut, my lord. There is a good fire there, and the woman is preparing some hot supper for the lady." "How does she seem?" "She stepped very quietly out of the sledge, my lord, the moment I told her that we had arrived. She asked no questions, and walked straight into the hut. Meseemed that the Jongejuffrouw knew exactly where she was." "The woman will look after her comforts well?" "Oh, yes, my lord, though she is only a rough peasant, she will try and do her best, and the Jongejuffrouw has her own waiting woman with her as well." "And the horses?" "In the shed behind the hut." "Look after them well, Jan. We may want to use them again tomorrow." "They shall be well looked after, my lord." "And you have placed the sentry outside the hut?" "2 men in the front and 2 in the rear, as you have commanded, my lord." Stoutenburg drew a deep breath of satisfaction, but anxiety seemed to have exhausted him, for now that his questions had been clearly answered, he sank into a chair. "All well, Nicholas," he said more calmly, as he placed a reassuring hand upon his friend's shoulder, but Nicholas groaned aloud. "Would to God," he said, "that all were well." Smothering an impatient retort, Stoutenburg once more turned to Jan. "And what news of the foreigner?" he queried eagerly. "We have got him, my lord," replied Jan. "By G!" exclaimed Stoutenburg. "How did you do it?" His excitement was at fever pitch now. He was leaning forward, and his attitude was one of burning expectancy. His hollow eyes were fixed upon Jan's lips as if they would extract from them the glad news which they held. Whatever weakness there was in Stoutenburg's nature, one thing in him was strong, and that was hatred. He could hate with an intensity of passion worthy of a fine cause. He hated the Stadtholder first, and second the nameless adventurer who had humiliated him and forced him to lick the dust. Wounded in his vanity and in his arrogance, he was consumed with an inordinate desire for revenge. The hope that this revenge was now at last in sight, that the man whom he hated so desperately was now in his power, almost caused the light of mania to dance in his glowing eyes. "How did you do it, Jan?" he reiterated hoarsely. "It was not far from the Molens," said Jan simply. "Until then he gave us the slip, though we spied him just outside Delft on our way to Rotterdam this morning. My impression is that he went back to Rotterdam then, and that he followed the Jongejuffrouw's sledge practically all the way. Close to the Molens he was forced to draw a little nearer as it was getting very dark, and probably he did not know his way about. I am convinced that he wished to ascertain exactly whither we were taking the Jongejuffrouw. At any rate, I, and some of our fellows who had lagged in the rear, caught sight of him then." "And you seized him!" cried Stoutenburg with exultant joy. "He was alone, my lord," replied Jan with a placid smile, "and there were 7 of us at the time. 2 or 3 of the men, though, are even now nursing unpleasant wounds. I myself fared rather badly, with a bruised head and a half-broken collarbone. The man is a demon for fighting, but there were 7 of us." "Well done, Jan!" cried Beresteyn now, for Stoutenburg had become speechless with the delight of this glorious news. "And what did you do with the rogue?" "We tied him securely with ropes and dragged him along with us. Oh, we made certain of him, my lord, you may be sure of that. And now I and another man have taken him down into the basement below, and we have fastened him to one of the beams, where I imagine the northwest wind will soon cool his temper." "Ay, that it will," quoth Stoutenburg lustily. "Take the lanthorn, Jan, and let us to him at once. Beresteyn, friend, will you come too? Your hand, like mine, must be itching to get at the villain's face." The 2 men took good care to wrap their cloaks well around their shoulders, and to pull their fur caps closely round the ears. Thus muffled up against the bitterness of the night, they went out of the Molens, followed by Jan who carried the lanthorn. Outside the door, steep, ladder-like steps led to the ground. The place referred to by Jan as the basement was in reality the skeleton foundations on which the Molens rested. These were made up of huge beams, green and slimy with age, and driven deep down into the muddy flat below. 10 feet up above, the floor of the Molens sat towering aloft. Darkness like pitch reigned on this spot, but as Jan swung his lanthorn along, the solid beams detached themselves one by one out of the gloom. Their ice-covered surface reflected the yellow artificial light, and huge icicles of weird and fantastic shapes, like giant arms and fingers stretched out, hung down from the transverse bars and from the wooden framework of the Molens above. To one of the upright beams a man was securely fastened with ropes wound round his body. His powerful muscles were straining against the cords which tied his arms behind his back. A compassionate hand had put his broad-brimmed hat upon his head to protect his ears and nose against the frost, but his mighty chest was bare, for doublet and shirt had been torn in the reckless fight which preceded final capture. Jan held up the lanthorn and pointed out to my lord the prisoner whom he was so proud to have captured. The light fell upon the pinioned figure, splendid in its air of rebellious helplessness. Here was a man, momentarily conquered it was true, but obviously not vanquished, and though the ropes now cut into his body, though the biting wind lashed his bare chest and dark stains showed upon his shirt, the spirit within was as free and untrammelled as ever, the spirit of independence and of adventure which is willing to accept the knock-down blows of fate as readily and cheerfully as her favours. Despite the torn shirt and the ragged doublet, there was yet an air of swagger about the whole person of the man, swagger that became almost insolent as the Lord of Stoutenburg approached. He threw back his head and looked his sworn enemy straight in the face. His eyes were laughing still, and a smile of cold irony played round his lips. "Well done, Jan," quoth Stoutenburg with a deep sigh of satisfaction. He was standing with arms akimbo and legs wide apart, enjoying to the full the immense delight of gazing for a while in silence upon his discomfited enemy. "Ah, but it is good," he said at last, "to look upon a helpless rogue." "'Tis a sight, then," retorted the prisoner lightly, "which your magnificent hath often provided for your friends and your adherents." "Bah!" rejoined Stoutenburg, who was determined to curb his temper if he could. "Your insolence now, my man, hath not the power to anger me. It strikes me as ludicrous, even pathetic in its senselessness. And I were in your unpleasant position, I would try by submission to earn a slight measure of leniency from my betters." "No doubt you would, my lord," quoth Diogenes dryly, "but you see I have up to now not yet come across my betters. When I do, I may take your advice." "Firdemont Kier! What say you, Beresteyn?" asked Stoutenburg, turning to his friend. "Shall we leave him here tonight to cool his impudence? We can always hang him tomorrow." Beresteyn made no immediate reply. His face was pale and haggard, and his glance, shifty and furtive, seemed to avoid that of the prisoner. "You must see that the fellow is well guarded, Jan," resumed Stoutenburg curtly. "Give him some food, but on no account allow him the slightest freedom." "My letters to Benezzaye," murmured Beresteyn, as Stoutenburg already turned to go. "Hath he perchance got them by him still?" "The letters, yes, I have forgotten," said the other. "Search him, Jan," he commanded. Jan put down the lanthorn, and then proceeded to lay rough hands upon the captive philosopher. He had a heavy score to pay off against him, an aching collarbone and a bruised head, and the weight of a powerful fist to avenge. He was not like to be gentle in his task. He tore at the prisoner's doublet, and in his search for a hidden pocket he disclosed an ugly wound which had lacerated the shoulder. "Some of us took off our skates," he remarked casually, "and brought him down with them. The blades were full sharp, and we swung them by their straps. They made excellent weapons thus. The fellow should have more than one wound about him." "3, my good Jan, to be accurate," said Diogenes calmly, "but all endurable. I had 10 about me outside Prague once, but the fellows there were fighting better than you, and in a worthier cause." Jan's rough hands continued their exhaustive search. A quickly smothered groan from the prisoner caused Stoutenburg to laugh. "That sound," he said, "was music to mine ear." Jan now drew a small leather wallet and a parchment roll, both from the wide flap of the prisoner's boot. Stoutenburg pounced upon the wallet, and Beresteyn, with eager anxiety, tore the parchment out of Jan's hand. "It is the formal order to Ben Isaye," he said, "to pay over the money to this knave. Is there anything else, Jan?" he continued excitedly. "A thinner paper, shaped like a letter?" "Nothing else, mynheer," replied Jan. "Did you then deliver my letter to Ben Isaye, fellow?" queried Beresteyn of the prisoner. "My friend Jan should be able to tell you that," he replied. "Hath he not been searching the very folds of my skin?" In the meantime, Stoutenburg had been examining the contents of the wallet. "Jewelry belonging to the Jongejuffrouw," he said dryly, "which this rogue has stolen from her. Will you take charge of them, Nicholas? And here," he added, counting out a few pieces of gold and silver, "is some of your own money." He made as if he would return this to Beresteyn. Then a new idea seemed to strike him, for he put all of the money back into the wallet, and said to Jan, "Put this wallet back where you found it, Jan. And Nicholas," he asked, turning back to his friend, "will you allow me to look at that bond?" While Jan obeyed and replaced the wallet in the flap of the prisoner's boot, Beresteyn handed the parchment to Stoutenburg. The latter then ordered Jan to hold up the lanthorn, so that by its light he might read the writing. This he did twice over, with utmost attention, after which he tore off very carefully a narrow strip from the top of the document. "Now," he said quietly, "this paper, wherever found, cannot compromise you in any way, Nicholas. The name of Ben Isaye, who alone could trace the cipher signature back to you, we will scatter to the winds." And he tore the narrow strip which he had severed from the document into infinitesimal fragments, which he then allowed the wind to snatch out of his hand, and to whirl about and away into space. But the document itself he folded up with ostentatious care. "What do you want with that?" asked Beresteyn anxiously. "I don't know yet, but it might be very useful," replied the other. "So many things may occur within the next few days, that such an ambiguously worded document might prove of the utmost value." "But the signature," urged Beresteyn, "my father—" "The signature, you told me, friend, is one that you use in the ordinary way of business, whilst the wording of the document in itself cannot compromise you in any way. It is merely a promise to pay for services rendered. Leave this document in my keeping. Believe me, it is quite safe with me, and might yet be of incalculable value to us. One never knows." "No, one never does know," broke in the prisoner airily. "For of a truth, when there's murder to be done, pillage or outrage, the Lord of Stoutenburg never knows what other infamy may come to his hand." "Insolent knave!" exclaimed Stoutenburg hoarsely, as with a cry of unbridled fury he suddenly raised his arm, and with the parchment roll which he held, he struck the prisoner savagely in the face. "Take care, Stoutenburg!" ejaculated Beresteyn almost involuntarily. "Take care of what?" retorted the other with a harsh laugh. "The fellow is helpless, thank God, and I would gladly break my riding whip across his impudent face." He was livid and shaking with fury. Beresteyn, honestly fearing that in his blind rage he would compromise his dignity before his subordinates, dragged him by the arm away from the presence of this man whom he appeared to hate with such passionate intensity. Stoutenburg, obdurate at first, almost drunk with his own fury, tried to free himself from his friend's grasp. He wanted to lash the man he hated once more in the face, to gloat for a while longer on the sight of his enemy now completely in his power. But all around in the gloom he perceived figures that moved. The soldiers and mercenaries placed at his disposal by his friends were here in numbers. Some of them had been put on guard over the prisoner by Jan, and others had joined them, attracted by loud voices. Stoutenburg had just enough presence of mind left in him to realize that the brutal striking of a defenseless prisoner would probably horrify these men, who were fighters and not bullies, and might even cause them to turn from their allegiance to him. So with desperate effort he pulled himself together and contrived to give with outward calm some final orders to Jan. "See that the ropes are securely fastened, Jan," he said. "Leave half a dozen men on guard. Then follow me." But to Beresteyn, who had at last succeeded in dragging him away from this spot, he said loudly, "You do not know, Nicholas, what a joy it is to me to be even with that fellow at last." A prolonged laugh that had a note of triumph in it gave answer to this taunt, while a clear voice shouted lustily, "Nay, we never can be quite even, my lord, since you were not trussed like a capon when I forced you to lick the dust." End of chapter 33. Recording by Todd. Chapter 34 of the Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 34. Protestations. Half an hour later, the Lord of Stoutenburg was in Gilda's presence. He was glad enough that Nicholas Beresteyn, afraid to meet his sister, had refused to accompany him. He, too, felt nervous and anxious at thought of meeting her face to face at last. He had not spoken to her since that day in March when he was a miserable fugitive, in a far worse plight than was the wounded man tied with cords to a beam. He had been a hunted creature then, every man's hand raised against him, his life at the mercy of any passer-by, and she had given him shelter freely and fearlessly, shelter and kind words, and her ministrations had brought him luck, for he succeeded in reaching the coast after he parted from her, and finding shelter once more in a foreign land. Since then her image had filled his dreams by night and his thoughts by day. His earlier love for her, smothered by ambition, rose up at once more strong, more insistent than before. It became, during all these months of renewed intrigues and plots, the one ennobling trait in his tortuous character. His love for Gilda was in itself not a selfish feeling. Neither ambition nor the mere gratification of obstinate desire entered into its composition. He loved Gilda for herself alone, with all the adoration which a pious man would have given to his God, and while one moment of his life was occupied in planning a ruthless and dastardly murder, the other was filled with hopes of a happier future, with Gilda beside him as his idolized wife. But though his love was in itself pure and selfless, he remained true to his unscrupulous nature in the means which he adopted in order to win the object of his love. Even now, when he entered her presence in the miserable peasant's hut where he had chose to hold her a prisoner, he felt no remorse at the recollection of what she must have suffered in the past few days. His one thought was, now that he had her completely under his control, how he could best plead his cause first, or succeed in coercing her will if she proved unkind. She received him quite calmly, and even with a gracious nod of the head, and he thought that he had never seen her look more beautiful than she did now, in her straight white gown, with that sweet, sad face of hers framed by a wealth of golden curls. In this squalid setting of whitewashed walls and rafters blackened with age, she looked indeed, he thought, like one of those fairy princesses held prisoner by a wicked ogre, of whom he used to read long ago when he was a child, before sin and treachery and that insatiable longing for revenge had wholly darkened his soul. With bare head and back bent nearly double in the depth of his homage, he approached his divinity. "It is gracious of you, Mejuffrouw, to receive me," he said, forcing his harsh voice to tones of gentleness. "I had not the power to refuse, my lord," she replied quietly, "seeing that I am in your hands and entirely at your commands." "I entreat you not to say that," he rejoined eagerly. "There is no one here who has the right to command, save yourself. 'Tis I am in your hands, and your most humble slave." "A truce to this farce, my lord," she replied impatiently. "I were not here if you happened to be my slave and took commands from me." "'Tis true mayhap that you would not be here now, Mejuffrouw," he said blandly, "but I could only act for the best, and as speedily as I could. The moment I heard that you were in the hands of brigands, I moved heaven and earth to find out where you were. I only heard this morning that you were in Rotterdam." "You heard that I was in the hands of brigands?" she murmured, almost gasping with astonishment. "You heard this morning that I was in Rotterdam?" "I sent spies and messengers in every direction the moment I heard of the abominable outrage against your person," he continued with well-feigned vehemence. "I cannot even begin to tell you what I endured these past 3 days, until, at last, by dint of ruse and force, I was able to circumvent the villains who held you captive, and convey you hither in safety and profound respect until such time as I can find a suitable escort to take you back to your father." "If what you say is true, my lord, you could lend me an escort at once, that I might return to my dear father forthwith. Truly he must have broken his heart by now, weeping for me." "Have I not said that I am your slave?" he rejoined gently. "And you desire to return to Haarlem immediately, I will see about an escort for you as quickly as may be. The hour is late now," he added hypocritically, "but a man can do much when his heart's desire lies in doing the behests of a woman whom he worships." Though she frowned at these last words of his, she leaned forward eagerly to him. "You will let me go at once to-night?" "At once, if it lies in my power," he replied unblushingly. "But I fear me that you will have to wait a few hours. The night is as dark as pitch. It were impossible to make a start in it. To-morrow, however—" "To-morrow?" she cried anxiously. "'Tis to-night that I wish to go." "The way to Haarlem is long," he murmured. "'Tis not to Haarlem, my lord, but to Delft that I long to go." "To Delft?" he exclaimed with a perfect show of astonishment. She bit her lip, and for the moment remained silent. It had, indeed, been worse than folly to imagine that he, of all men in the world, would help her to go to Delft. But he had been so gentle, so kind, apparently so ready to do all that she asked, that for the moment she forgot that he, and he alone, was the mover of that hideous conspiracy to murder which she still prayed to God that she might avert. "I had forgotten, my lord," she said, as tears threatened to choke her voice. "I had forgotten." "Forgotten? What?" he asked blankly. "That you are not like to escort me to Delft." "Why not to Delft, an you wish to go there?" "But," she murmured, "the Stadtholder—" "Ah!" he exclaimed, "now I understand. You are thinking of what you overheard in the Cathedral of Haarlem." "Indeed, how could I forget it?" "Easily now, Gilda," he replied with solemn earnestness. "The plans which my friends and I formed on that night have been abandoned." "Abandoned?" "Yes. Your brother was greatly impressed by all that you said to him. He persuaded us all to think more lengthily over the matter. Then came the news of the outrage upon your person, and all thoughts of my ambition and of my revenge faded before this calamity, and I have devoted every hour of mine existence since then to find you and to restore you to your home." Bewildered, wide-eyed, Gilda listened to him. In all her life hitherto she had not come into contact with lying and with deceit. She had never seen a man lying unblushingly, calmly, not showing signs of confusion or of fear. Therefore the thought that this man could be talking so calmly, so simply, so logically, and yet be trying to deceive her, never for one moment entered her head. The events of the past few days crowded in upon her brain in such a maddening array that, as she sat there now, face to face with the man whom she had been so ready to suspect, she could not disentangle from those events one single fact that could justify her suspicions. Even looking back upon the conversation which she had had with that impudent rogue in Layden, and again last night, she distinctly remembered now that he had never really said a single thing that implicated the Lord of Stoutenburg, or anyone else in this villainy. She certainly was bewildered and very puzzled now. Joy at the thought that after all the Stadtholder was safe, joy that her brother's hand would not be stained with murder, or his honour with treachery, mingled with a vague sense of mistrust which she was powerless to combat, yet felt ashamed to admit. "Then, my lord," she murmured at last, "do you really tell me that the outrage of which I have been the victim was merely planned by villains, for mercenary motives?" "What else could have prompted it?" he asked blandly. "Neither you nor any of your friends had a hand in it?" she insisted. "I?" he exclaimed with a look of profound horror. "I? To do you such a wrong? For what purpose, ye gods?" To keep me out of the way." "I understand," he said simply. "And you, Gilda, believed this of me?" "I believed it," she replied calmly. You did not realize, then, that I would give every drop of my blood to save you one instant's pain." "I did not realize," she said more coldly, "that you would give up your ambition for any woman, or for anything." "You do not believe, then, that I love you?" "Speak not of love, my lord," she retorted. "It is a sacred thing, and you methinks do not know what love is." "Indeed you are right, Gilda," he said. "I do not know what is the love of ordinary men. But if to love you, Gilda, means that every thought, every hope, every prayer is centred upon you, if it means that neither sleep nor work nor danger can for one single instant chase your image from my soul, if to love you means that my very sinews ache with the longing to hold you in my arms, and that every moment which keeps me from your side is torture worse than hell, if love means all that, Gilda, then do I know to mine own hurt what love is." "And in your ambition, my lord, you allowed that love to be smothered," she retorted calmly. "It is too late now to speak of it again to any woman save to Walburg der Marnix." "I'll speak of it to you, Gilda, while the breath in my body lasts. Walburg der Marnix is no longer my wife. The law of our country has already set me free." "The law of God binds you to her. I pray you speak no more of such things to me." "You are hard and cruel, Gilda." "I no longer love you." "You will love me again," he retorted confidently. "In the meanwhile, have I regained your trust?" "Not even that wholly," she replied. "Let me, at least, do one thing in my own justification," he pleaded. "Allow me to prove to you now and at once that, great though my love is for you, and maddening my desire to have you near me, I could not be guilty of such an outrage, as I know that in your heart you do accuse me of." "I did accuse you of it, my lord, I own. But how can you prove me wrong now and at once?" "By bringing before you the only guilty person in this network of infamy," he replied hotly. "You know him, then?" "For these 3 days now I and my faithful servants have tracked him. I have him here now a prisoner at last. His presence before you will prove to you that I at least bore no share in the hideous transaction." "Of whom do you speak, my lord?" she asked. "Of the man who dared to lay hands upon you in Haarlem." "He is here now?" she exclaimed. "A helpless prisoner in my hands," he replied. "To-morrow summary justice shall be meted out to him, and he shall receive the punishment which his infamy deserves." "But he did not act on his own initiative," she said eagerly. "Another man more powerful, richer than he, prompted him, paid him, tempted him." Stoutenburg gave a gesture of infinite contempt. "So, no doubt, he has told you, Gilda. Men of his stamp are always cowards at heart, even though they have a certain brutish instinct for fighting, mostly in self-defense. He tried to palliate his guilt before you by involving me in its responsibility." "You?" she whispered under her breath. "Or one of your friends." "You mean your brother Nicholas," he replied quietly. "Ah, the man is even a more arrogant knave than I thought. So he has tried to fasten the responsibility for this outrage against your person, firstly on me, who worship the very ground you walk on, secondly on the brother whom you love." "No, no," she protested eagerly. "I did not say that. It was I who—" "Who thought so ill of me," broke in Stoutenburg with gentle reproach, "of me and of Nicholas. You questioned the rogue, and he did not deny it. Nay, more, he enlarged upon the idea, which would place all the profits of this abominable transaction in his hands, and yet exonerate him from guilt. But you shall question him yourself, Gilda. By his looks, by his answers, by his attitude, you will be able to judge if I or Nicholas, or any of our friends, have paid him to lay hands upon you. Remember, however," he added significantly, "that such a low-born knave will always lie to save his skin. So this do I entreat of you on my knees. Judge by his looks more than by his words, and demand a proof of what he asserts." "I will judge, my lord, as I think best," she retorted coldly. "And now, I pray you, send for the man. I would like to hear what he has to say." Stoutenburg immediately turned to obey. There was a guard outside the door, and it was easy to send one of the men with orders to Jan to bring the prisoner hither. Within himself he was frankly taken aback at Gilda's ready acquiescence, nay, obvious desire, to parley with the foreigner. A sharp pang of jealousy had shot through his heart when he saw her glowing eyes, her eagerness to defend the knave. The instinct that guided his fierce love for Gilda had quickly warned him that here was a danger of which he had never even dreamed. Women are easily swayed, he thought, by a smooth tongue and a grand manner, both of which, Stoutenburg was bound to admit, the rogue possessed in no scanty measure. Fortunately the mischief, if indeed mischief there was, had only just begun, and of a truth reason itself argued that Gilda must loathe and despise the villain who had wronged her so deeply. Moreover, Stoutenburg had every hope that the coming interview, if carefully conducted, would open Gilda's eyes more fully still to the true character of the foreign mercenary with the unctuous tongue and the chivalrous ways. In any case, the Lord of Stoutenburg himself had nothing to fear from that interview, and he felt that his own clever words had already shaken the foundations of Gilda's mistrust of him. Mayhap, in desiring to parley with the knave, she only wished to set her mind at rest finally on these matters, and also with regard to her own brother's guilt. Stoutenburg, with an inward grim smile of coming triumph, passed his hand over his doublet, where, in an inner pocket, reposed the parchment roll which was the last proof of Beresteyn's connivance. Gilda did not know the cipher signature, and the knave would have some difficulty in proving his assertion, if indeed he dared to name Nicholas at all. Whilst if he chose to play the chivalrous part before Gilda, then the anonymous document would indeed prove of incalculable value. In any case, the complete humiliation of the knave who had succeeded in gaining Gilda's interest, if nothing more, was Stoutenburg's chief aim when he suggested the interview, and the document with the enigmatical signature could easily become a powerful weapon wherewith to make that humiliation more complete. And thus musing, speculating, scheming, the Lord of Stoutenburg sent Jan over to the Molens with orders to bring the prisoner under a strong guard to the Jongejuffrouw's presence, whilst Gilda, silent and absorbed, sat on in the tiny room of the miller's hut. In spite of her loyalty, her love for her brother, in spite of Stoutenburg's smooth assertions, a burning anxiety gnawed at her heart. She felt wretchedly, miserably lonely, with a sense of treachery encompassing her all around. But there was a strange glow upon her face, which of a truth anxiety could not have brought about. Rather must it have been an inward anger, which assailed her whenever thoughts of the rogue whom she so hated intruded themselves upon her brain. No doubt, too, the heat of the fire helped to enhance that delicate glow which lent so much additional beauty to her face, and such additional brilliance to her eyes. End of chapter 34. Recording by Todd.
Chapter 35 of The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 35, The Witness for the Defense. The Lord of Stoutenburg was the first to enter. Behind him came Jan, and finally a group of soldiers above whose heads towered another broad white brow, surrounded by a wealth of unruly brown hair which now clung matted against the moist forehead. At a word of command from Stoutenburg, Jan and the other soldiers departed, leaving him and the prisoner only before Gilda Beresteyn. The man had told her on that first night at Layden that his name was Diogenes, a name highly honoured in the history of philosophy. Well, philosophy apparently was standing him in good stead, for truly it must be responsible for the happy way in which he seemed to be bearing his present unhappy condition. They had tied his arms behind his back and put a pinion through them. His clothes were torn, his massive chest was bare, his shirt bore ugly dark stains upon it, but his face was just the same, that merry laughing face with the twinkling eyes and the gentle irony that lurked around the lines of the sensitive mouth. At any rate, when Gilda, overcome with pity, looked up with sweet compassion on him, she saw that same curious, immutable smile that seemed even now to mock and to challenge. "This is the man, mevrouw," began Stoutenburg after a while, "who on New Year's Day at Haarlem dared to lay hands upon your person. Do you recognize him?" "I do recognize him," replied Gilda coldly. "I imagine," continued Stoutenburg, "that he hath tried to palliate his own villainies by telling you that he was merely a paid agent in that abominable outrage." "I do not think," she retorted still quite coldly, "that this person told me that he was being paid for that ugly deed, though when I did accuse him of it, he did deny it." "Do you hear, fellow?" asked Stoutenburg, turning sharply to Diogenes. "It is time that all this lying should cease. By your calumnies and evil insinuations you have added to the load of crimes which already have earned for you exemplary punishment. By those same lies you have caused the jongejuffrouw an infinity of pain, over and above the horror which she has endured through your cowardly attack upon her. Therefore I have thought it best to send for you now, so that in her exalted presence at least you may desist from further lying, and that you may be shamed into acknowledging the truth. Do you hear, fellow?" he reiterated more harshly, as Diogenes stood there, seemingly not even hearing what the Lord of Stoutenburg said, for his eyes, in which a quaint light of humour danced, were fixed upon Gilda's hands that lay clasped upon her lap. The look in the man's face, the soft pallor on the girl's cheek, exasperated Stoutenburg's jealous temper beyond his power of control. "Do you hear?" he shouted once more, and with a sudden grip of the hand he pulled the prisoner roughly round by the shoulder. That shoulder had been torn open with a blow dealt by a massive steel blade, which had lacerated it to the bone. Even a philosopher's endurance was not proof against this sudden rending of an already painful wound. Diogenes' pale face became the colour of lead. The tiny room began dancing in irresponsive saraband before his face. He felt himself swaying, for the ground was giving way under him, when a cry, gentle and compassionate, reached his fading senses, and a perfume of exquisite sweetness came to his nostrils, even as his pinioned arms felt just enough support to enable him to steady himself. "Gilda," broke in Stoutenburg's harsh voice upon this intangible dream, "I entreat you not to demean yourself by ministering to that rogue." "My poor ministry was for a wounded man, my lord," she retorted curtly. Then she turned once more to the prisoner. "You are hurt, sir?" she asked, as she let her tender blue eyes rest with kindly pity upon him. "Hurt, mejuffrouw?" he replied with a laugh, which despite himself had but little merriment in it. "Ask his magnificence there, and he will tell you that such knaves as I have bones and sinews as tough as their skins. Of a truth, I am not hurt, mejuffrouw, only overcome with the humour of this situation." The Lord of Stoutenburg, indignant and reproachful at thought that another man is proficient in the art of lying. "By heaven!" cried Stoutenburg, who was white with fury. "Insolent varlet, take—" He had seized the first object that lay close to his hand, the heavy iron tool used for raking the fire out of the huge earthenware stove. This he raised above his head. The lust to kill glowed out of his eyes, which had become bloodshot, whilst a thin red foam gathered at the corners of his mouth. The next moment the life of a philosopher and weaver of dreams would have been very abruptly ended, had not a woman's feeble hand held up the crushing blow. "Hatred, my lord, and you will," said Gilda with perfect sang-froid, as she stood between the man who had so deeply wronged her and the upraised arm of his deadly enemy. "Hatred and fair fight, but not outrage, I pray you." Stoutenburg, smothering a curse, threw the weapon away from him. It fell with a terrific crash upon the wooden floor. Gilda, white and trembling now, after the agonizing excitement of the past awful moment, had sunk half swooning back against a chair. Stoutenburg fell on one knee and humbly raised her gown to his lips. "Your pardon, Madonna," he whispered. "The sight of your exquisite hands in contact with that infamous blackguard made me mad, and I was almost ready to cheat the gallows of their prey. I greatly thank you in that you saved me from the indignity of staining my hand with a vile creature's blood." Quietly and dispassionately Gilda drew her skirts away from him. "And you have recovered your temper, my lord," she said coldly. "I pray you ask the prisoner those questions which you desire to put to him. I am satisfied that he is your enemy, and if he were not bound, pinioned and wounded, he would probably not have need of a woman's hand to protect him." Stoutenburg rose to his feet. He was angered with himself for allowing his hatred and his rage to get the better of his prudence, and tried to atone for exhibition of incontinent rage by a great show of dignity and reserve. "I must ask you again, fellow, and for the last time," he said slowly, turning once more to Diogenes, "if you have realized how infamous have been your insinuations against mine honour, and that of others whom the jongejuffrouw holds in high regard, your calumnies have caused her infinite sorrow, more bitter for her to bear than the dastardly crime which you did commit against her person. Have you realized this, and are you prepared to make amends for your crime, and to mitigate somewhat the grave punishment which you have deserved by speaking the plain truth before the jongejuffrouw now?" "And what plain truth doth the jongejuffrouw deserve to hear?" asked Diogenes with equal calm. Stoutenburg would have replied, but Gilda broke in quietly. "Your crime against me, sir, I would readily forgive, had I but the assurance that no one in whom I trusted, no one whom I loved, had a hand in instigating it." The ghost of his merry smile, never very distant, spread over the philosopher's pale face. "You will deign to allow me, mejuffrouw," he said, "at any rate to tell you one certain unvarnished truth, which mayhap you will not even care to believe, and that is that I would give my life, the few chances that is, that I still have of it, to obliterate from your mind the memory of the past few days." "That you cannot do, sir," she rejoined, "but you would greatly ease the load of sorrow which you have helped to lay upon me, if you gave me the assurance which I ask." The prisoner did not reply immediately, and for one brief moment there was absolute silence in this tiny room, a silence so tense and so vivid that an eternity of joy and sorrow, of hope and of fear seemed to pass over the life of these three human creatures here. All three had eyes and ears only for one another. The world with its grave events, its intrigues and its wars fell quiet away from them. They were the only people existing, each for the other, for this one brief instant that passed by. The fire crackled in the huge hearth, and slowly the burning wood ashes fell with a soft swishing sound, one by one. But outside all was still, not a sound of the busy life around the molens, of conspiracies and call to arms, penetrated the dense veil of fog which lay upon the low-lying land. At last the prisoner spoke. "'Tis easily done, mejuffrouw," he said, and all at once his whole face lit up with that light-hearted gaiety, that keen sense of humour which would no doubt follow him to the grave. "That assurance I can easily give you. I was the sole criminal in the hideous crime which brought so much sorrow upon you. Had I the least hope that God would hear the prayer of so despicable a villain as I am, I would beg of him to grant you oblivion of my deeds. As for me," he added, and now real laughter was dancing in his eyes. They mocked and challenged and called back the joy of life. "As for me, I am impenitent. I would not forget one moment of the last 4 days. Tomorrow then you can take the remembrance with you to the gallows, said Stoutenburg sullenly, though a sense of intense relief pervaded him now, since by his assertions Diogenes had completely vindicated him as well as Nicholas in Gilda's sight. His dark face showed no signs of brightening. That fierce jealousy of this nameless adventurer which had assailed him a while ago was gnawing at his heart more insistently than before. He could not combat it, even though reason itself argued that jealousy of so mean a knave was unworthy, and that Gilda's compassion was only the same that she would have extended to any dog that had been hurt. Even now, reason still argued, was it not natural that she should plead for the villain just as any tender-hearted woman would plead, even for a thief? Women hate the thought of violent death. Only an Amazon would desire to mete out death to an enemy. Gilda was warm-hearted, impulsive. The ugly word gallows grated no doubt unpleasantly on her ear. But even so, and despite the dictates of reason, Stoutenburg's jealousy and hatred were up in arms the moment she turned pleading eyes upon him. "My lord," she said gently, "I pray you remember that by this open confession, this gentleman has caused me infinite happiness. I cannot tell you what misery my own suspicions have caused me these past few days. They were harder to bear than any humiliation or sorrow which I had to endure." "This varlet's lies confirmed you in your suspicions, Gilda," retorted Stoutenburg roughly, "and his confession, practically at the foot of the gallows, is but a tardy one." "Do not speak so cruelly, my lord," she pleaded. "You say that you have some regard for me. Let not that therefore my prayer fall unheeded on your ear." "Your prayer, Gilda?" "My prayer that you deal nobly with an enemy, whose wrongs to me I am ready to forgive." "By St. Bavon, mejuffrouw," here interposed the prisoner firmly, "and mine ears do not deceive me, you are even now pleading for my life with the Lord of Stoutenburg." "Indeed, sir, I do plead for it with my whole heart," she said earnestly. "Ye gods!" he exclaimed, "and ye do not interfere." "My lord," argued Gilda gently, "for my sake." Her words, her look, the tears that despite her will had struggled to her eyes, scattered to the winds Stoutenburg's reasoning powers. He felt now that nothing while this man lived would ever still that newly risen passion of jealousy. He longed for and desired this man's death more even than that of the Prince of Orange. His honour had been luckily whitewashed before Gilda by this very man whom he hated. He had a feeling that within the last hour he had made enormous strides in her regard. Already he persuaded himself that she was looking on him more kindly, as if remorse at her unjust suspicions of him had touched her soul on his behalf. Everything now would depend on how best he could seem noble and generous in her sight. But he was more determined than ever that his enemy should stand disgraced before her first and die on the gallows on the morrow. Then it was that, putting up his hand to the region of his heart, which indeed was beating furiously, it encountered the roll of parchment which lay in the inner pocket of his doublet. Fate, chance, his own foresight were indeed making the way easy for him, and quicker than lightning his tortuous brain had already formed a plan upon which he promptly acted now. "Gilda," he said quietly, "though God knows how ready I am to do you service in all things, this is a case where weakness on my part would be almost criminal, for indeed it would be to a hardened and abandoned criminal that I should be extending that mercy for which you plead." "Indeed, my lord," she retorted coldly, "though only a woman, I too can judge if a man is an abandoned criminal or merely a misguided human creature who doth deserve mercy, since his confession was quite open and frank. Common sense did prompt him, no doubt, to this half-confession, said Stoutenburg dryly, or a wise instinct to win leniency by his conduct, seeing that he had no proofs wherewith to substantiate his former lies. Am I right, fellow? He added once more, turning to the prisoner. Though you were forced to own that you alone are responsible for the outrage against the Jungfrau, you have not told her yet that you are also a forger and a thief. Diogenes looked on him for a moment or two in silence, just long enough to force Stoutenburg's shifty eyes to drop with a sudden and involuntary sense of shame. Then he rejoined with his usual good-humoured flippancy. It was a detail which had quite escaped my memory. No doubt your magnificence is fully prepared to rectify the omission. Indeed, I wish that I could have spared you this additional disgrace, retorted Stoutenburg, whose sense of shame had indeed been only momentary, seeing that anyhow you must hang tomorrow. But he added once more to the Jungfrau, I could not bear you think, Gilda, that I could refuse you anything which it is in my power to grant you. Before you plead for this scoundrel again, you ought to know that he has tried by every means in his power, by lying and by forgery, to fasten the origin of this infamy upon your brother. Upon Nicholas, she cried. I'll not believe it. A moment ago he did vindicate him freely. Only because I had at last taken away from him the proofs which he had forged. The proofs? What do you mean, my lord? When my men captured this fellow last night, they found upon him a paper, a bond, which is an impudent forgery, purported to have been written by Nicholas, and which promised payment to this knave for laying hands upon you in Haarlem. A bond, she murmured, signed by Nicholas? I say it again, 'tis an impudent forgery, declared Stoutenburg hotly. We, all of us who have seen it, and who know Nicholas's signature, could see at a glance that this one was counterfeit. Yet the fellow used it, and obtained money on the strength of it, for besides the jewellery which he had filched from you, we found several hundred guilders upon his person. Liar, forger, thief, he cried. In Holland such men are broken on the wheel. Hanging is thought merciful for such damnable scums as they. And from out of the pocket of his doublet he drew the paper, which had been writ by the public scrivener, and was signed by Nicholas' cipher signature. He handed it to Gilda, even whilst the prisoner, throwing back his head, sent one of his heartiest laughs echoing through the raftered room. Well played, my lord, he said gaily. Nay, but by the devils whom you serve so well, you do indeed deserve to win. In the meanwhile, Gilda, wide-eyed and horrified, not knowing what to think, nor yet what to believe, scarcely dared to touch the infamous document whose very presence in her lap seemed a pollution. She noticed that some portion of the paper had been torn off, but the wording of the main portion of the writing was quite clear, as was the signature, Schwarzer Cato, with the triangle above it. On this she looked now with a curious mixture of loathing and of fear. Schwarzer Cato was the name of the tulip which her father had raised and named. The triangle was a mark which the house of Beresteyn oft used in business. "Oh, God, have mercy upon me," she murmured inwardly. "What does all this treachery mean?" She looked up from one man to the other. The Lord of Stoutenburg, dark and sullen, was watching her with restless eyes. The prisoner was smiling gently, almost self-deprecatingly, she thought, and as he met her frightened glance it seemed as if in his merry eyes there crept a look of sadness, even of pity. "What does all this treachery mean?" she murmured again with pathetic helplessness, and this time just above her breath. "It means," said Stoutenburg roughly, "that at last you must be convinced that this man on whom you have wasted your kindly pity is utterly unworthy of it. That bond was never written by your brother, it was never signed by him, but we found it on this villain's person. He has been trading on it, obtaining money on the strength of his forgery. He has confessed to you that he had no accomplice, no paymaster in his infamies. Then ask him whence came this bond in his possession, whence the money which we found on him. Ask him to deny the fact that less than 24 hours after he had laid hands on you, he was back again in Haarlem, bargaining with your poor stricken father to bring you back to him." He ceased speaking, almost choked now by his own eloquence and the rapidity with which the lying words escaped his lips. And Gilda slowly turned her head toward the prisoner, and met that subtly ironical, good-humoured glance again. "Is this all true, sir?" she asked. "What, mejuffrouw?" he retorted. "That this bond promising you payment for the cruel outrage upon me is a forgery?" "His Magnificence says so, mejuffrouw," he replied quietly. "Surely you know best if you can believe him." "But this is not my brother's signature?" she asked, and she herself was not aware what an infinity of pleading there was in her voice. "No," he replied emphatically, "it is not your brother's signature." "Then it is a forgery." "We will leave it to that, mejuffrouw," he said, "that it is a forgery." A sigh, hoarse and passionate in its expression of infinite relief, escaped the Lord of Stoutenburg's lips. Though he knew that the man in any case could have no proof if he accused Nicolaes, yet there was great satisfaction in this unqualified confession. Slowly the prisoner turned his head and looked upon his triumphant enemy, and it was the man with the pinioned arms, with the tattered clothes and the stained shirt, who seemed to tower in pride, in swagger and in defence, while the other looked just what he was, a craven and miserable cur. Once more there was silence in the low raftered room. From Gilda's eyes the tears fell slowly one by one. She could not have told you herself why she was crying at this moment, but her brother's image stood out clearly before her, wholly vindicated of treachery, and a scoundrel had been brought to his knees, self-confessed as a liar, a forger and a thief. The Lord of Stoutenburg was proved to have been faithful and true, and yet Gilda felt such a pain in her heart that she thought it must break. The Lord of Stoutenburg at last broke the silence which had become oppressive. "Are you satisfied, Gilda?" he asked tenderly. "I feel happier," she replied softly, "than I have felt these 4 days past, at thought that my own brother at least, nor you, my lord, had a hand in all this treachery." She would not look again on the prisoner, even though she felt more than she saw that a distinctly humorous twinkle had once more crept into his eyes. It seemed, however, as if she wished to say something else, something kind and compassionate, but Stoutenburg broke in impatiently. "May I dismiss the fellow now?" he asked. "Jan is waiting for orders outside." "Then I pray you call to Jan," she rejoined stiffly. "The rogue is securely pinioned," he added even as he turned toward the door. "I pray you have no fear of him." "I have no fear," she said simply. Stoutenburg strode out of the room, and anon his harsh voice was heard calling to Jan. For a moment then Gilda was alone, for the third time now, with the man whom she had hated more than she had ever hated a human creature before. She remembered how last night and again at Layden she had been conscious of an overpowering desire to wound him with hard and bitter words, but now she no longer felt that desire, since fate had hurt him more cruelly than she had wished to do. He was standing there now before her, in all the glory of his magnificent physique, yet infinitely shamed and disgraced, self-confessed of every mean and horrible crime that has ever degraded manhood. Yet in spite of this shame he still looked splendid and untamed. Though his arms were bound to a pinion behind his back, his broad chest was not sunken, and he held himself very erect with that leonine head of his thrown back well, and a smile of defiance, almost of triumph, sat upon every line of his face. Anon she met his eyes, their glance compelled and held her own. There was nothing but kindly humour within their depths. Humour, ye gods! Whence came the humour of the situation? Here was a man condemned to death by an implacable enemy, who was not like to show any mercy, and Gilda herself, remembering all his crimes, could no longer bring herself to ask for mercy for him. And yet the man seemed only to mock, to smile at fate, to take his present desperate position as lightly and as airily as another would take a pleasing turn of fortune's wheel. Conscious at last that his look of unconquerable good humour was working upon her nerves, Gilda forced herself to break the spell of numbness which had so unaccountably fallen upon her. "I should like to say to you, sir," she murmured, "how deeply I regret the many harsh words I spoke to you at Layden, and also last night. Believe me, there was no feeling in me of cruelty toward you when I spoke them." "Indeed, mejuffrouw," he rejoined placidly, whilst the gentle mockery in his glance became more accentuated. "Indeed, I am sure that your harshness towards me was only dictated by your kindliness. Believe me," he added lightly, "your words that even at Layden, and again last night, were most excellent discipline for my temper. For this do I thank you. They have helped me to bear subsequent events with great equanimity." She bit her lip, feeling vexed at his flippancy. A man on the point of death should take the last hours of his life more seriously. "It grieved me to see," she resumed somewhat more stiffly, "that one who could on occasions be so brave should on others stoop to such infamous tricks." "Man is ever a creature of opportunity, mejuffrouw," he said imperturbably. "But I remember you see, on New Year's Eve in the Domstraat, when you held up a mob to protect an unfortunate girl. Oh, it was bravely done. Yet believe me, mejuffrouw," he said with a whimsical smile, "that though I own appearances somewhat belie me, I have done better since." "I wish I could believe you, sir. But since then, oh, think of my honour when I recognized you the next day at Layden after your cowardly attack upon me." "Indeed I have thought of it already, mejuffrouw. Dondersteen, I must have appeared a coward before you then." He gave a careless shrug of the shoulders, and very quaintly did that carelessness sit on him now that he was pinioned, wounded, and in a relentless enemy's hands. "Perhaps I am a coward," he added with a strange little sigh. "You think so. The Lord of Stoutenburg declares that I am a miserable cur. Does man ever know himself? I for one have never been worth the study." "Nay, sir, there you do wrong yourself," she said gently. "I cannot rightly gauge what temptations did beset you when you lay hands upon a defenceless woman, or when you forged my brother's name. For this you did do, did you not?" she asked insistently. "Have I not confessed to it?" he retorted quietly. "Alas, and for these crimes must I despise you," she added quaintly. "But since then my mind hath been greatly troubled. Something tells me, and would to God I saw it more clearly, that much that you so bravely endure just now is somehow because of me. Am I wrong?" He laughed, a dry, gentle, self-mocking laugh. "That I have endured much because of you, mejuffrouw," he said gaily. "I'll not deny, my worthy patron Saint Bavon being singularly slack in his protection of me on 2 or 3 memorable occasions, but this does not refer to my present state, which has come about because 6 men fell upon me when I was unarmed, and pounded at me with heavy steel skates, which they swung by their straps. The skates were good weapons, I must own, and have caused 1 or 2 light wounds, which are but scrapes of evil fortune, that a nameless adventurer like myself must take along with kindlier favours. So I pray you, mejuffrouw, have no further thought of my unpleasant bodily condition. I have been through worse plights than this before, and if tomorrow I must hang—" "No, no," she interrupted with a cry of horror, "that cannot and must not be." "Indeed it can and must, mejuffrouw. Ask the Lord of Stoutenburg what his intentions are." "Oh, but I can plead with him," she declared. "He hath told me things today which have made me very happy. My heart is full of forgiveness for you, who have wronged me so, and I would feel happy in pleading for you." Something that she said appeared to tickle his fancy, for at her words he threw his head right back, and laughed immoderately, loudly, and long. "Ye gods!" he cried, while she, a little frightened and puzzled, looked wide-eyed upon him. "Let me hear those words ringing in my ears when the rope is round my neck. The Lord of Stoutenburg hath the power to make a woman happy. The words he speaks are joy unto my heart. O ye gods, let me remember this, and laugh at it until I die." His somewhat wild laugh had not ceased to echo in the low raftered room, nor had Gilda time to recover her composure before the door was thrown violently open, and the Lord of Stoutenburg re-entered, followed by Jan and a group of men. He threw a quick, suspicious glance at Gilda and on Diogenes. The latter answered with him one of good-humoured irony, but Gilda, pale and silent, turned her head away. Stoutenburg then pointed to Diogenes. "Here is your prisoner," he said to Jan. "Take him back to the place from whence you brought him. Guard him well, Jan, for tomorrow he must hang, and remember that your life shall pay for his if he escapes." Jan thereupon gave a brief word of command. The men ranged themselves round the prisoner, whose massive figure was thus completely hidden from Gilda's view, only, towering above the heads of the soldiers, the wide sweep of the brow caught a glimmer of light from the flickering lamp overhead. Soon the order was given. The small knot of men turned and slowly filed out. The Lord of Stoutenburg was the last to leave. He bowed nearly to the ground when he finally left Gilda's presence, and she remained alone, sitting by the fire and staring into the smouldering ashes. She had heard news tonight that flooded her soul with happiness. Her brother whom she loved was innocent of crime, and God himself had interfered. He had touched the heart of the Lord of Stoutenburg, and had stopped the infamous plot against the Stadtholder's life. Yet Gilda's heart was unaccountably heavy, and she sat on, staring into the fire. Heavy tears fell unheeded from her eyes. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 36, Brother Philosophers. And now for the clang of arms, the movement, the bustle, the excitement of combat. There are swords to polish, pistols to clean, cullivers to see to. Something is in the air. We have not been brought hither all the way to this God-forsaken and fog-ridden spot in order to stare on a tumble-down Molens, or watch a solitary prisoner ere he hang. Jan knows, of course, and Jan is eager and alert, febrile in his movements. There is a glow in his hollow eyes, and Jan always looks like that when fighting is in the air. when he sniffs the scent of blood and hears the resonance of metal against metal. Jan knows, of course. He has no thought of sleep. All night he wanders up and down the improvised camp. No fires allowed, and it is pitch dark. But an occasional glimmer from a lanthorn lights up compact groups of men lying prone upon the frozen ground, wrapped in thick coats or huddled up with knees to chin trying to keep warm. A few lanthorns are allowed, far into the interior of that weird forest of beams, under the molens where the slender protection against a bitter northwesterly wind can alone be found. Shoulder to shoulder, getting warmth one from the other, we are all too excited to sleep. Something is in the air, some fighting to be done, and yet there are only 30 or 40 of us at most. But swords and culvers have been given out, and half the night through my lord and his friends, served only by Jan, have been carrying heavy loads from the molens out towards the Schie and the wooden bridge that spans it. Silently, always coming away with those heavy loads from the molens, and walking with them away into the gloom, always returning empty-handed, and served only by Jan. Bah! We are no cullions. 'Tis not mighty difficult to guess, and by the saints, why all this mystery? Some of us are paid to fight. What care we how we do it? In the open with muskets or crossbows, or in the dark with a sudden blow which no man knows from whence it comes. All night we sit and wait, and all night we are under the eye of Jan. He serves his lord and helps him to carry these heavy boxes from the molens to some unknown place by the Schie. But he is always there when you least expect him, watching to see that all is well, that there is not too much noise, that no one has been tempted to light a fire, that we do not quarrel too hotly among ourselves. He keeps a watchful eye too upon the prisoner, poor beggar, with a broken shoulder and a torn hip, and some other wounds too about his body. A good fighter, no doubt, but there were 7 against him, and that was a good idea to swing heavy skates by their straps and to bring him down with them. His head was too high, else a blow from those sharp blades might have ended his life more kindly than the Lord of Stoutenburg hath planned to do. A merry devil too, full of quaint jokes and tales of gay adventure. By gad, a real soldier of fortune. Devil may care, eat and drink, and make merry, for tomorrow we may die. Jan has ordered him to be kept tied to a beam. God verdome, but 'tis hard on a wounded man. But he seems tougher than he beams, and laughter in his throat quickly smothers groans. Tied to a beam, he is excellent company. Ye gods, how his hands itch to grip his sword. Pete and Red over there, let him feel the metal against his palms. 'Twill ease his temper for sure. Jan is too severe, but 'tis my lord's rage that was unbridled. Ugh, to strike a prisoner in the face, 'twas a dirty trick and many saw it. Hi-ho, but what matter? Tomorrow we fight, tomorrow he hangs. What of it? Tomorrow most of us, mayhap, will be lying stark and stiff upon the frozen ground, staring up at next night's moon with eyes that no longer see. A rope round the neck, a hole in the side, a cracked skull, what matters which mode? Dame Death will choose for our ultimate end. But 'tis a pity about the prisoner, a true fighter if there was one, a stoic and a philosopher. The Cavalier we pretty soon call him. What ho, he shouts, call me the Laughing Cavalier. Poor devil, he tries not to show his hurts. He suffers much what with that damnable wind and those ropes that cut into his tough sinews. But he smiles at every twinge of pain, smiles and laughs and cracks the broadest jokes that have e'er made these worm-eaten beams ring with their echo. Laughing Cavalier in sooth. There now, we can ease him somewhat. Jan's back is turned. We dare not touch the ropes, but a cloak put between his back and the beam, and another just against his head. Is that not better, old compeer? Aye, but is it not good to be a villain and a rogue, and herd with other villains and other rogues, who are so infinitely more kind and gentle than all those noble lords? Diogenes, his head propped against the rude cushion placed there by the hand of some rough Samaritan, has fallen into a fitful doze. Whispers round him wake him with a start. Ye gods, was there ever so black a night? The whispers become more eager, more insistent. Let us but speak with him, we'll do no harm. Saint Bavon, tell us how those two scarecrows have got there, for they are here in the flesh, both of them. Diogenes would have spotted his brother philosophers through the darkness, darker than the blackest hell. Pythagoras rolling in fat, and Socrates lean and hungry looking, peering like a huge gaunt bird through the gloom. Someone is holding up a lanthorn, and Pythagoras' tip-tilted nose shines with a ruddy glow. But how did you get here, you old mushroom face? Asks one of the men. We had business with him at Rotterdam, quoth Socrates, with one of his choicest oaths, and nodding in the direction of the prisoner. All day we have wondered what has become of him. Then in the afternoon breaks in Pythagoras, to the accompaniment of a rival set of expletives. We saw him trussed up like a fowl, and tied into a sled drawn by a single horse, which started in the wake of a larger one, wherein sat a lovely jongejuffrouw. Then what did you do? Queries someone. Do? Exclaim the philosophers simultaneously and in a tone of deep disgust. Followed on his trail as best we could, rejoined Socrates simply. Borrowed some skates, ran down the Schie in the wake of the two sleds and their escort. And after that? After that we traced him to this solitary God-forsaken hole. But presently we saw that this Molens was not so deserted as it seemed, so we hung about until now. Then we ventured near, and here we are. Here they were, of course. But how was it possible to contravene the orders of Jan? What could these scarecrows have to say to the Laughing Cavalier? Just to ask him if there's anything we can do, murmurs Socrates persuasively. He's like to hang tomorrow, you said. Well, grant something then to a dying man. Grave heads shake in the gloom. Our orders are strict. 'Tis a matter of life and death, it seems. Bah, quoth Pythagoras more insinuatingly still. We are 2 to your 30. What have ye all to fear? Here, tie my hands behind my back, suggests Socrates. I only want to speak with him. How could we help him to escape? We would not think of such a thing, murmurs Pythagoras piously. Anxious glances meet one another in consultation. More than one kindly heart beats beneath those ragged doublets. Bah, the man is to hang tomorrow. Why not give pleasure to a dying man? If indeed it be pleasure to look on such hideous scarecrows a few hours before death. Jan is not here. He is with my lord, helping with those heavy boxes. 5 minutes, you old mushroom face, suggests he who has been left in charge, and all the others nod approval. But they will take no risks about the prisoner. Pleasure and 5 minutes conversation with his friends, yes, but no attempt to escape. So the men make a wide circle, sitting out of earshot, but shoulder to shoulder the 30 of them who happen to be awake. In the center of the circle is the Laughing Cavalier, tied to a beam, trussed like a fowl, since he is to hang on the morrow. Close beside his feet is the lanthorn, so that he may have a last look at his friends, and some few paces away his naked sword, which Jan took from him when the men brought him down. He has listened to their whispered conversation. He knows that his brother philosophers are here. May the God of rogues and villains bless them for their loyalty. And now, Saint Bavon, show me the best way to make use of them. There is still something to be done which hath been left undone. A word hath been given, and that pledge must be fulfilled, and the promised fortune still awaits him who will bring the jongejuffrouw safely to her father. My God, if it were not for that broken shoulder and that torn hip, there are many hours yet before the morrow. Old compeer, came a hoarse whisper close to his ear. How did you come to such a pass? They came and took the jongejuffrouw away from Rotterdam, he replied, also speaking in a whisper. I had just returned from Delft, where I had business to transact, and I recognized Jan beside the sled into which the jongejuffrouw was stepping even then. He had 10 or a dozen men with him. I felt that they meant mischief, but I had to follow. I had to find out whither they were taking her. Verdament, growled Socrates under his breath, why did you not take us along? I meant to come back for you as soon as I knew, but in the dark, and from behind 7 of these fellows fell upon me. They used their skates like javelins. Mine were still on my feet. I had only Bucephalus. A blow from one of the heaviest blades cracked my shoulder, another caught me on the hip. There were 7 of them, he reiterated with a careless laugh. It was only a question of time. They were bound to bring me down in the end. But who has done this? Queried Pythagoras with an oath. A lucky rogue on whom God hath chosen to smile. But, he added more seriously, and sinking his voice to the lowest possible whisper, never mind about the past. Let us think of the future, old compeers. We are ready, they replied simultaneously. A knife, he murmured. Can you cut these confounded ropes? They took everything from us, growled Socrates, ere they let us approach you. Try with your hands to loose the knots. What ho, you brigands, what are you doing there? In a moment the circle round broke up. A crowd of angry faces were gathered closely round the philosophers, and more than one pair of rough hands were laid upon their shoulders. Play fair, you two, cried Pete the Red, who was in command, or we'll tie you both to the nearest beams and await my lord's commands. Easy, easy, friend, quoth Diogenes with a pleasant laugh. My nose was itching, and my compeer held on to my arm while he tried to reach my nose in order to scratch it. Then, if it itch again, retorted the man with an equally jovial laugh, call for my services, friend. And now, you 2 scarecrows, the 5 minutes are over. Jan will be here in a moment. But they formed up the circle once more, kind and compassionate. Jan was not yet here, and the rogues had had a warning. They were not like to be at their tricks again. Never mind about me, whispered Diogenes hurriedly, as Pythagoras and Socrates, baffled and furious, were giving forth samples of their choicest vocabularies. You see that chance alone can favour me, and she chooses. If not, 'tis no matter. What you can do for me is far more important than cheating the gallows of my carcass. What is it? They asked simply. The jongejuffrouw, he said. You know where she is. In the hut close by, replied Socrates. We saw the sled draw up there. But the house is well guarded, murmured Pythagoras. Nor would I ask you to run your heads in the same noose, wherein mine will be swinging tomorrow. But keep the hut well in sight. Any moment now there may be a call of Sauve Qui Peut, every man for himself, and the greatest luck to the swiftest runner. But why? Never mind why, it is sure to happen. Any minute you may hear the cry, confusion, terror, a scramble and a rush for the open. And our opportunity, came in a hoarse whisper from Socrates. I think that I begin to understand. We lie low for the present, and when Sauve Qui Peut is called, we come straight back here and free you. In the confusion they will have forgotten you." "If the confusion occurs in time," quoth Diogenes with his habitual carelessness, "you may still find me here trussed like a fowl to this verdiment beam. But I have an idea that the Lord of Stoutenburg will presently be consumed with impatience to see me hang. He has just finished some important work by the bridge on the Schie. He won't be able to sleep, and the devil will be suggesting some mischief for his idle hands to do. There will be many hours to kill before daylight. One of them might be well employed in hanging me." "Then we'll not leave you an instant," asserted Pythagoras firmly. "What can you do, you two old scarecrows, against the Lord of Stoutenburg, who has 30 men here paid to do his bidding? We are not going to lie low and play the part of cowards while you are being slaughtered." "You will do just what I ask, faithful old compeers," rejoined Diogenes more earnestly than his wont. "You will lie very low and take the greatest possible care not to run your heads into the same rope, wherein mayhap mine will dangle presently. Nor will you be playing the part of cowards, for you have not yet learned the ABC of that part, and you will remember that on your safety and freedom of action lies my one chance, not so much of life as of saving my last shred of honour." "What do you mean?" "The jongejuffrouw," he whispered. "I swore to bring her back to her father, and I must cheat a rascal of his victory. In the confusion, at dawn to-morrow, think above all the jongejuffrouw. In the confusion you can overpower the guard, rush the miller's hut where she is, carry her off. The horses are in the shed behind the hut. You may not have time to think of me." "But—" "Silence, they listen. One of us with the jongejuffrouw, the other to help you. Silence, I may be a dead man by then. The jongejuffrouw, remember, make for Ryswyk with her first of all, thence straight to Haarlem to her father. You can do that easily. A fortune awaits you if you bring her safely to him. Fulfil my pledge, old compeers, if I am not alive to do it myself. I do not ask you to swear. I know you will do it, and if I must to the gallows first, I'll do so with a cry of triumph. But you—" "Silence," he murmured again peremptorily, but more hoarsely this time, for fatigue and loss of blood and tense excitement are telling upon his iron physique at last. He is well nigh spent and scarce able to speak. "Silence, I can hear Jan's footsteps. Here, quick, inside my boot, a wallet. Have you got it?" he added with a brief return to his habitual gaiety, as he felt Socrates' long fingers groping against his shins, and presently beheld his wallet in his compeer's hand. "You will find money in there, enough for the journey. Now, quick into the night, you two. Disappear for the nonce, and anon when Sauve Qui Peut rings in the air, tonight or at the dawn or whenever this may be, remember the jongejuffrouw first of all, and when you are ready to give the cry we all know so well, the cry of the fox when it lures its prey. If I am not dangling on the gibbet by then, I shall understand. But quick now, Jan comes. Disappear, I say." Quickly and swiftly Socrates slipped the wallet with some of the money back into his friend's boot. The rest he hid inside his own doublet. Strange that between these men there was no need of oaths. Pythagoras and Socrates had said nothing. Silent and furtive they disappeared into the darkness. Diogenes' head sank down upon his breast with a last sigh of satisfaction. He knew that his compeers would do what he had asked. Jan's footsteps rang on the hard frozen ground. Silently the living circle had parted, and the philosophers were swallowed up in the gloom. Jan looked suspiciously at the groups of men who now stand desultorily around. "Who was standing beside the prisoner just now?" he asked curtly. "When, Captain?" queries one of the men blandly. "A moment ago. I was descending the steps. The lanthorn was close to the prisoner. I saw two forms that looked unfamiliar to me, close to him." "Oh," rejoined Piet the Red unblushingly, "it must have been my back that you saw, Captain. Willem and I were looking to see that the ropes had not given way. The prisoner is so restless." Jan, not altogether reassured, goes up to the prisoner. He raises the lanthorn and has a good and comprehensive look at all the ropes. Then he examines the man's face. "What ho!" he cries. "A bottle of spiced wine from my wallet? The prisoner has fainted." End of chapter 36.
Chapter 37 of The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 37. Dawn. What a commotion when dawn breaks at last! It comes grey, dull, leaden, scarce lighter than the night, the haze more dense, the frost more biting. But it does break, at last, after that interminable night of excitement and sleeplessness and preparations for the morrow. Jan has never closed an eye. He has scarcely rested even, pacing up and down, in and out of those gargantuan beams, with the Molens and its secrets towering above his head. Nor I imagine did those noble lords and mynheers up there sleep much during this night. But they were tired, and lay like logs upon straw palaces, living over again the past few hours, the carrying of heavy iron boxes, one by one, from the Molens to the wooden bridge, the unloading there, the unpacking in the darkness, and the disposal of the death-dealing powder, black and evil-smelling, which will put an end with its one mighty crash to tyranny and the Stadtholder's life. Tired they are, but too excited to sleep. The last few hours are like a vivid dream. The preparation of the tinder, the arrangements, the position to be taken up by Beresteyn and Heemskerk, the two chosen lieutenants who will send the wooden bridge over the Schie flying in splinters into the air. Van Does too has his work cut out. General in command of the forces, foreign mercenaries and louts from the country, he has Jan for able captain. The mercenaries and the louts know nothing yet of what will happen tomorrow, when once the dawn has broken, but they are well prepared. Like beasts of the desert, they can scent blood in the air. Look at them polishing up their swords and cleaning their cullivers. They know that tomorrow they will fight, even though tonight they have had no orders, save to see that one prisoner tied with ropes to a beam, and fainting with exposure and loss of blood, does not contrive to escape. But the Lord of Stoutenburg is more wakeful than all. Like a caged beast of prey he paces up and down the low, narrow weighing room of the Molens, his hands tightly clenched behind his back, his head bare, his cloak cast aside, despite the bitter coldness of the night, restless and like a beast of prey. His nostrils quiver with the lust of hate and revenge that seethes within his soul. Two men doth he hate with a consuming passion of hatred. The Stadtholder, Prince of Orange, sovereign ruler of half the Netherlands, and a penniless adventurer whose very name is unknown. Both these men are now in the power of the Lord of Stoutenburg. The bridge is prepared, the powder laid. Tomorrow justice will be meted out to the tyrant. God alone could save him now, and God, of a surety, must be on the side of a just revenge. The other man is helpless and a prisoner. Despite his swagger and his insolence, justice shall be meted out to him too. God alone could save him, and God, of a surety, could not be on the side of an impudent rogue. These thoughts, which were as satisfying to the Lord of Stoutenburg as food placed at an unattainable distance is to a starving beast, kept him awake and pacing up and down the room after he had finished his work under the bridge. He could not sleep for thinking of the prisoner, of the man's insolence, of the humiliation and contempt wherewith every glance he had brought shame to his cheeks. The Lord of Stoutenburg could not sleep also for thinking of Gilda, and the tender, pitying eyes wherewith she regarded the prisoner, the gentle tone of her voice when she spoke to him, even after proof had been placed before her that the man was a forger and a thief. The Lord of Stoutenburg could not sleep, and all the demons of jealousy, of hatred, and of revenge were chasing him up and down the room, and whispering suggestions of mischief to be wrought, of a crime to be easily committed. "While that man lives," whispered the demon of hate in his ear, "thou wilt not know a moment's rest. Tomorrow, when thy hand should be steady, when it wields the dagger against the Stadtholder, it will tremble and falter, for thoughts of that man will unsettle thy nerves and cause the blood to tingle in thy veins." "While that man lives," whispered the demon of revenge, "thou wilt not know a moment's rest. Thou wilt think of him and of his death rather than of thy revenge against the Stadtholder." "While that man lives," whispered the demon of jealousy more insistently than did the other evil spirits, "Gilda will not cease to think of him. She will plead for him. She will try mayhap to save him, and then—" And the Lord of Stoutenburg groaned aloud in the silence of the night, and paused in his restless walk. He drew a chair close to the table and sat down. Then, resting his elbows upon the table, he buried his head in his hands, and remained thus motionless, but breathing heavily, like one whose soul is fighting a losing battle. The minutes sped on. He had no means of gauging the time. It was just night, black impenetrable night. From down below came the murmur of all the bustle that was going on, the clang of arms, the measured footsteps, which told of other alert human creatures who were waiting in excitement and tense expectancy for that dawn which still was far distant. The minutes sped on in the leaden feet of time. How long the Lord of Stoutenburg had sat thus, silent and absorbed, he could not afterwards have said. Perhaps after all he had fallen asleep, overcome with fatigue and with the constant sleeplessness of the past few days. But anon he was wide awake, slightly shivering with the cold. The tallow candle was spluttering, almost dying out. With a steady hand the Lord of Stoutenburg snuffed the smouldering wick. The candle flickered up again. Then he rose and quietly walked across the room. He pulled open the door and loudly called for Jan. A few minutes later Jan was at the door, silent, sullen, obedient as usual. "My lord called?" he asked. "Yes," replied Stoutenburg. "What hour is it?" "Somewhere near 6, I should say, my lord. I heard the clock tower at Ryswyk strike 5 some time ago." "How long is it before the dawn?" 2 hours, my lord." "Time to put up a gibbet, Jan, and to hang a man?" "Plenty of time for that, my lord," replied Jan quietly. "Then see to it, Jan, as speedily as you can. I feel that that man down below is our evil genius. While he lives, chance will be against us. Of that I am as convinced as I am of the justice of our cause. If that man lives, Jan, the Stadtholder will escape us. I feel it in my bones. Something must have told me this in the night. It is a premonition that comes from above." "Then the man must not live, my lord," said Jan coldly. "You recognize that too, Jan, do you not?" rejoined Stoutenburg eagerly. "I am compelled in this, I won't say against my will, but compelled by a higher, a supernatural power. You too believe in the supernatural, do you not, my faithful Jan?" "I believe, my lord, first and foremost in the justice of our cause. I hate the Stadtholder and would see him dead. Nothing in the world must place that great aim of ours in jeopardy." Stoutenburg drew a deep breath of satisfaction. "Then see to the gibbet, my good Jan," he said in a firm, almost lusty voice. "Have it erected on the further side of the molens, so that the jongejuffrouw's eyes are not scandalized by the sight. When everything is ready, come and let me know, and guard him well until then. Jan, guard him with your very life. I want to see him hang, remember that. Come and tell me when the gallows are ready, and I'll go to see him hang. I want to see him hang." And Jan, without another word, salutes the Lord of Stoutenburg and then goes out. And thus it is that a quarter of an hour later the silence of the night is broken by loud and vigorous hammering. Jan sees to it all, and a gibbet is not difficult to erect. Then men grumble, of course. They are soldiers and not executioners, and their hearts for the most have gone out to the merry compeer, the Laughing Cavalier, with his quaint jokes and his cheerful laugh. He has been sleeping soundly too for several hours, but now he is awake. Jan has told him that his last hour has come. Time to put up a gibbet with a few stiff planks taken from the storeroom of the Molens and a length of rope. He looks round him quite carelessly. Bah! Death has no terrors for such a splendid soldier as he is. How many times hath he faced death ere this? Why, he was at Prague and at Magdeburg, where few escaped with their lives. He bears many a fine scar on that broad chest of his, and none upon his back. A splendid fighter, if ever there was one. But hanging? Bah! The men murmur audibly as plank upon plank is nailed. Jan directs operations, while Piet the Red keeps guard over the prisoner. 2 or 3 of the country louts know something of carpentering. They do the work under Jan's watchful eye. They grumble, but they work, for no one has been paid yet, and if you rebel you are like to be shot, and in any case you lose your pay. And Diogenes, leaning up against the beam, watches with lazy, quaintly smiling eyes the preparations that are going on not 100 paces away from him. After a while the darkness all around is beginning to yield to the slow insistence of dawn. It rises slowly behind the veils of mist which still envelop the distant east. Gradually an impalpable greyness creeps around the molens. Objects begin to detach themselves one by one out of the gloom. The moving figures of the mercenaries, the piles of arms heaped up here and there out of the damp, the massive beams, slimy and green, which support the molens, and a little further on the tall erection with a projecting arm round which great activity reigns. Diogenes watches it all with those same lazy eyes, and that same good-humoured smile lingering round his lips. That tall erection over there, which still looks ghost-like through the mist, is for him. The game of life is done, and he has lost. Death is there at the end of the projecting arm, on which even now Jan is fixing a rope. Death in itself matters but little, mused the philosopher with his gently ironical smile. I would have chosen another mode than hanging, but after all 'tis swift and sure, and of course now she will never know. Know what, O philosopher? What is it that she, Gilda, with the fair curls and the blue eyes, the proud firm mouth and round chin, what is it that she will never know? She will never know that a nameless, penniless soldier of fortune has loved her with every beat of his heart, every thought of his brain, and every sinew and every aspiration. She will never know that just in order to remain near her, when she was dragged away out of Rotterdam, he affronted deliberately the trap into which he fell. She will never know that for her dear sake he has borne humiliation, against which every nerve of his splendid nature did inwardly rebel, owning to guilt and shame lest her blue eyes shed tears for a brother's sin. She will never know that the warning to the Stadtholder came from him, and that he was neither a forger nor a thief, only just a soldier of fortune with a contempt for death, and an unspoken adoration for the one woman who seemed to him as distant from him as the stars. But there were no vain regrets in him now, no regret of life, for this he always held in his own hand, ready to toss it away for a fancy of an ideal. No regret of the might have been, because he was a philosopher, and the very moment that love for the unattainable was born in his heart, he had already realized that love to him could only mean a memory. Therefore, when he watched the preparations out there in the mist, and heard the heavy blows upon the wooden planks, and the murmurs of his sympathizers at their work, he only smiled gently, self-deprecatingly, but always good-humouredly. If the Lord of Stoutenburg only knew how little he really cared. End of chapter 37. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 38 of The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 38. The Hour. A curiously timid voice roused the philosopher from his dreams. "Is there aught I can do for you, sir? Alas, my friend, the Lord Stoutenburg, is deeply angered against you. I could do nothing with him on your behalf." Diogenes turned his head in the direction whence had come the voice. He saw Nicolaes Beresteyn standing there in the cold grey mist, with his fur cloak wrapped closely up to his chin, and his face showing above the cloak, white and drawn. The situation was not likely to escape Diogenes' irrepressible sense of humour. "Mynheer Beresteyn," he exclaimed, "Dondersteen! What brings your mightiness here at this hour? A man on the point of death, sir, has no call for so pitiable a sight as is your face just now." "I heard from my Lord Stoutenburg what happened in the hut last night," said Beresteyn in a faltering voice, and determined not to heed the other's bantering tone. "You exonerated me before my sister. Sir, this was a noble act." "I would wish to thank you." "And do so with quaking voice and shaking knees," quoth Diogenes with unalterable good humour, through which there pierced, however, an obvious undercurrent of contempt. "Ye gods!" he added with a quaint sigh, "these men have not even the courage of their infamy." The words, the tone, the shrug of the shoulders which accompanied these, stung Nicolaes Beresteyn's dormant dignity to the quick. "I do not wonder," he said more firmly, "that you feel bitter contempt for me now. Your generosity, for which I did not crave, hath placed me momentarily at a disadvantage before you. Yet believe me, I would not be outdone by you in generosity were it not for my allegiance to the Lord Stoutenburg. I would go straight to my sister now and confess my guilt to her. You believe me, I trust," he added, seeing that Diogenes' merry eyes were fixed mockingly upon him. "Did fate allow it, I would gladly change places with you even now." "I am about to hang, sir," quoth Diogenes lightly. "Alas! And you are forced, you say, to play a craven's part. Believe me, sir, I would not change places with you for a kingdom." "I do believe you, sir," rejoined Beresteyn earnestly, "yet I would have you think of me as something less of a coward than I seem. Were I to make full confession to my sister now, I should break her heart, but it would not save your neck from the gallows. And a rogue's neck, sir, is of such infinitely less value than a good woman's heart. So I pray you say no more about it. Death and I are old acquaintances. Oft hath he nodded to me en passant. We are about to become closer friends, that is all. Some day my sister shall know, sir, all that you have done for her and for me." The ghost of a shadow passed over the Laughing Cavalier's face. "That, sir, I think had best remain twixt you and me for all times. But this I would have you know, that when I accepted the ignoble bargain which you proposed to me in my friend's Hals studio, I did so because I thought that the jongejuffrouw would be safer in my charge then than in yours." Beresteyn was about to retort more hotly, when Jan, closely followed by half a dozen men, came with swift firm footsteps up to the prisoner. He saluted Beresteyn deferentially as was his wont. "Your pardon, mynheer," he said. "My lord hath ordered that the prisoner be forthwith led to execution." Nicolaes' pale face became the colour of lead. "One moment, Jan," he said, "one moment. I must speak with my lord." "My lord is with the jongejuffrouw," said Jan curtly. "Shall I send to tell him that you desire to speak with him?" "No, no, that is, I..." stammered Nicolaes, who indeed was fighting a cruel battle with his own weakness, his own cowardice now. It was that weakness which had brought him to the abject pass in which he now stood, face to face with the man he had affected to despise, and who was about to die, laden with the crimes which he, Nicolaes, had been the first to commit. Stoutenburg's influence over him had been paramount. Through it he had lost all sense of justice, of honour, and of loyalty. Banded with murderers he had ceased to recognise the very existence of honesty. And now he was in such a plight morally, that though he knew himself to be playing an ignoble role, he did not see the way to throw up the part, and to take up that of an honest man. One word from him to Gilda, his frank confession of his own guilt, and she would so know how to plead for the condemned man that Stoutenburg would not dare to proceed with this monstrous act. But that word he had not the courage to speak. With dull eyes and in sullen silence he watched Piet the Red untying, under Jan's orders, the ropes which held the prisoner to the beam, and then securing others to keep his arms pinioned behind his back. The mist now was of a faint silvery grey, and the objects around had that mysterious, hushed air which the dawn alone can lend. The men, attracted by the sight of a fellow creature in his last living moments, had gathered together in close knots of threes and fours. They stood by, glowering and sombre, and had not Jan turned a wilfully deaf ear to their murmurings, he would have heard many an ugly word spoken under their breath. These were of course troublous and fighting times, when every man's hand was against some other, when every able-bodied man was firstly a soldier, and then only a peaceable citizen. Nor was the present situation an uncommon one. The men could not know what the prisoner had done to deserve this summary punishment. He might have been a spy, an informer, or merely a prisoner of war. It was no soldier's place to interfere, only to obey orders and to ask no questions. But they gave to the splendid personality of the condemned man the tribute of respectful silence. Whilst Jan secured the slender white hands of the prisoner, and generally made those awful preparations which even so simple a death as hanging doth demand, jests and oaths were stilled one by one among these rough fighting men. Not one head but was uncovered, not a back that was not straightened, not an attitude that was not one of deference and attention. Instinct, that unerring instinct of the soldier, had told them that here was no scamp getting his just reward, but a brave man going with a careless smile to his death. "Has Mynheer finished with the prisoner?" asked Jan when he saw that Piet had finished his task, and that the prisoner was ready to be led away. "Is there aught your greatness would still desire to say to him?" "Only this," said Beresteyn firmly, "that were his hands free, I would ask leave to grasp them." A look of kindly amusement fell from the prisoner's eyes upon the pale face of the young man. "I have never known you, sir, save by a quaint nickname," continued Beresteyn earnestly, "but surely you have kith and kin somewhere. Have you no father or mother living whom you will leave to mourn?" The prisoner made no immediate reply. The smile of kindly amusement still lingered around his lips, but presently, with an instinctive gesture of pride, he threw back his head and looked around him, as one who has nothing to fear and but little to regret. He met the sympathetic glance cast on him by the man who had done him, and was still doing him, an infinite wrong, and all around those of his mute and humble friends, who seemed to be listening eagerly now for the answer which he would give to Mynheer. Then, with a quick sweep, his eyes suddenly rested on the wooden erection beyond the molens that loomed out so tragically through the mist, pointing with its one weird arm to some infinite distance far away. Something in the gentle pathos of this humble deference that encompassed him, something mayhap in the solemnity of that ghostly arm, suddenly seemed to melt the thin crust of his habitual flippancy. He looked back on Beresteyn and said softly, "I have a friend, Franz Hals, the painter of pictures. Tell him when next you see him that I am glad his portrait of me is finished, and that I asked God to bless him for all his goodness has meant to me in the past." "But your father, sir," urged Beresteyn, "your kindred." "My father, sir," replied Diogenes curtly, "would not care to hear that his son had died upon the gallows." Beresteyn would have spoken again, but Jan interposes once more, humbly but firmly. "My lord's orders," he now says briefly, "and time presses, Mynheer." Beresteyn stands back, smothering a sigh. Jan on ahead, then Piet the Red and the 6 soldiers with the prisoner between them. A few steps only divide them from the gruesome erection that looms more solidly now out of the mist. Beresteyn, wrapping his head up in his cloak to shut out sound and sight, walks rapidly away in the opposite direction. End of chapter 38. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah.
Chapter 39 of The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Recording by Melvin Lee.
The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 39. Sauve Qui Peut. Then it is that out of the thickness of the fog a figure suddenly emerges, running and panting. A man has fallen up against the group of soldiers who have just halted beside the gibbet. "It is Lucas of Sparendam come back from Delft," they cry, as soon as they recognize the stained face, wet with frost and the mist. Already Jan, who with Piet's help was busy with the rope, has heard the name. His wan, thin face has become the colour of ashes. "Lucas of Sparendam come back from Delft," he murmurs. "The Lord save us all." Lucas of Sparendam was sent yesterday to Delft by the Lord of Stoutenburg to spy and to find out all that was going on inside the Princehof, where slept the Stadtholder and his bodyguard of 100 men-at-arms. And now he has come back running and panting, his clothes torn, his face haggard and spent. He has run all the way from Delft, a matter of 1.5 leagues. Why should a man half kill himself by endeavouring to cover 1.5 leagues in 1 hour? "A drop of hot wine for Lucas," cries one of the soldiers. "He is faint." The other man, there are close to 40 all told, crowd around the gibbet now. Those in charge of the prisoner have much ado to keep the space clear. They don't say anything just yet, but there is a strange restless look in their eyes, and their lips tremble with all the unspoken questions. Only 2 men remain calm and silent. Jan has never ceased in his task of adjusting the ropes, and the prisoner stands quite still, bound with cords, and neither looking on Lucas nor yet on the gibbet above him. His eyes were half closed, and there was a strained look on his merry face, as if he were trying to listen to something that was too far off to hear. But one man in the meanwhile is ready with the bottle of spiced wine, the best cordial there is for a fainting man. The others make way for him so that he can minister to Lucas, and Lucas drinks the wine eagerly, then opens his eyes. "We are betrayed," he murmurs. "Great God!" exclaims Jan dully. "Betrayed? What does it mean?" No one heeds the prisoner now. They all crowd around Lucas. Jan calls out his orders in vain. Piet the Red alone listens to what he says. The others all want to know what Lucas means. They had been in the thick of the plot, of course. They all knew that a quo appens had been prepared by the Lord of Stoutenburg for the Stadtholder whom he hates. The heavy boxes, of course, gunpowder to blow up the wooden bridge when the Stadtholder and his escorts are halfway across. Of course they all guessed it, thought on it all through the night, while they polished the arms, the swords and the pistols and the cullivers which had been served out to them. They had guessed, of course, the foreign mercenaries who were always in the thick of every conspiracy, and well paid for being so. They had been the first to guess, and they had told the country louts, who only grinned, enjoying the prospect of the fun. But now they were betrayed. Lucas of Sparendam had come back with the news, and even Jan stopped in his hideous task in order to listen to what he had to say. "It all happened yesterday," quoth Lucas as soon as he had recovered his breath. "The rumour began in the tower quarters of the town. Nobody knows who began it. Some say that a foreigner came into the city in the early morning and sat down at one of the taverns to eat and drink with the prince's soldiers." "A foreigner?" Jan turns to look on the prisoner and encounters his mocking glance. Smothering a curse, he resumes his task of adjusting the rope upon the gibbet, but his fingers are unsteady and his work doth not progress. "Yes, a foreigner," continued Lucas volubly, "though it all has remained very mysterious. The prince's soldiers spoke of it amongst themselves. The foreigner had said something about a quod appens,
a plot against the Stadtholder's life on his way to the north. Then one of the officers heard the rumour and carried it to one of his superiors. By the evening it had reached the Stadtholder's ears. "Then what happened?" they all asked eagerly. "Nothing for some hours," replied Lucas. "But I know that spies were sent round in every direction, and by midnight there was general talk in the city that the Stadtholder would not continue his journey to the north. When the captain of the guard came to him for orders, the prince said curtly, 'We do not start tomorrow.' As soon as I heard of this I made preparations. It was then an hour after midnight. I was still alert and listening. All around me, as I made ready to leave the city, I heard rumours among the soldiers and spies of the Stadtholder, of their knowledge of a lonely spot, a deserted Molens near Ryswyk, where they declared many men did lately congregate. I heard too that soon after dawn the prince's guard would make straight for the Molens, so I put on my snowshoes and started to run, despite the darkness and the fog, for we are all betrayed, and the Stadtholder's soldiers will be on us in a trice." Hardly are the words out of Lucas Sparendam's mouth than the commotion begins, the disbanding. There is a roar and a bustle, and a buzz, metal clashing, men rushing, cries of, "We are betrayed, sauve qui peut." At first there is a general stampede for the places where the arms are kept, the muskets, the swords, and the cullivers, but these are thrown down almost as soon as they are picked up. They are no use now, and worse than useless in a flight. But pistols are useful in a case of pursuit. Quick, turn, fire. So where are the pistols? Jan, where are the pistols? There are not enough to go around. About a dozen were served out last night, and there are 40 pairs of hands determined to possess one at least. So they begin to fight for them, tearing one another to pieces, shouting execrations, beating round with bare fists, since the other arms have already been laid down. Now the confusion becomes worse than any fight that might reign among a herd of animals, who are ready to rend one another. They tear the clothes off another's back, the skin off another's face. Fear, hideous, overwhelming, abject fear, has made wild beasts of these men. The mist envelops them. It is barely light in this basement beneath the Molens. Lanthorns have long ago been kicked into extinction. The hot breath of 40 panting throats mingles with the mist, and the heat of human bodies, fever heated with passion, fights against the strength of the frost. The frozen ground yields under the feet. Clots of mud are thrown up by the stampede. From the beams up aloft the heavy icicles melt and drip monotonously, incessantly down upon those faces, red and perspiring in that agony of demented fear. Jan and Piet the Red stand alone beside the prisoner. A sense of duty, of decency, hath kept their blood cool, until they are relieved from their post of guarding this man by orders from their lord. They will not move. Let the others rage and scream and tumble over one another. There must be at least a few soldiers among this rabble. And the prisoner looks on all this confusion with eyes that dance and sparkle with the excitement of what is yet to come. Torn rags and broken accoutrements soon lie in a litter in the mud, trampled in by 40 pairs of feet. There is not one face now that is not streaked with blood, not one throat that is not hoarse with terror, the terror of the unknown. In vain Jan from his post beside the prisoner shouts, harangues, appeals, threatens. A fight? Yes. Defeat? Why not? But betrayal? No, no, let's away. The Stadtholder is fiercer than any inquisitor of Spain. His cruelty last February almost turned the nation against him. But now this second conspiracy, Stoutenburg again? What hope for his followers? The horrors of last February, perpetrated in the Gevangen port of Esgravenhage, still cause many a rough cheek to blanch at their recollection. Men had gone mad who had heard the cries which pierced those stone walls then. One executioner had thrown down his bloody tools and fled from the place like one possessed. Jan Van Dyck and Cornwinder, Slaughtus, and the rest had been in hell ere a merciful death at last released them from the barbaric cruelty of the Prince of Orange. No, no, such a fate cannot be risked. We are betrayed, let us fly. Suddenly one man starts to run. I am for the coasts, he shouts, and incontinently takes to his heels. Sauve Qui Peut. Like irresponsible creatures, they throw down the very weapons for which they have been fighting. The one man has given the signal for the run. Everything now is thrown aside. There is no thought save for flight. A splashing of the mud, a general shout, a scramble, a clatter, they run. They run, crying to those who are behind them to follow and to run too. In 5 minutes the dark basement is clear of noise. A litter of broken arms lies in one heap close by. Others are scattered all over the ground in the mud, together with torn clothing, rags of leather and of cloth, and great red pools that mingle with the melted ice. The mist surrounds it all, this abandoned battlefield wherein fear was the victor over man. The swiftly flying figures are soon swallowed up by the grey wall which lies dense and heavy over the low land around. For a time they appear like ghosts with blurred outlines of torn doublets and scraps of felt hats placed awry. Then the outline gets more dim as they run, and the kindly mist hides them from view. Under the molens all is silent now. Jan and Piet the Red guard the prisoner alone. The gallows are ready, or nearly so, but there is no one to send to the Lord of Stoutenburg to tell him this, as he hath commanded, so that he may see this man hang whom he hates. And it would not be safe to leave the prisoner unguarded. Only from time to time Jan looks to see that the rope still hold fast. But for the most part his eyes are fixed upon the mist on his left. For that way lies Delft, and from thence will loom out by and by the avenging horde sent by the Prince of Orange. Now that those panting, perspiring human creatures have gone, the frost is more bitter, more biting than before, but neither Piet nor Jan seem to heed it, though their flesh is blue with the cold. Overhead there is a tramp of feet. The noble mynheers must have heard the confusion. They must have seen the flight. They are even now preparing to do in a slightly more dignified way what the foreign mercenaries and the louts from the country have done so incontinently. The prisoner, hearing this tramp of feet over his head, looks more alertly around him. He sees that Jan and Piet have remained on guard even whilst the others have fled. He also sees the pile of heaped up arms, the broken metal, the rags and the mud, and through the intricacies of the wooden steps, the booted feet of the mynheers running helter-skelter down, and a mad, merry laugh that holds a world of joy in its rippling tones breaks from his lips. The next moment, from far away, comes a weird cry through the mist. A fox on the alert tries to lure his prey with that quaint cry of his, which appeals to the young birds and encourages them to come. What should a fox be doing on these ice-covered tracks? He must have strayed from very far, from over the moor mayhap beyond Gonda. Hunger no doubt hath made a wanderer of him, an exile from his home. Jan listens, greatly astonished. What should a fox be doing here? Piet is impassive. He knows nothing of the habits of foxes. Sea-wolves are more familiar to him. With his eyes, Jan instinctively questions the prisoner. What should a fox be doing here on these ice-bound flats? He mutely asks. But the prisoner apparently cares nothing about the marvels of nature, cares nothing about exiled foxes. His head is erect, his eyes dance with glee. A happy smile lights up his entire face. Jan remembered that the others last night had called the wounded man the Laughing Cavalier. A cavalier he looked, every inch of him. The ropes mattered nothing, nor the torn clothing. Proud, triumphant, happy, he was laughing with all the light-hearted gaiety which pertains to youth. Laughing Cavalier, forsooth! Lucky devil! If he can laugh! Jan sighed and marvelled when the Lord of Stoutenburg would relieve him from his post. End of chapter 39.
Chapter 40 of The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 40. The Loser Pays. Nicholas Beresteyn had not gone far when Lucas of Sparendam came running with the news. He heard it all. He saw the confusion, the first signs of Sauve Qui Peut. At first he was like one paralyzed with horror and with fear. He could not move. His limbs refused him service. Then he thought of his friends, some up in the Molens, others at various posts on the road and by the bridge. They might not hear the confusion and the tumult. They might not see the coming Sauve Qui Peut. They might not hear that the Stadtholder's spies are on the alert, and that his bodyguard might be here at any time. Just then the disbanding began. Nicholas Beresteyn pushed his way through the fighting, quarrelling crowd to where Lucas of Sparendam, still exhausted and weak, was leaning up against a beam. "Their lordships up in the Molens," he said in a voice still choked with fear, "and the Lord of Stoutenburg in the hut with the jongejuffrouw. Come and tell them at once all that you know." And he dragged Lucas of Sparendam in his wake. The Lord of Stoutenburg was at Gilda's feet when Beresteyn ran in with Lucas to tell him the news. After he had given Jan the orders to prepare the gallows for the summary execution of the prisoner, he had resumed his wild, restless pacing up and down the room. There was no remorse in him for his inhuman and cowardly act, but his nerves were all on the jar, and that perpetual hammering which went on in the distance drove him to frantic exasperation. A picture of the happenings in the basement down below would obtrude itself upon his mental vision. He saw the prisoner, careless, contemptuous, ready for death; Jan sullen but obedient; the men murmuring and disaffected. He felt as if the hammering was now directed against his own head. He could have screamed aloud with the agony of this weary, expectant hour. Then he thought of Gilda. Slowly the dawn was breaking. The hammering had ceased momentarily. Silence reigned in the basement after the turbulence of the past hour. The Lord of Stoutenburg did not dare conjecture what this silence meant. The thought of Gilda became more insistent. He snatched up a cloak, and wrapping it closely round him, he ran out into the mist. Quickly descending the steps, he at once turned his back on the basement, where the last act of the supreme tragedy would be enacted presently. He felt like a man pursued, with the angel of Nemesis close to his heels, hourglass in hand to mark the hour of retribution. He hoped to find rest and peace beside Gilda. He would not tell her that he had condemned the man to death. Let her forget him peaceably and naturally. The events of today would surely obliterate other matters from her mind. What was the life of a foreign vagabond beside the destinies of Holland, which an avenging God would help to settle today? The Lord of Stoutenburg had walked rapidly to the hut, where he hoped to find Gilda ready to receive him. He knocked at the door, and Maria opened it to him. To his infinite relief, she told him that the jongejuffrouw had broken her fast and would gladly speak with him. Gilda, he thought, looked very pale and fragile in the dim light of 2 or 3 tallow candles placed in sconces about the room. There were dark circles around her eyes, and a pathetic trembling of her lips proclaimed the near presence of tears. But there was an atmosphere of peace in the tiny room, with its humble little bits of furniture, and the huge earthenware stove, from which the pleasing glow of a wood fire emanated, and shed a cheerful radiance around. The Lord of Stoutenburg felt that here in Gilda's presence he could forget his ambitions and his crimes, the man whom he was so foully putting to death, his jealousies, and even his revenge. He drew a low chair close to her, and half sitting, half kneeling, began speaking to her as gently, as simply as his harsh voice and impatient temperament would allow. He spoke mostly about the future, only touching very casually on the pain which she had caused him by her unjust suspicions of him. Gilda listened to him in silence for a while. She was collecting all her will-power, all her strength of purpose, for the task which lay before her, the task of softening a hardened and treacherous heart, of rousing in it a spark of chivalry and of honour, so that it showed mercy there where it now threatened injustice, cruelty, and almost inhuman cowardice. A brave man's life was in the hands of this man, who professed love for her, and though Gilda rejected that love with contempt, she meant, womanlike, to use that love as a mainspring for the softened mood which she wished to call forth. The first thought that had broken in upon her after a brief and troubled sleep was that a brave young life would be sacrificed today to gratify the petty spite of a fiend. She had been persuaded yesterday that the man who, though helpless and pinioned, stood before her in all the splendour of manhood and of a magnificent personality, was nothing but a common criminal, a liar, a forger, and a thief. Though this thought should have made her contented, since by bringing guilt home to a man who was nothing to her, it exonerated her brother whom she loved, she had felt all night, right through the disturbing dreams which had floated through her consciousness, a leaden weight sitting upon her heart, like the sense of the committal of some great and irreparable wrong. Indeed, she felt that if here in this very place, which he had filled last night with his exuberant vitality, she had to think of him as silent and cold for all eternity, such a thought would drive her mad. The Lord of Stoutenburg's honeyed words fell unheeded on her ear. His presence near her filled her with horror. She only kept up a semblance of interest in him because he held the fate of another man in the hollow of his hand. She was preparing in her mind what she was going to say to him. She rehearsed the words which were most likely to appeal to his callous nature. Already she was nerving herself for the supreme effort of pleading for a brave man's life, when suddenly the tramping of heavy feet outside the hut, confused shouts and clang of arms, caused Stoutenburg to jump to his feet. The door was torn open, and Nicholas Beresteyn stood for a moment on the threshold, pale, speechless, with body trembling and moisture thick upon his brow. Lucas of Sparendam was close behind him, equally pale and still. At first sight of her brother, Gilda had uttered a little cry of joy, but that cry soon died upon her lips. Beresteyn had scarcely looked on her, his glance at once had found that of Stoutenburg, and the two men seemed to understand one another. "We are betrayed?" cried Stoutenburg hoarsely. Beresteyn nodded in reply. "How?" Lucas of Sparendam, in short jerky sentences, retold once more the tale of all that had happened at Delft. The Prince of Orange warned, the spies which he had sent broadcast, the bodyguard which even now was on its way. "They know of this place," murmured Beresteyn between quivering lips. "They might be here at any moment." Through the open door there came the noise of the men fighting, the cries of rage and of fear, the clatter of metal and the tramping of many feet. "They are scared and half mad," said Lucas of Sparendam. "In 5 minutes the Sauve Qui Peut will commence." "We are quite near the coast," said Stoutenburg with outward calm, though his voice was choked and his tongue clove to the roof of his mouth. "Go you and tell the others, Beresteyn," he added, turning to his friend. Then collect all our papers that are in the molens. Thank God there are only a few that might compromise us at all. Heemskerk and Van Does will help you. They are not like to be seized with panic. We can then make quietly for Scheveningen, where the boats are ready. There is a sledge here and a pair of horses which I shall need, but it is less than a league to Scheveningen, and you can all walk it easily. Tell the others not to lose time, and I will follow with the sledge as soon as may be. There is no cause for a panic, and we can all save ourselves." Beresteyn made ready to go. He took less pains than Stoutenburg to conceal his terror, and his knees frankly shook under him. At the door he paused. He had suddenly remembered Gilda. She had risen from her chair, and stood now like a statue carved in stone, white to the lips, wide-eyed, her whole expression one of infinite horror. It had all been lies then, all that Stoutenburg had told her yesterday. He had concealed the monstrous truth, lying to her with every word he uttered. Now he stood there pale and trembling, the traitor who in his turn had been betrayed. Fear and blind rage were fighting their last deathly battle in his soul. The edifice of his treachery was crumbling round him. God's hand, through an unknown channel, had set the limit to his crimes. Twice a traitor, he had twice failed. Already he could see the disbanding of his mercenary troops, the beginning of that mad, wild flight to the coast, and down the steps of the molens his friends too were running helter-skelter, without thought of anything save of their own safety. It would be so immeasurably horrible to fall into the Stadtholder's hands. And Gilda, pale and silent, stood between the two men who had lied to her, outraged her to the end. Nicholas was a traitor after all. He had cast the eternal shroud of shame over the honour and peace of his house, and God did not help him now. His death would complete that shame. She tried to hold his glance, but he would not look at her. She felt that his wrath of her almost bordered on hatred, because he believed that she had betrayed them all. His eyes were fixed upon his leader and friend, and all the anxiety which he felt was for that one man. "You must not delay, Nicholas," said Stoutenburg curtly. "Go, warn the others, and tell them to make for Scheveningen. But do you wait for me. We'll follow anon in the sledge, and of course Gilda comes with us." And Beresteyn said firmly, "Of course Gilda comes with us." She was not afraid, even when he said this, even when his fierce glance rested upon her, and she was too proud to make an appeal to him. It was her turn now to avert her glance from him. To the bottom of her soul she loathed his cowardice, and the contempt with which she regarded him now was almost cruel in its intensity. He went out of the room, followed by Lucas of Sparendam, and now she was once more alone with the Lord of Stoutenburg. "Gilda," he cried with a fierce oath, "when did you do this?" "It was not I, my lord," she replied calmly. "You and Nicholas did all that lay in your power to render me helpless in this. God knows I would not have betrayed you. It is his hand that hath pointed the way to one who was more brave than I." "'Tis false," he exclaimed violently. "No one knew of our plans save those who must now flee because like us they have been betrayed. No sane man would wilfully put his head in the halter, and there are no informers amongst us." "You need not believe me, my lord," she rejoined coldly, "and you do not wish. But remember that I have never learnt the art of lying, nor could I be the Judas to betray my own brother. Therefore do I pledge you my word that I had no share in this decree of God." "If not yourself," he retorted, "you spoke of it to some one, who went to the Stadtholder and warned him. To some one who... Ah!" he cried suddenly with a loud and ghoulish scream, wherein rage, horror and fear and a kind of savage triumph too rang out. "I see that I have guessed aright. You did speak of what you knew, to the miserable knave whom Nicholas paid to outrage you, and you offered him money to betray your own brother." "It is false." "It is true. I can read it in your face. That man went to Delft yesterday. He was captured by Jan on his way back to Rotterdam. He had fulfilled your errand and warned the Prince of Orange, and delivered me and all my friends into hands that never have shown mercy. He was blind with passion now, and looked on her with bloodshot eyes, that threatened to kill, but Gilda was not cast in the same mould as was this traitor. Baffled in his crime, fear had completely unmanned him, but with every cry of rage uttered by Stoutenburg, she became more calm and less afraid. "Once more, my lord," she said quietly in the brief interval of Stoutenburg's ravings, and while he was forced to draw breath, "do I pledge my word to you that I had no hand in saving the Stadtholder's life. That God chose for this another instrument than I do thank him on my knees." While she spoke, Stoutenburg had made a quick effort to regain some semblance of composure, and now he contrived to say quite calmly, and with an evil sneer upon his face, "That instrument of God is, an I mistake not, tied to a post with ropes like an ox ready for the butcher's hand. Though I have but sorry chances of escape myself, and every minute hath become precious, I can at least spend 5 in making sure that his fate at any rate be sorrier than mine." Her face became if possible even paler than before. "What do you mean to do?" she murmured. "The man who has betrayed me to the Prince of Orange is the same man who laid hands upon you in Haarlem. Is that not so?" "I cannot say," she said firmly. "The same man who was here in this room yesterday, bound and pinioned before you?" he insisted. "I do not know." "Will you swear then that you never spoke to him of the Prince of Orange and of our plans?" "Not of your plans," she protested calmly. "You see that you cannot deny it, Gilda," he continued with that same unnatural calm which seemed to her far more terrible than his rage had been before. "Willingly or unwittingly you let that man know what you overheard in the Grootekerk on New Year's Eve. Then you bribed him into warning the Prince of Orange, since you could not do it yourself." "It is false," she reiterated wildly. Once more that evil sneer distorted his pale face. "Well," he said, "whether you bribed him or not matters to me but little. I do believe that willingly you would not have betrayed Nicolaes or me or any of our friends to the Stadtholder, knowing what he is. But you wanted to cross our plans, you wanted to warn the Stadtholder of his danger, and you, not God, chose that man for your instrument." "It is not true. I deny it," she repeated fearlessly. "You may deny it with words, Gilda, but your whole attitude proclaims the truth. Thank God," he cried with a note of savage triumph in his voice, "that man is still a helpless prisoner in my hands." "What do you mean?" she murmured. "I mean that it is good to hold the life of one's deadliest enemy in the hollow of one's hand." "But you would not slay a defenceless prisoner," she cried. He laughed, a bitter, harsh, unnatural laugh. "Slay him?" he cried. "Aye, that I will, if it is not already done. Did you hear the hammering and the knocking a while ago? It was Jan making ready the gibbet. And now, though the men have run away like so many Vendôme cowards, I know that Jan, at any rate, has remained faithful to his post. The gibbet is still there, and Jan and I and Nicolaes, we have 3 pairs of hands between us, strong enough to make an enemy swing 'twixt earth and heaven, and 3 pairs of eyes herewith to see an informer perish upon the gallows." But already she had interrupted him with a loud cry of overwhelming horror. "Are you a fiend to think of such a thing?" "No," he replied, "only a man who has a wrong to avenge." "The wrong was in your treachery," she retorted, even while indignation nearly choked the words in her throat. No honest man could refuse to warn another that a murderous trap had been laid for him. "Possibly, but through that warning given by a man whom I hate, my life is practically at an end." "Life can only be ended by death," she pleaded, "and yours is in no danger yet. In a couple of hours, as you say, you will have reached the coast. No doubt you have taken full measures for your safety. The Stadtholder is sick, he hath scarce a few months to live. When he dies everything will be forgotten, you can return and begin your life anew. Oh, you will thank God then on your knees that this last hideous crime doth not weigh upon your soul." "A wrong unavenged would weigh my soul down with bitterness," he said sombrely. "My life is done, Gilda. Ambition, hope, success, everything that I care for has gone from me. Nicolaes may begin his life anew. He is young, and his soul is not like mine, consumed with ambition and with hatred. But for that one man I were today stadtholder of half our provinces and sole ruler of our united Netherlands, instead of which from this hour forth I shall be a fugitive, a pariah, an exile. All this do I owe to one man," he added fiercely, "and I take my revenge. That is all." He made a feint as if to go, but Gilda, with a moan of anguish, had already held him back. Despite the loathing which the slightest contact with such a fiend caused her, she clung with both her hands to his arm. "My lord," she entreated, "in the name of your dear mother, in the name of all that is yet good and pure and noble in you, do not allow this monstrous crime to add to the heavy load of sin which rests upon your soul. God is just," she added earnestly. "God will punish us all if such an infamy is done now, at this supreme hour, when our destinies are being weighed in the balance." But he looked down on her suddenly with an evil leer which sent a chill right through her to her heart. "Are you pleading for a man who mayhap hath sent your brother to the scaffold?" he asked. His glance was now so dark and so cruel, the suspicion which lurked in it was so clear, that for the moment Gilda was overawed by this passion of hate and jealousy which she was unable to fathom. The quick hot blood of indignation rushed to her pale cheeks. "It was of Nicholas that I was thinking," she said proudly. "If that man dies now, I feel that such a dastardly crime would remain a lasting stain upon the honour of our house." "The crime is on you, Gilda," he retorted, "in that you did betray us all. Willingly or unwittingly, you did deliver me into the hands of my most bitter enemy. But I pray you, plead no more for a knave, whom you surely must hate even more bitterly than I do hate him. The time goes by, and every wasted minute becomes dangerous now. I pray you make ready yourself to depart." She had not given up all thoughts of pleading yet, though she knew that for the moment she had failed. There floated vaguely at the back of her mind a dim hope that God would not abandon her in this her bitterest need. He had helped her in her direst trouble. He had averted the hideous treachery which threatened to stain her father's honoured name and her own with a hideous mark of shame. Surely he would not allow this last, most terrible crime to be committed. No doubt that vague frame of mind, born of intense bodily and mental fatigue, betrayed itself in the absent expression in her eyes, for Stoutenburg reiterated impatiently, "I can give you a quarter of an hour wherein to make ready." "A quarter of an hour," she murmured vaguely, "to make ready? For what?" "For immediate departure with me and your brother for Belgium." Still she did not understand. A deep frown of puzzlement appeared between her brows. "Departure? With you? What do you mean, my lord?" she asked. "I mean," he replied roughly, "that out of the wreckage of all my ambitions, my desires and my hopes, I will at least save something that will compensate me for all that I have lost. You said just now that life could only end in death. Well, next to mine ambition and my desire for vengeance, you, Gilda, as you know, do fill my entire soul. With you beside me I may try to begin life anew. I leave for the coast in less than half an hour. Nicholas will be with us, and he will care for you. But I will not go without you, so you must come with us." "Never," she said firmly. But Stoutenburg only laughed with careless mockery. "Who will protect you," he said, "when I take you in my arms and carry you to the sledge, which in a quarter of an hour will be ready for you? Who will protect you when I carry you in my arms from the sledge to the boat which awaits us at Scheveningen?" "Nicholas," she rejoined calmly, "is my brother. He would not permit such an outrage." An ironical smile curled the corners of his cruel lips. "Do you really think, Gilda," he said, "that Nicholas will run counter to my will? I have but to persuade him that your presence in Holland will be a perpetual menace to our safety. Besides, you heard what he said just now, that you, of course, would come with us." "My dead body you can take with you," she retorted, "but I, alive, will never follow you." "Then 'tis your dead body I'll take, Gilda," he said with a sneer. "I will be here to fetch you in a quarter of an hour, so I pray you make ready while I go to deal with that meddlesome instrument of God." She was spent now, and had no strength for more. A great numbness, an overpowering fatigue, seemed to creep into her limbs. She even allowed him to take her hand, and to raise it to his lips, for she was quite powerless to resist him. Only when she felt those burning lips against her flesh, a shudder of infinite loathing went right through her body. Soon he turned on his heel and strode out of the room. She heard the thin wooden door fall to with a bang behind him, but she could no longer see. A kind of darkness had fallen over her eyes, a darkness in which only one figure appeared clearly, the figure of a man upon a gibbet. All else was blackness around her, impenetrable blackness, almost tangible in its intensity, and out of the blackness, which seemed like that of a dungeon, there came cries as of human creatures in hell. "Lord, have mercy upon him!" Her lips, cold and white, murmured vaguely and insistently, "Lord, have mercy upon him! Lord, have mercy upon us all!" End of chapter 40. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 41 of The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 41. Vengeance is Mine. It was like a man possessed of devils that the Lord of Stoutenburg ran out through the mist toward the Molens. The grey light of this winter's morning had only vaguely pierced the surrounding gloom, and the basement beneath the Molens still looked impenetrably dark. Dark and silent. The soldier, foreign mercenaries and louts, had vanished in the fog. Arms hastily thrown down littered the mud-covered ground. Swords, pistols, muskets, torn clothing, here and there a neckcloth, a steel bonnet, a bright-coloured sash. Stoutenburg saw it all, right through the gloom, and he ground his teeth together to smother a cry of agonized impotence. Only now and then a ghostly form flitted swift and silent among the intricate maze of beams, a laggard left behind in the general scramble for safety, or a human scavenger on the prowl for loot. Now and then a groan or a curse came from out of the darkness, and a weird, shapeless, moving thing would crawl along in the mud like some creeping reptile seeking its lair. But Stoutenburg looked neither to the right nor left. He paid no heed to these swiftly fleeting, ghost-like forms. He knew well enough that he would find silence here, that 36 men, cowards and mercenaries all, had been scattered like locusts before a gale. Overhead he heard the tramping of feet. His friends, Beresteyn, Heemskerk, Van Does, were making ready for flight. His one scheme of vengeance, that for which he had thirsted and plotted and sinned, had come to naught. But he had yet another in his mind, one which, if successful, would give him no small measure of satisfaction for the failure of the other. And ahead the outline of the hastily improvised gallows detached itself out of the misty shroud, and from the Lord of Stoutenburg's throat there came a fierce cry of joy, which surely must have delighted all the demons in hell. He hurried on, covering with swift, eager steps the short distance that separated him from the gibbet. He called loudly to Jan, for it seemed to him as if the place was unaccountably deserted. He could not see Jan nor yet the prisoner, and surely Piet the Red had not proved a coward. The solid beams above and around him threw back his call in reverberating echoes. He called again, and from far away a mocking laugh seemed alone to answer him. Like a frightened beast now he bounded forward. There were the gallows not 5 paces away from him. The planks hastily hammered together a while ago were creaking weirdly, buffeted by the wind, and up aloft the rope was swinging, beating itself with a dull, eerie sound against the wood. The Lord of Stoutenburg, dazed and stupefied, looked on this desolate picture like a man in a dream. "My lord!" The voice came feebly from somewhere close by. "My lord, for pity's sake!" It was Jan's voice, of course. The Lord of Stoutenburg turned mechanically in the direction from whence it came. Not far from where he was standing he saw Jan lying on the ground against a beam, with a scarf wound loosely round his mouth, and his arms held with a cord behind his back. Stoutenburg unwound the scarf and untied the cord, then he murmured dully, "Jan, what does this mean?" "The men all threw down their arms, my lord," said Jan as soon as he had struggled to his feet. "They ran like cowards when Lucas of Sparendam brought the news." "I knew that," said Stoutenburg hoarsely. "Curse them all for their miserable cowardice. But the prisoner, man, the prisoner, what have you done with him? Did I not order you to guard him with your life?" "Then is mine own life forfeit, my lord," said Jan simply, "for I did fail in guarding the prisoner." A violent oath broke from Stoutenburg's trembling lips. He raised his clenched fist, ready to strike, in his blind, unreasoning fury, the one man who had remained faithful to him to the last. Jan slowly bent the knee. "Kill me, my lord," he said calmly. "I could not guard the prisoner." Stoutenburg was silent for a moment. Then his upraised arm fell nervelessly by its side. "How did it happen?" he asked. "I scarce can tell you, my lord," replied Jan. "The attack on us was so quick and sudden. Piet and I did remain at our post, but in the rush and the panic we presently were left alone beside the prisoner. Two men, who were his friends, must have been on the watch for this opportunity. They fell on us from behind and caught us unawares. We called in vain for assistance. It was a case of Sauve Qui Peut, and every one for himself. In a trice the cords that bound the prisoner were cut, and three men had very quickly the best of us. Piet, though wounded in the leg, contrived to escape, but it almost seemed as if those three demons were determined to spare me. Though by God," added Jan fervently, "I would gladly have died rather than have seen all this shame. When they had brought me down, they wound a scarf round my mouth and left me here tied to a beam, while they disappeared in the fog." Stoutenburg made no comment on this brief narrative. Even the power of cursing seemed to have deserted him. He left Jan kneeling there on the frozen ground, and without a word he turned on his heel and made his way once more between the beams under the molens, back toward the hut. Vengeance indeed had eluded his grasp. The two men whom on earth he hated most had remained triumphant, while he himself had been brought down to the lowest depths of loneliness and misery. Friendless, kinless now, life indeed, as he had told Gilda, was at an end for him. Baffled vengeance would henceforth make him a perpetual exile, and a fugitive with every man's hand raised against him, a price once more upon his head. The world doth at times allow a man to fail in the task of his life. It will forgive that one failure, and allow the man to try again. But a second failure is unforgivable. Men turn away from the blunderer in contempt. Who would risk life, honour, and liberty in a cause that has twice failed? Stoutenburg knew this. He knew that within the hour his friends would already have practically deserted him. Panic-stricken now, they would accompany him as far as the coast. They would avail themselves of all the measures which he had devised for their mutual safety. But in their innermost hearts they would already have detached themselves from his future ill fortunes. And anon, in a few months mayhap, when the Stadtholder had succumbed to the disease which was threatening his life, they would all return to their homes and to their kindred, and forget this brief episode, wherein their leader's future had been so completely and so irretrievably wrecked. They would forget, only he, Stoutenburg, would remain the pariah, the exile, that carries the brand of traitor for ever upon the pages of his life. And now the hut is once more in sight, and for one brief instant an inward light flickers up in Stoutenburg's dulled eyes. Gilda is there, Gilda whom he loves, and whose presence in the sorrow-laden years that are to come would be a perpetual compensation for all the humiliation and all the shame which he had endured. Today, mayhap she would follow him unwillingly, but Stoutenburg's passion was proof against her coldness. He felt that he could conquer her, that he could win her love, when once he had her all to himself in a distant land, when she, kinless too and forlorn, would naturally turn to him for protection and for love. He had little doubt that he would succeed, and vaguely in his mind there rose the pale ray of hope that her love would then bring him luck, or at any rate put renewed energy in him to begin his life anew. End of chapter 41. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah.
Chapter 42 of the Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 42, The Fight in the Doorway. It seemed to Stoutenburg that from the back of the hut there came the sound of bustle and activity. He thought that mayhap Barristan had had the good idea of making the sled ready for departure, and he called out loudly to his friend. It was a mocking voice, however, that rose in response. "Was your magnificence, perchance, looking for me?" Out of the mist which still hung around the small building, Diogenes' tall figure suddenly loomed before the Lord of Stoutenburg. He was standing in the doorway of the hut, with his back to it. One hand, the right one, was thrust inside his doublet. The left was on the hilt of his sword. His battered hat was tilted rakishly above his brow, and he was regarding his approaching enemy with a look of keen amusement and scorn. At first Stoutenburg thought that his fevered fancy was playing his eyes a weird and elusive trick. Then, as the reality of what he saw fully burst upon his senses, he uttered a loud and hoarse cry, like a savage beast that has been wounded. "Plepshark, smearlap," he cried fiercely, "rogue, villain, menial varlet, and all that you care to name me, my lord," quoth the philosopher lightly, "and entirely at your service." "Jan!" cried Stoutenburg. "Jan, in the name of hell, where are you?" "Not very far, my lord," rejoined the other. Jan is a brave soldier, but he was no match for the three philosophers, even though one of them at first was trussed like a fowl. "Jan stuck to his post, my lord. Remember that," he added more seriously, "even when your other followers and friends were scattered to the winds, like a crowd of mice at the approach of a cat. We did not hurt Jan because he is a brave soldier, but we tied him down lest he ran to get assistance, whilst assistance was still available. You insolent knave!" "You speak rightly, my lord. I am an insolent knave, and do rejoice in mine insolence, that I stayed behind here while my brother philosophers accomplished the task which I had put upon them on purpose, to exercise some of that insolence upon you, and to see what power a man hath to curb his temper, and to look pleasant, whilst an insolent knave doth tell him to his face that he is an abject and degraded cur." "Then by heaven, you abominable Plepshark," cried Stoutenburg, white with passion, "since you stayed here to parley with me, I can still give you so complete a retort that your final insolence will have to be spoken in hell. But let me pass now, I have business inside the hut." "I know you have, my lord," rejoined Diogenes coolly, "but I am afraid that your business will have to wait until two philosophers named respectively Pythagoras and Socrates have had time to finish theirs." "What do you mean? Let me pass, I tell you, or the wrath of your magnificence will once more be upon mine unworthy head. Dondersteen, what have I not suffered already from that all-powerful wrath? You should have been hanged ere this. It is an omission, my lord, which I fear me we must now leave to the future to rectify." "Stand aside, man," cried Stoutenburg, who was hoarse with passion. "No, not just yet," was the other's calm reply. "Stand aside," reiterated Stoutenburg wildly. He drew his sword and made a quick thrust at his enemy. He remembered the man's wounded shoulder, and saw that his right hand was temporarily disabled. "Ah, my lord," quoth Diogenes lightly, as with his left he drew Bucephalus out of its scabbard. "You had forgotten, or perhaps you never knew, that during your followers' scramble for safety my sword remained unheeded in an easily acceptable spot. Also, that it is as much at home in my left hand as in my right. Like a bull goaded to fury, Stoutenburg made a second and more vigorous thrust at his opponent. But Diogenes was already on guard, calm, very quiet in his movements, and in the manner of a perfect swordsman. Stoutenburg, hot with rage, impetuous and clumsy, was at once at a disadvantage, whilst his foreigner adventurer, entirely self-possessed and good-humoured, had the art of the sword at his fingertips, the art of perfect self-control, the art of not rushing to the attack, the supreme art of waiting for an opportunity. No feint or thrust at first, only on guard, quietly on guard, and Bucephalus seemed to be infinitely multiplied at times, so quickly did the bright steel flash out in the grey light and then subside again. Stoutenburg was at once conscious of his own disadvantage. He was no match for this brilliant sword play. His opponent did indeed appear to be only playing with him, but Stoutenburg felt all the time that the abominable knave must disarm him any moment, if he were so minded. Nor could he see very clearly. The passionate blood in him had rushed to his head and was beating furiously in his temples, whilst the other man, with additional advantage of a good position against the wall, kept up a perfect fusillade and good-humoured comments. "Well attacked, my lord," he cried gaily. "Dondersteen, were I as fat as your magnificence supposes, your sword would ere now have made a hole in my side. Pity I am not a broder, is it not? Or more in the way of your sword." There he added, as with a quick and sudden turn of the wrist, he knocked his opponent's weapon out of his hand. "Allow me to return you the most useful sword." He had already stooped and picked up Stoutenburg's sword, and now was holding it with slender fingertips by the point of its blade, and smiling, urbane and mocking. He held it out at his arm's length, bowing the while with courtly, ironical grace. "Shall we call Jan, my lord," he said airily, "or one of your friends to aid you? Some of them, I noticed just now, seemed somewhat in a hurry to quit this hospitable Molens, but maybe one or two are still lingering behind." Stoutenburg, blind with rage, had snatched his sword back out of the scoffer's hand. He knew that the man was only playing with him, only keeping him busy here to prevent his going to Gilda. This thought threw him into a frenzy of excitement, and not heeding the other's jeers, he cried out at the top of his voice, "Jan, Jan, Nicholas, what ho!" And the other man, putting his hand up to his mouth, also shouted lustily, "Jan, Nicholas, what ho!" Had Stoutenburg been less blind and deaf to aught save to his own hatred and his own fury, he would have heard not many paces away the sound of horses' hoofs upon the hard ground, the champing of bits, the jangle of harness, but of this he did not think, not just yet. His thoughts were only of Gilda, and that man was holding the door of the hut because he meant to dispute with him the possession of Gilda. He cast aside all sense of pride and shame. He was no match with a foreign mercenary whose profession was that of arms. There was no disgrace in his want of skill, but he would not yield the ground to this adventurer who meant to snatch Gilda away from him. After all, the man had a wounded shoulder and a lacerated hip. With the aid of Jan and Nicholas, he could soon be rendered helpless. New hope rose in the Lord of Stoutenburg's heart, giving vigour to his arm. Now he heard the sound of running footsteps behind him. Jan was coming to his aid, and there were others, Nicholas no doubt, and Houdekerk. My lord," cried Jan, horrified at what he saw. He had heard the clang of steel against steel, and had caught up the first sword that came to his hand. His calls, and those of Stoutenburg as well as the more lusty ones of Diogenes, reached the ears of Beresteyn, who with his friend Houdekerk was making a final survey of the molens, to search for compromising papers that might have been left about. They too heard the cries and the clash of steel. They ran down the steps of the molens, only to meet Jan, who was hurrying toward the hut with all his might. "I think my lord is being attacked," shouted Jan, as he flew past, "and the jongejuffrouw is still in the hut." These last words dissipated Nicholas Beresteyn's sudden thoughts of cowardice. He too snatched up a sword, and followed by Houdekerk, he ran in Jan's wake. The stranger, so lately a prisoner condemned to hang, was in the doorway of the hut, with his back to it, his sword in his left hand, keeping my Lord Stoutenburg at arm's length. Jan, Nicholas, and Houdekerk were on him in a trice. 2, 3, how many of you? Queried Diogenes with a laugh, as with smart riposte he met the 3 blades which suddenly flashed out against him. Ah, Mynheer Beresteyn, my good Jan, I little thought that I would see you again. Let me pass, man, cried Beresteyn. I must to my sister. Not yet, friend, he replied, till I know what your intentions are. For one instant Beresteyn appeared to hesitate. The kind sentiment which had prompted him a while ago to speak sympathetic words to a condemned man who had taken so much guilt upon his shoulders still fought in his heart against his hatred for the man himself. Since that tragic moment at the foot of the gallows, which had softened his mood, Beresteyn had learnt that it was this man who had betrayed him and his friends to the Stadtholder, and guessed that it was Gilda who had instigated or bribed him into that betrayal. And now the present position seemed to bring vividly before his mind the picture of that afternoon in the Lame Cow at Haarlem, when the knave whom he had paid to keep Gilda safely out of the way was bargaining with his father to bring her back to him. All the hatred of the past few days, momentarily lulled in the face of a tragedy, rose up once more with renewed intensity in his heart. Here was the man who had betrayed him, and who, triumphant, was about to take Gilda back to Haarlem, and receive a fortune for his reward, while Houdekerk, doubtful and hesitating, marvelled if 'twere wise to take up Stoutenburg's private quarrels rather than follow his other friends to Scheveningen, where safety lay. Jan and Beresteyn, vigorously aided by Stoutenburg, made a concerted attack upon the knave, but it seemed as easy for Bucephalus to deal with 3 blades as with one, and now it appeared to have 3 tongues of pale grey flame that flashed hither and thither, backwards, forwards, left, right, above, below, parry, riposte, an occasional thrust, and always quietly on guard. Diogenes was in his greatest humour, laughing and shouting with glee. To anyone less blind with excitement than were these men, it would soon have been clear that he was shouting for the sole purpose of making a noise louder than the hammerings, the jinglings, the knocking that was going on at the back of the hut. To right and left of the front of the small building, a high wooden paling ran for a distance of 100 paces or so, enclosing a rough yard with a shed in the rear. It was impossible to see over the palings what was going on behind them, and so loudly did the philosopher shout and laugh, and so vigorously did steel strike against steel, that it was equally impossible to perceive the sounds that came from there. But suddenly Stoutenburg was on the alert. Something had caught his ear, a sound that rose above the din that was going on in the doorway, a woman's piercing shriek. Even the clanging of steel could not drown it, nor the lusty shouts of the fighting philosopher. For a second he strained his ears to listen. It seemed as if invisible hands were suddenly tearing down the wooden palisade that hid the rear of the small building from his view. Before his mental vision a whole picture rose to sight. A window at the back of the hut broken in, Hilda carried away by the friends of this accursed adventure. Jan had said that 2 came to his aid at the foot of the gallows, Maria screaming, the sled in wait, the horses ready to start. "My God, I had not thought of that," cried Jan Nicholas. "In heaven's name, Gilda, after me, quick!" And then he starts to run, skirting the palisade in the direction whence come now quite distinctly that careless rattle, that jingle and stamping of the ground which proclaims the presence of horses on the point of departure. "Jan, in heaven's name, follow me," cries Stoutenburg, pausing one instant ere he rounds the corner of the palisade. "Nicholas, leave that abominable knave. Gilda, I tell you, Gilda, they are carrying her away." Jan already has obeyed, grasping his sword as he does not pause to think. My lord has called, and 'tis my lord whom he follows. He runs after Stoutenburg as fast as his tired limbs will allow. Houdekerk, forgetting his own fears in the excitement of this hand-to-hand combat, follows in their wake. Nicholas, too, at Stoutenburg's call, is ready to follow him. He turns to run when a grasp of iron falls upon his arm, holding it like a vice. He could have screamed with the pain, and the sword which he held falls out of his nerveless fingers. The next moment he feels himself dragged by that same iron grasp through the open door into the hut, and he hears the door slam to and lock behind him. "Your pardon if I have been rough, mynheer," said Diogenes' pleasant voice, "but there was no time to argue outside that door, and you seemed in such a mighty hurry to run straight into that yawning abyss of disgrace." The grasp upon his arm had not relaxed, but it no longer hurt. Yet it was so firm and so absolute that Nicholas felt powerless to wrench himself away. "Let me go," he cried hoarsely. "Not just yet, mynheer," rejoined Diogenes coolly. "Not while this hot temper is upon you. Let the lords of Stoutenburg and our friend Jan fight to their heart's content with a fat philosopher who is well able to hold his own against them, while the other, who is lean and a moderately good coachman, sees that a pair of horses do not rear and bolt during the fray." "Let me go, man, I tell you," cried Beresteyn, who was making frantic efforts to free himself from that slender white grapnel which held his arm as in a vice. "One moment longer, mynheer, and you shall go. The horses of which I speak are harnessed to a sled, wherein is the jongejuffrouw, your sister." "Yes, verdommte Curl, let me get to her, or—" "As soon as that fat philosopher has disposed of the Lord of Stoutenburg and of Jan, he too will jump into the sled, and a minute later will be speeding on its way to Haarlem. And there will be 3 of us left here to hang you to that same gallows on which you should have dangled an hour ago," exclaimed Beresteyn savagely. "Possibly," retorted Diogenes dryly, "but even so your sister will be on the way to Haarlem rather than to exile, whither the Lord of Stoutenburg and you, her brother, would drag her. And what is that to you, you abominable plepshark, whether I go with my sister and my friend? Only this, mynheer, that yesterday in this very room I proclaimed myself a forger, a liar, and a thief before the jongejuffrouw, in order that her love for her only brother should not receive a mortal wound. At that moment I did greatly care for that lie," he added with his wonted flippancy, "but time hath lent it enchantment. It is on the whole one of the finest lies I ever told in my life. Moreover, it carried conviction. The jongejuffrouw was deceived. Now I will not see that pet lie of mine made fruitless by the abominable action which you have in contemplation." Beresteyn made no immediate reply. Easily swayed as he always was by a character stronger than his own, the words spoken by the man whom he had always affected to despise could not fail to move him. He knew that that same abominable action of which he was being accused had indeed been contemplated, not only by Stoutenburg but also by himself. It had only required one word from Stoutenburg, "Gilda, of course, comes with us," one hint that her presence in Holland would be a perpetual menace to his personal safety, and he had been not only willing but fully prepared to put this final outrage upon the woman whom he should have protected with his life. Therefore, now he dared not meet this eager questioning glance of this adventurer, in whose merry eyes the look of irrepressible laughter was momentarily veiled by one of anxiety. He looked around him restlessly, shiftily. His wandering glance fell on the narrow inner door, which stood open, and he caught a glimpse of a smaller room beyond, with a window in that further end of it. That window had been broken in from without, the narrow frame torn out of its socket, and the mullion wrenched out of its groove. Through the wide breach thus made in the lath and mud walls of the hut, Beresteyn suddenly saw the horses, and the sled out there in the open. The fight of a while ago by the front door had now been transferred to this spot. A short fat man with his back to the rear of the sled was holding the Lord Stoutenburg and Heemskerk in a couple of arms' length with the point of his sword. Jan was apparently not yet on the scene. Another man, lean and tall, was on the box of the sled, trying with all his might to hold a pair of horses in, who, frightened by the clang of steel against steel, by the movement and the shouting, were threatening to plunge and rear at any moment. Diogenes laughed aloud. "My friend Pythagoras seems somewhat hard-pressed," he said, "and those horses might complicate the situation at any moment. I must to them now, mynheer. Tell me then quickly which you mean to do, behave like an honest man or like a cur." "What right have you to dictate to me?" said Beresteyn sullenly. "I have no account to give to you of mine own actions." "None, I admit," rejoined the philosopher placidly, "but let me put the situation a little more clearly before you. On the one hand, you must own that I could at this moment, with very little trouble and hardly any scruples, render you physically helpless first, then lock you up in this room and go and join my friends outside. On the other hand, you could leave this room sound in body and at heart an honest man, jump into that sled beside your sister and convey her yourself safely back to the home from whence you, her own brother, should never have allowed her to be taken." "I cannot do it," retorted Beresteyn moodily. "I could not meet my father face to face after what has happened." "Think you Gilda would tell him that his only son has played the part of a traitor? She loathes and despises me. She has a horror of that treacherous plot, but the plot has come to naught, and she will consider that you are punished enough for it already, and feel happy that you are free from Stoutenburg's clutches. I cannot leave Stoutenburg now, and she must go with him. She hates me for the outrage which was committed against her." "She does not know your share in it," said Diogenes quickly. "Have I not told you that I lied admirably? She believes me to be the only culprit, and to have forged your name to hide my own infamy." A hot flush rose to Beresteyn's pale cheeks. "I cannot bear to profit by your generosity," he said dully. "Posh, man," rejoined the other, not without a tone of bitterness. "What matters what my reputation is in her sight? She despises me so utterly already that a few sins more or less cannot lower me further in her sight." No, I cannot do it," persisted Beresteyn. "Go to your friends, man," he added fiercely. "The fat one is getting sorely pressed. The other cannot cope with the horses much longer. Go to their aid and kill me if you are so minded. Indeed, I no longer care, and in any case I could not survive all this shame." "Die by all means, where and when you list," said Diogenes placidly, "but 'tis your place first of all to take your sister now under your own protection, to keep her in that knowledge that whatever sins you may have committed, you were at least true and loyal to herself. By heaven, man, hath she not suffered enough already in her person, in her pride, above all in her affections? Your loyalty to her at this moment would be an ample compensation for all that she hath suffered. Be an honest man. Take her to her home." "How can I? I have no home, and she is a menace to us all." "I am a menace to you, you weak-hearted craven," cried Diogenes, whose moustache bristled with fury now. For by heaven I swear that you shall not leave this place with a whole skin, save to do an honest man's act of reparation." And, as if to give greater emphasis to his words, Diogenes gave the other man's arm a vigorous wrench, which caused Barristan to groan and curse with pain. "I may have hurt you worse than this presently," said the philosopher imperturbably, as he dragged Barristan, who by now felt dizzy and helpless, to the nearest chair and deposited him there. "Were you not her brother, I believe I should crack your obstinate skull. As it is, I will leave you here to take counsel with reason and honesty until I have finally disposed of my Lord of Stoutenburg." He ran quickly to the outer door, pushed the bolts home, gave the key an extra turn, and then pulled it out of the lock and threw it out the window. Barristan, somewhat stunned with emotion, a little faint with that vigorous wrench on his arm, and prostrate with fatigue and excitement of the past 2 days, made no attempt to stop him. No doubt he realized that any such attempt would indeed be useless. There was so much vitality, so much strength in the man, that his tall stature appeared to Nicholas now of a giant-like proportions, and his powers to savour of the supernatural. He watched him with dull, tired eyes as he finally went out of the room through the inner door. No doubt that this too he locked behind him. Barristan did not know. He half lay, half sat in the chair like a log. The sound of the fight outside, of the shouts that greeted Diogenes' arrival, and of the latter's merry laughter that went echoing through the mist, only reached his dull perceptions like a far-off dream. But in his mind he saw it all. The walls of the hut were transparent before his mental vision. He saw now the unequal fight, a perfect swordsman against Stoutenburg's unreasoning attacks and Heemskerk's want of skill. Jan too will have joined them by now, but he was loutish and clumsy. The issue would have been a foregone conclusion, even without the aid of the fat knave, who had held his own already for nearly 10 minutes. Yet, though his thoughts were not by any means all clear upon the subject, Barristan made no attempt to go to his own friend's assistance. Vaguely some pleasing visions began to float through the space around him. It seemed as if the magic personality of a nameless adventure still filled his narrow room with its vitality, with its joy and with its laughter. The optimistic breeziness which emanated from the man himself had lingered here after he was gone. His cheerful words still hung and reverberated upon the cold, wintry air. After all, why not, mused Barristan. Gilda knew of his share in the conspiracy against the Stadtholder, of course, but that conspiracy had now aborted. Gilda would never betray her brother's share in it, either to the Stadtholder's vengeance or to her father's wrath, and she had been made to believe that he was not the mover of the outrage against her person. Then why not? She had been forcibly dragged out of this hut. She knew that Stoutenburg meant to take her away with him into exile, even if she had been only partially conscious. Since she was taken to the sled, she would know that a desperate fight had been going on around her. Then if he, Nicholas, now appeared upon the scene, if he took charge of her and of the sled, and with the help of one or other of those knaves outside sped away with her north to Haarlem, would she not be confirmed in her belief of his loyalty? Would he not play a heroic role, make her happy and himself free? Then why not? All the papers relating to the aborted conspiracy, which might have compromised him, he had upon his person even now. He and Heemskerk had themselves collected them in the weighing room of the Molens after Lucas of Sparendam had brought his terrible news. Then why not? He rose briskly from his chair. The outer door of the hut was locked. He crossed to the inner door. That was just on the latch, and he threw it open. Before him now was the broken window frame, through which peeped the dull grey light of this misty winter's morning. Out in the open, through the filmy veil of the fog, he could see the final phases of an unequal fight. Stoutenburg and Heemskerk were both disarmed, and Jan had just appeared upon the scene. More far-seeing than were the Lord of Stoutenburg and Mynheer Heemskerk, he had very quickly realized that, sword in hand, no one was a match for this foreigner and his invincible blade. When the fighting was transferred from the doorway of the hut to the open roadway in the rear, he had first followed in the wake of his chief, then had doubled back, swiftly running to the molens, and in the basement, from out of the scattered litter of arms hastily thrown down, he had quickly picked up a couple of pistols, found some ammunition, quietly loaded the weapons, and with them in his hand started to run back to the hut. All this had taken some few moments, while Pythagoras had borne the brunt of a vigorous attack from the Lord of Stoutenburg and Mynheer Heemskerk, whilst Diogenes parleyed with Beresteyn inside the hut. Beresteyn saw the whole picture before him. He had thrown open the door and looked through the broken window at the precise moment when the Lord of Stoutenburg's sword flew out of his hand. Then it was that Jan came running along, shouting to my lord. Stoutenburg turned quickly, saw his faithful lieutenant, and caught sight of the pistols which he held. The next second he had snatched one out of Jan's hand, and the pale ray of a wintry sun penetrating through the mist found its reflection in a couple of steel barrels pointed straight at the laughing philosopher. Beresteyn, from within, felt indeed as if his heart stood still for that one brief palpitating second. Was fate after all taking the decision for the future, Gilda and his, out of his hands into her own? Would a bullet end that vigorous life, and still that merry laugh, and that biting tongue forever, and leave Nicholas to be swayed once more by the dark schemes and arbitrary will of his friend Stoutenburg? Fate was ready, calmly spinning the threads of human destinies. But there are some men in the world who have the power and the skill to take their destinies in their own hands. The philosopher and weaver of dreams, the merry, laughing cavalier, was one of these. What the Lord of Stoutenburg had seen that he perceived equally quickly, he too had caught sight of Jan and of the two steel barrels simultaneously levelled at him. He too realized that the most skilled swordsman is but a sorry match against a pair of bullets. But while Beresteyn held his breath and Stoutenburg tried to steady the trembling of his hand, he raised Bucephalus above his head and with a wild shout pointed toward the southern horizon far away. "The Stouthholders' Guard!" he cried lustily. "They are on us! Sauve Qui Peut!" Three cries of mad terror rent the air. There was a double detonation, a great deal of smoke. The horses in the sled reared and plunged wildly, forcing those who were nearest to the vehicle to beat a precipitate retreat. "At the horses' heads, you wooden-headed bladder!" shouted Diogenes lustily. Pythagoras did his best to obey, while Socrates was nearly dragged off the box by the frightened horses. Heemskerk had already incontinently taken to his heels. Jan had dropped his weapons, which Diogenes at once picked up. The Lord of Stoutenburg was preparing to fire again. "Sauve Qui Peut, my lords!" cried Diogenes. "Before I change my mind and put a hole through your heel, which will prevent your running away fast enough to escape the Stadtholder's wrath." There was another detonation. The horses reared and plunged again. When Beresteyn once more obtained a clear view of the picture, he saw the Lord of Stoutenburg stretched out on his back upon the ground, in a position that was anything but dignified, and certainly very perilous, for Diogenes, towering above him, was holding him by both feet. The tall, soldierly figure of the foreigner stood out clearly silhouetted against the grey misty light. His head, with its wreath of unruly brown curls, was thrown back with a gesture of almost suggested boyishness, delight in some impish mischief, while his infectious laugh echoed and re-echoed against the walls of the molens and of the hut. Jan was on his hands and knees crawling toward those two men, the conqueror and the conquered, with no doubt a vague idea that he might even now render assistance to my lord. "Here, Pythagoras, old fathead," cried Diogenes gaily, "see that our friend here does not interfere with me, and that he hath not a concealed poniard somewhere about his person. Then collect all pistols and swords that are lying about, well out of harm's way. In the meanwhile, what am I to do with his magnificence? He is kicking like a vicious colt, and that shoulder of mine is beginning to sting like fury." "Kill me, man, kill me," cried Stoutenburg savagely. "Curse you, why don't you end this farce?" "Because, my lord," said Diogenes more seriously than his wont, "the purest and most exquisite woman on God's earth did not once deign to bestow the priceless jewel of her love upon you. Did she know of your present plight, she would even now be pleading for you. Therefore," he added more flippantly, "I am going to give myself the satisfaction of making you a present of the last miserable shred of existence which you will drag on from this hour forth in wretchedness and exile to the end of your days. Take your life and your freedom, my lord," he continued in response to the invectives which Stoutenburg muttered savagely under his breath. "Take it at the hands of the miserable plepshurk whom you so despise. It is better, methinks, to do this rather than fall into the hands of the Stadtholder, whose mercy for a fallen enemy would be equal to your own." Then he shouted to Pythagoras, "Here, old compere, search his magnificence for concealed weapons, and then make ready to go. We have wasted too much time already." Despite Stoutenburg's struggles and curses, Pythagoras obeyed his brother philosopher to the letter. His lordship and Jan were both effectually disarmed now. Then only did Diogenes allow Stoutenburg to struggle to his feet. He had his sword in his left hand, and Pythagoras stood beside him. Jan found his master's hat and cloak and helped him on with them, and then said quietly, "The minutes are precious, my lord. 'Tis a brief run to Ryswyk. My Lord of Heemskerk is gone, and Mynheer Beresteyn has disappeared. Here we can do nothing more." "Nothing, my good Jan," said Diogenes more seriously. "You are a brave soldier and a faithful servant. Take his magnificence away to safety. You have well deserved your own." Stoutenburg gave a last cry of rage and of despair. For a moment it seemed as if his blind fury would still conquer reason and prudence, and that he meant once more to make an attack upon his victorious enemy. But something in the latter's look of almost insolent triumph recalled him to the peril of his own situation. He passed his hand once or twice over his brow, like a man who is dazed and only just returning to consciousness. Then he called loudly to Jan to follow him, and walked rapidly away northwards through the fog. Beresteyn went up to the broken window and watched him till he was out of sight. Then he looked on Diogenes. That philosopher also watched the retreating figure of the Lord of Stoutenburg until the fog swallowed it up, and then he turned to his friend. "Pythagoras, old compeer," he said with a shrug of his broad shoulders, "what would you take to be walking at this moment in that man's shoes?" "I wouldn't do it, friend," rejoined Pythagoras placidly, "for the possession of a running river of home-brewed ale, and I am mighty dry at the present moment." "Jump up then on the box beside Socrates, you old wine-tub, and get to Layden as quickly as those horses will take you. A halt at Voorburg will refresh you all." "But you?" queried Socrates from his post of vantage. "I shall make my way to Ryswyk first, and get a horse there. I shall follow you at a distance and probably overtake you before you get to Layden. But you will not see me after this. Unless there is trouble, which is not likely. But the jongejuffrouw, persisted Socrates. Hush, I shall never really lose sight of you and the sled, but you must serve her as best you can. Someone will be with her who will know how to take care of her. Who? Her own brother, of course, Mynheer Beresteyn. Over the sill, Mynheer, he shouted, calling to Nicholas, who still stood undecided, shamed, hesitating in the broken framework of the window. Over the sill. 'Tis only 3 feet from the ground, and horses or men are quite ready for you. He gave a lusty cheer of satisfaction as Beresteyn, throwing all final cowardly hesitations to the wind, suddenly made up his mind to take the one wise and prudent course. He swung himself through the window, and a few moments was standing by Diogenes' side. "Let me at least tell you, sir," he began earnestly. "Hush, tell me nothing now," broke in the other man quickly. "The jongejuffrouw might hear you." "But I must thank you." "If you say another word," said Diogenes, sinking his voice to a whisper, "I'll order Socrates to drive on and leave you standing here." "But—" "Into the sled, man, in heaven's name. The jongejuffrouw is unconscious, her woman daft with fear. When the lady regains consciousness, let her brother's face be the first sight to comfort her. Into the sled, man," he added impatiently, "or by heaven, I'll give the order to start." And without more ado, he hustled Nicholas into the sled. The latter, bewildered, really not clear with himself as to what he ought to do, peeped tentatively beneath the cover of the vehicle. He saw his sister lying there prone upon the wooden floor of the sled. Her head rested against a bundle of rags, hastily put together for her comfort. Maria was squatting beside her, her head and ears muffled in a cloak, her hands up to her eyes. She was moaning incoherently to herself. Gilda's eyes were closed, and her face looked very pale. Beresteyn's heart ached at the pitiful sight. She looked so wan and so forlorn that a sharp pang of remorse for all his cruelty to her shot right through his dormant sensibilities. There was just room for him under the low cover of the sled. He hesitated no longer now. He felt indeed as if nothing would tear him away from Gilda's side until she was safely home again in her father's arms. A peremptory order, "Avance," struck upon his ear. A shout from the driver to his horses, and the harness rattled and the sled creaked upon its framework, and then slowly began to move. Beresteyn lifted the flap of the hood at the rear of the vehicle and looked out, for the last time, upon the molens and the hut, where such a tragic act in his life's drama had just been enacted. He saw Diogenes still standing there, waving his hat in a farewell. For a few moments longer his splendid figure stood out clearly against the flat grey landscape. Beyond, then slowly the veil of the mist began to envelop him, at first only blurring the outline of his mantle or his sash, then it grew more dense, and the sled moved away more rapidly. The next moment the Laughing Cavalier had disappeared from view. End of chapter 42.
Chapter 43 of The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Burlinson. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor to the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 43. Layden once more. After that, Gilda had lived as in a dream, only vaguely conscious that good horses and a smoothly gliding vehicle were conveying her back to her home. Of this fact she was sure. Nicholas was sitting quite close under the hood of the sledge, and when first she became fully aware of the reality of his presence, He had raised her hand to his lips, and had said in response to a mute appeal from her eyes, "We are going home." After that a quiet sense of utter weariness pervaded her being, and she fell into a troubled sleep. She did not heed what went on around her. She only knew that once or twice during the day there was a halt for food and drink. The nearness of her brother, his gentleness toward her, gave her a sense of well-being, even though her heart felt heavy with a great sorrow, which made the whole future appear before her like an interminable vista of blank and grey dullness. It was at her suggestion that arrangements were made for an all-night halt at Layden, which city they reached in the early part of the afternoon. She begged Nicholas that they might put up the hostelry of the White Goat on the farther side of the town, and that from thence a messenger might be sent to her father, asking him to come and meet her there on the morrow. Though Nicholas was not a little astonished at this suggestion of Gilda's, seeing that surely she must be longing to be home again, and that Haarlem could easily have been reached before night, he did not wish to run counter to her will. True enough, he dreaded the meeting with his father, but he knew that it had to come, and felt that, whatever might be the future consequences of it all, he could not possibly bear alone the burden of remorse and of shame which assailed him every time he encountered Gilda's tear-stained eyes, and saw how wearied and listless she looked. So he called a halt at the White Goat, and as soon as he saw his sister safely installed, with everything ordered for her comfort, and a tasteful supper prepared, he sent a messenger on horseback at once to Haarlem to his father. Gilda had deliberately chosen to spend the night at the hostelry of the White Goat, because she felt that in that quaint old building, with its wide oak staircase, over which she had been carried 5 days ago, dizzy and half fainting, the blackened rafters would mayhap still echo with the sound of a merry laughter which she would never hear again. But when the sledge finally turned in under the low gateway and drew up in the small courtyard of the inn, when with wearied feet and shaking knees she walked up those oaken stairs, it seemed to her that the vivid memories which the whole place recalled were far harder to bear than those more intangible ones which, waking and sleeping, had tortured her up to now. The bedroom, too, with the smaller one leading out of it, was the same in which she had slept. As the obsequious waiting wench threw open the door for the noble Jungfrau to pass through, she saw before her the wide open hearth with its crackling fire, the high-backed chair wherein she had sat, the very footstool which he had put to her feet. It seemed to her at first as if she could not enter, as if his splendid figure would suddenly emerge out of the semi-darkness to confront her with his mocking eyes and his smiling face. She seemed to see him everywhere, and she had to close her eyes to chase away that all too insistent vision. The waiting wench did not help matters either, for she asked persistently and shyly about the handsome Mynheer, who had such an irresistible fund of laughter in him. Maria too, in her mutterings and grumblings, contrived, most unwittingly, since she adored Gilda, to inflict a series of tiny pin-pricks on an already suffering heart. Tired in body and in mind, Gilda could not sleep that night. She was living over again every second of the past 5 days. The interview with that strangely winning person, a stranger still to her then, here in this room. How she had hated him at first, how she had tried to shame and wound him with her words, trying all the while to steel her heart against that irresistible gaiety and good humour which shone from him like a radiance. Then that second interview in Rotterdam. Did she still hate him then? And if not, when was hatred first changed into the love which now so completely filled her soul? Looking back on those days, she could not tell. All that she knew was that when he was brought before her helpless and pinioned, she already loved him, and that since that moment love had grown and strengthened until her whole heart was given to that same nameless soldier of fortune whom she had at first despised. To live over again those few brief days, which seemed now like an eternity, was a sweet, sad pleasure which Gilda could endure. But what became intolerable in the darkness and in the silence of the night was the remembrance of the immediate past. Clearly cut out before her mental vision were the pictures of her life this morning in the hut beside the Molens, and indeed it was a lifetime that had gone by in those few hours. Firstly, Stoutenburg's visit in the early morning, his smooth words and careless chatter. She, poor fool, under the belief all the time that the treacherous plot had been abandoned, and that she would forthwith be conveyed back to her father. Her thoughts of pleading for the condemned man's life, then the tramping of feet, the cries of terror, her brother's appearance bringing the awful news of betrayal. She lived over again those moments of supreme horror when she realized how Stoutenburg had deceived her, and that Nicholas himself was but a traitor and a miserable liar. She knew then that it was the adventurer, the penniless soldier of fortune, whom she had tried to hate and to despise, who had quietly gone to warn the Stadtholder, and that his action had been the direct working of God's will in a brave and loyal soul. She knew also by a mysterious intuition which no good woman has ever been able to resist, that the man who had stood before her, self-convicted and self-confessed, had accepted that humiliation to save her the pain of fearing and despising her own brother. The visions now became more dim and blurred. She remembered Stoutenburg's fury, his hideous threats of vengeance on the man who had thrown himself across his treacherous path. She remembered pleading to that monster, weeping, clinging to his arm in a passionate appeal. She remembered the soul agony which she felt when she realized that that appeal had been in vain. Then she had stood for a moment silent and alone in the hut. Stoutenburg had left her in order to accomplish that hideous act of revenge. After that she remembered nothing clearly. She could only have been half conscious, and all around her there was a confusion of sounds, of shouts, and clash of arms. She thought that she was being lifted out of the chair onto which she had fallen in a partial swoon, that she heard Maria's cries of terror, and that she felt the cold damp morning air striking upon her face. Presently she knew that Nicholas was beside her, and that she was being taken home. All else was a blank or a dream. Now she was tossing restlessly upon the lavender-scented bed in this hostelry so full of memories. Her temples were throbbing, her eyes felt like pieces of glowing charcoal in her head. The blackness around her weighed upon her soul until she felt that she could not breathe. Outside, the silence of the night was being gravely disturbed. There was the sound of horses' hoofs upon the cobblestones of the yard, the creaking of a vehicle brought to a standstill, the usual shout for grooms and ostlers. A late arrival had filled the tranquil inn with its bustle and its noise. Then once again all was still, and Gilda turned her aching head upon the pillow. Though the room was not hot and the atmosphere outside heavy with frost, she felt positively stifled. After a while this feeling of oppression became intolerable. She rose, and in the darkness she groped for her fur-lined cloak, which she wrapped closely around her. Then she found her way across to the window and drew aside the curtain. No light penetrated through the latticed panes. The waning moon, which 4 nights ago had been at times so marvellously brilliant, had not yet risen above the horizon line. As Gilda's fingers fumbled for the window latch, she heard a distant church clock strike the midnight hour. She threw open the casement. The sill was low, and she leaned out, peering up and down the narrow street. It was entirely deserted and pitch dark, save where on the wall opposite the light from a window immediately below her threw its feeble reflection. Vaguely she wondered who was astir in the small hostelry. No doubt it was the tap-room, which was there below her, still lighted up, and apparently with its small casement also thrown open, like the one out of which she was leaning. For now, when the reverberating echo of the chiming clock had entirely died away, she was conscious of a vague murmur of voices coming up from below, confused at first and indistinguishable. But presently she heard a click, as if the casement had been pushed further open, or mayhap a curtain pulled aside, for after that the sound of the voices became more distinct and clear. With beating heart and straining ears, Gilda leaned as far out of the window as she could, listening intently. She had recognized her father's voice, and he was speaking so strangely that even as she listened she felt all the blood tingling in her veins. "My son, sir," he was saying, "had, I am glad to say, sufficient pride and manhood in him not to bear the full weight of your generosity any longer. He sent a special messenger on horseback out to me this afternoon. As soon as I knew that my daughter was here, I came as fast as a sleigh and the 3 best horses in my stables could bring me. I had no thought, of course, of seeing you here." "I had no thought that you should see me, sir," said a voice which by its vibrating tones had the power of sending the hot blood rushing to the listener's neck and cheeks. "Had I not entered the yard just as your sledge turned in under the gateway, you had not been offended by mine unworthy presence." "I would in that case have searched the length and breadth of this land to find you, sir," rejoined Cornelius Beresteyn earnestly. "For half an hour later my son had told me of the whole circumstances of his association with you." "An association of which Mynheer Nicholas will never be over proud, I'll warrant," came in slightly less flippant accents than usual from the foreigner. "Do I not stand self-confessed as a liar, a forger and an abductor of helpless women? A fine record forsooth, and ere he ordered me to be hanged my Lord of Stoutenburg did loudly proclaim me as such before his friends and before his followers." "His friends, sir, are the sons of my friends. I will loudly proclaim you what you truly are, a brave man, a loyal soldier, a noble gentleman. Nicholas has told me every phase of his association with you, from his shameful proposal to you in regard to his own sister, down to this moment when you still desired that Gilda and I should remain in ignorance of his guilt. What is the good, Mynheer, of raking up all this past? Said the philosopher lightly. I would that Mynheer Nicholas had known how to hold his tongue. Thank God that he did not, retorted Cornelius Beresteyn hotly. Had he done so, I stood in peril of failing, for the first time in my life, in an important business obligation. Not towards me, Mynheer, at any rate. Yes, sir, towards you, affirmed Beresteyn decisively. I promised you 500,000 guilders if you brought my daughter safely back to me. I know from mine own son, sir, that I owe her safety to no one but to you. Ours was an ignoble bargain, Mynheer, said Diogenes with his wonted gaiety. And though she could not see him, Gilda could picture his face now alive with merriment and suppressed laughter. The humour of the situation appealed to me. It proved irresistible. But the bargain in no way binds you, seeing that it was I who had been impious enough to lay hands upon your daughter. At my son's suggestion, I know, rejoined Beresteyn quietly. And from your subsequent acts, sir, I must infer that you only did it because you felt that she was safer under your charge than at the mercy of her own brother and his friends. Nay, do not protest, he added earnestly. Nicholas, as you see, is of the same opinion. May heaven reward you, sir, for that kindly thought of me, said Diogenes more seriously. It will cheer me in the future, when I and all my doings will have faded from your ken. You are not leaving Holland, sir? Not just now, Mynheer, while there is still so much fighting to be done. The Stadtholder hath need of soldiers. And he will, sir, find none better than you throughout the world, and with a goodly fortune to help you. Speak not of that, Mynheer, he said firmly. I could not take your money. If I did, I should never know a happy hour again. Oh, I am quite serious, sir, though indeed you might not think that I can ever be serious. For 6 days now I have had a paymaster. Mynheer Nicholas's money has burned a hole in my good humour. It has scorched my hands, wounded my shoulder, and lacerated my hip. It has brought on me all the unpleasant sensations which I have so carefully avoided hitherto, remorse, humiliation, and 1 or 2 other sensations which will never leave me until my death. It changed temporarily the shiftless, penniless soldier of fortune into a responsible human being, with obligations and duties. I had to order horses, bespeak lodgings, keep accounts. Ye gods, it made a slave of me. Keep your money, sir. It is more fit for you to handle than for me. Let me go back to my shiftlessness, my penury, my freedom, eat my fill today, starve tomorrow, and one day look up at the stars from the lowly earth with a kindly bullet in my chest that does not mean to blunder. And if in the days to come your thoughts ever do revert to me, I pray you think of me as happy, or nearly so, owning no master save my whim, bending my back to none, keeping my hat on my head when I choose, and ending my days in a ditch or in a palace, the carver of mine own destiny, the sole arbiter of my will. And now I pray you seek that rest of which you must be sorely in need. I start at daybreak tomorrow. Mayhap we shall never meet again, save in heaven, if indeed There be room there for such a thriftless adventurer as I." "But whither do you mean to go, sir?" "To the mountains of the moon, sir," rejoined the philosopher lightly, "or along the Milky Way to the land of the might have been." "Before we part, sir, may I shake you by the hand?" There was silence down below after that. Gilda listened in vain. No further words reached her ears just then. She tiptoed as quietly as she could across the room, finding her way with difficulty in the dark. At last her fumbling fingers encountered the latch of the door of the inner room, where Maria lay snoring lustily. It took Gilda some little time to wake the old woman, but at last she succeeded, and then ordered her, very peremptorily, to strike a light. "Are you ill, my Frau?" queried Maria anxiously, even though she was but half awake. "No," replied Gilda curtly, "but I want my dress. Quick now," she added, for Maria showed signs of desiring to protest. The young Frau was in one of those former imperious moods of hers when she exacted implicit obedience from her servants. Alas, the last few days had seen that mood submerged into an ocean of sorrow and humiliation, and Maria, though angered at having been wakened out of her first sleep, was very glad to see her darling looking so alert and so brisk. Indeed, the light being very dim, Maria could not see the brilliant glow that lit up the Jungfrau's cheeks, as with somewhat febrile gestures she put on her dress and smoothed her hair. "Now you put on your dress too, Maria," she said when she was ready, "and tell my father, who is either in the tap room down below or hath already retired to his room, that I desire to speak with him." And Maria, bewildered and flustered, had no option but to obey. End of chapter 43.
Chapter 44 of The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 44, Blake of Blakeney. While Maria completed a hasty toilet, Gilda's instinct had drawn her back once more to the open window. The light from the room below was still reflected on the opposite wall, and from the tap room the buzz of voices had not altogether ceased. Cornelius Beresteyn was speaking now. "Indeed," he said, "it will be the one consolation left to me, since you do reject my friendship, sir." "Not your friendship, sir, only your money," interposed Diogenes. "Well, you do speak of lifelong parting. But your two friends have indeed deserved well of me. Without their help, no doubt you, sir, first, and then my dearly loved daughter, would have fallen victims to that infamous Stoutenburg. Will a present of 20,000 guilders each gratify them, do you think?" A ringing laugh roused the echoes of the sleeping hostelry. 20,000 guilders, ye gods!" exclaimed Diogenes merrily. "Pythagoras, dost hear, old bladder-face? Socrates, my Robin, dost realize it? 20,000 guilders each in your pockets, old compeers. Lord, how drunk you will both be to-morrow." Out of the confused hubbub that ensued, Gilda could disentangle nothing definite. There was a good deal of shouting and clapping of pewter mugs against a table, and through it all that irresponsible infectious laughter which, strangely enough, had to Gilda's ears at this moment a curious tone, almost of bitterness, as if its merriment was only forced. Then, when the outburst of gaiety had somewhat subsided, she once more heard her father's voice. Maria was dressed by this time, and now at a word from Gilda was ready to go downstairs and to deliver the jongejuffrouw's message to her father. "You spoke so lightly just now, sir, of dying in a ditch or palace," Cornelius Beresteyn was saying. "But you did tell me that day in Haarlem that you had kith and kindred in England. Where is that father of whom you spoke, and your mother who is a saint? Your irresponsible vagabondage will leave her in perpetual loneliness." "My mother is dead, sir," said Diogenes quietly. "My father broke her heart." "Even then he hath a right to know that his son is a brave and loyal gentleman." "He will only know that when his son is dead." "That was a cruel dictum, sir." "Not so cruel as that which left my mother to starve in the streets of Haarlem." "Ay, 10,000 times more cruel, since your dear mother, sir, had not to bear the awful burden of lifelong remorse." "Bah!" rejoined the philosopher with a careless shrug of the shoulders, "a man seldom feels remorse for wrongs committed against a woman." "But he doth for those committed against his flesh and blood, his son." "I have no means of finding out, sir, if my father hath or hath not remorse for his wilful desertion of wife and child. England is a far off country." "I would not care to undertake so unprofitable a pilgrimage." "Then why not let me do so, sir?" queried Cornelius Beresteyn calmly. "You?" "Yes, why not? Why should you trouble, mynheer, to seek out the father of such a vagabond as I?" "Because I would like to give a man, an old man your father must be now, the happiness of calling you his son. You say he lives in England. I often go to England on business. Will you not at least tell me your father's name?" "I have no cause to conceal it, mynheer," rejoined Diogenes carelessly. "In England they call him Blake of Blakeney. His home is in Sussex, and I believe that it is a stately home." "But I know the Squire of Blakeney well," said Cornelius Beresteyn eagerly. "My bankers at Amsterdam also do business for him. I know that just now he is in Antwerp on a mission from King James of England to the Archduchess. He hath oft told Mynheer Beuselaar, our mutual banker, that he was moving heaven and earth to find the son whom he had lost." "Heaven and earth take a good deal of moving," quoth Diogenes lightly, "once a wife and son have been forsaken and left to starve in a foreign land. Mine English father wedded my mother in the church of St. Peter at Haarlem. My friend Franz Hals, God bless him, knew my mother and cared for me after she died. He has all the papers in his charge relating to the marriage. It has long ago been arranged between us that if I die with ordinary worthiness, he will seek out my father in England and tell him that mayhap, after all, even though I have been a vagabond all my life, I have never done anything that should cause him to blush for his son." Apparently at this juncture Maria must have knocked at the door of the tapperage, for Gilda, whose heart was beating more furiously than ever, heard presently the well-known firm footsteps of her father as he rapidly ascended the stairs. 2 minutes later Gilda lay against her father's heart, and her hand resting in his, she told him from the beginning to end everything that she had suffered from the moment when after watch night service in the Grootekerk she first became aware of the murmur of voices, to that when she first realized that the man whom she should have hated, the knave whom she should have despised, filled her heart and soul to the exclusion of all other happiness in the world, and that he was about to pass out of her life for ever. It took a long time to tell, for she had suffered more, felt more, lived more in the past 5 days than would fill an ordinary life, nor did she disguise anything from her father, not even the conversation which she had had at Rotterdam in the dead of night with the man who had remained nameless until now, and in consequence of which he had gone at once to warn the Stadtholder, and had thus averted the hideous conspiracy which would have darkened for ever the destinies of many Dutch homes. Of Nicholas she did not speak. She knew that he had confessed his guilt to his father, who would know how to forgive in the fullness of time. When she had finished speaking, her father said somewhat roughly, "But for that vervloeked adventurer down there, you would never have suffered, Gilda, as you did. Nicholas, father dear," she broke in quietly, "is very dear to us both. I think that his momentary weakness will endear him to us even more. But he was a tool in the hands of that unscrupulous Stoutenburg, and but for that nameless and penniless soldier, whose hand you were proud to grasp just now, I would not be here in your arms at this moment." "Ah," said Cornelius Beresteyn dryly, "is this the way that the wind blows, my girl? Did you not know then that the rascal, the day after he dared to lay hands upon you, was back again in Haarlem bargaining with me to restore you to my arms in exchange for a fortune?" "And 2 days later, father dear," she retorted, He endured insults, injuries, cruelties from Stoutenburg, rather than betray Nicholas's guilt before me." Murmured Cornelius, and there was a humorous twinkle in his eyes as he looked down upon his daughter's bowed head. "And but for that same rascal, father," she continued softly, "you would at this moment be mourning a dead daughter, and Holland a hideous act of treachery." "Hush, my dear," cried the old man impulsively, as he put his kind protecting arms round the child whom he loved so dearly. "I would never have followed the Lord of Stoutenburg while I lived," she said simply. "Please God," he said earnestly, "I would sooner have seen you in the crypt beside your mother." "Then, father, hath not the rascal you speak of deserved well of us? Can we not guess that even originally he took me away from Haarlem only because he knew that if he refused the bargain proposed to him by mine own brother, Stoutenburg would have found some other means of ensuring my silence?" "You are a good advocate, my girl," rejoined Cornelius with a sly wink, which brought the colour rising up to Gilda's cheeks. "I think, by your leave, I'll go and shake that vervloekte Keerl once more by the hand." "And shall I tell him that you bear him no ill will?" he added roguishly. "Yes, father dear, tell him that," she said gently. "Then will you go to bed, dear?" he asked. "You are overwrought and tired." "I will sit by the window quietly for a quarter of an hour," she said. "After that I promise you that I will go peaceably to bed." He kissed her tenderly, for she was very dear to him, but being a man of vast understanding and profound knowledge of men and things, the humorous twinkle did not altogether fade from his eyes, as he finally bade his daughter good night, and then quietly went out of the room. Chapter 45 of the Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 45. The End. Diogenes sat beside the window in the tapperage, listening with half an ear to the sounds in and about the hostelry, which were dying out one by one. At first there had been a footfall in the room overhead, which had seemed to him the sweetest music that man could hear. It had paced somewhat restlessly up and down, and to the Laughing Cavalier, the gay and irresponsible soldier of fortune, it had seemed as if every creaking of a loose board beneath the featherweight of that footfall found its echo in his heart. But anon Mynheer Cornelius Beresteyn was called away, and then all was still in the room upstairs, and Diogenes, burying his head in his hands, evoked the picture of that room as he had seen it 5 days ago. The proud Jongejuffrouw in her high-backed chair, looking on him with blue eyes, which she vainly tried to render hard through their exquisite expression of appealing, childlike gentleness, and he groaned aloud with the misery of the inevitable, which with stern finger bade him go, and leave behind him all the illusions, all the dreams which he had dared to weave. Had she not told him that she despised him, that his existence was as naught to her, that she looked on him as a menial and a knave, somewhat below the faithful henchmen who were in her father's service? Ye gods! He had endured much in his life of privations, of physical and mental pain, but was there aught on earth or in the outermost pits of hell to be compared with the agony of this ending to a dream? The serving wench came in just then. She scarcely dared approach the Mynheer with the merry voice and the laughter-filled eyes, who now looked so inexpressibly sad. Yet she had a message for him. Mynheer Cornelius Beresteyn, she said, desired to speak with him once more. The wench had murmured the words shyly, for her heart was aching for the handsome soldier, and the tears were very near her eyes. But hearing the message he had jumped up with alacrity, and was immediately ready to follow her. Mynheer Beresteyn had a room on the upper floor, she explained, as she led the way upstairs. The old man was standing on the narrow landing, and as soon as Diogenes appeared upon the stairs, he said simply: "There was something I did forget to say to you downstairs. May I trouble you, sir, to come into my room for a moment?" He threw open one of the doors that gave on the landing, and politely stood aside that his visitor might pass through. Diogenes entered the room. He heard the door being closed behind him, and thought that Mynheer Beresteyn had followed him in. The room was very dimly lighted by a couple of tallow candles that flickered in their sconces, and at first he could not see into the dark recesses of the room. But presently something moved, something ethereal and intangible, white and exquisite. It stirred from out the depths of the huge high-backed chair, and from out the gloom there came a little cry of surprise and of joy, which was as the call of bird or angel. He did not dare to move, he scarcely dared to breathe. He looked round for Mynheer Beresteyn, who had disappeared. Surely this could be only a dream. Nothing real on earth could be so exquisite as that subtle vision which he had of her now, sitting in the high-backed chair, leaning slightly forward toward him. Gradually his eyes became accustomed to the gloom. He could see her quite distinctly now, her fair curls round her perfect head, her red lips parted, her eyes fixed upon him with a look which he dared not interpret. All around him was the silence and the darkness of the night, and he was alone with her just as he had been in this very room 5 days ago, and then again at Rotterdam. "St. Bavon, you rogue!" he murmured. "Where are you? How dare you leave me in the lurch like this?" Then, how it all happened he could not himself have told you. He suddenly found himself at her feet, kneeling beside the high-backed chair. His arms were round her shoulders, and he could feel the exquisite perfume of her breath upon his cheek. "St. Bavon!" he cried exultingly to himself. "Go away, you rogue! There's no need for your admonitions now." Mynheer Beresteyn tiptoed quietly into the room. The roguish smile still played round his lips. He came up close to the high-backed chair, and placed his hand upon his daughter's head. Diogenes looked up and met the kindly eyes of the old man, fixed with calm earnestness upon him. "Mynheer," he said, and laughter which contained a world of happiness as well as of joy danced and sparkled in every line of his face. "Just now I refused one half of your fortune, but 'tis your greatest treasure I claim from you now." "Nay, you rascal," rejoined Beresteyn, as he lifted his daughter's chin gently with one finger, and looked into her deep blue eyes which were brimful of happiness, "methinks that treasure is yours already." "Go back, good St. Bavon," cried the Laughing Cavalier, in an ecstasy of joy. "Your heaven, you rogue, is not more perfect than this." End of chapter 45. Recording by deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. End of The Laughing Cavalier, Ancestor of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy.